There's a lot of debate about how 2025 went for Apple, and as the year comes to a close, I figured I'd combine all of my coverage for the year for those who want the ultimate look at everything Apple announced and released here in 2025. Let's start with the exclusive Apple Lab tour I was able to take with the announcement of the Apple C1 modem. In every smartphone, there's one quiet workhorse that rarely gets the spotlight: the modem. It's the component that keeps you connected whether you're in the heart of the city or on a quiet country road. But what happens when Apple decides to take control of this critical piece of technology? I was able to get an exclusive tour of Apple's modem testing labs for a behind-the-scenes look at the creation of the C1. Apple's first in-house modem chip that could subtly reshape the mobile experience for Apple users going forward. Now, before we jump into the details of the C1, what even is a smartphone modem? Well, the modem is the component inside your phone that connects you to mobile data networks. Think of it as the bridge between your phone and the world. It translates signals from cell towers into data that lets you browse the web, stream videos, and make voice calls. The modem determines how fast and reliably your phone can access the internet. It handles everything from older 2G and 3G signals to the faster 4G LTE and 5G networks of today. Without a good modem, your phone might struggle with slow downloads, dropped calls, or unreliable connections, especially when you're on the move. In essence, the modem is crucial because it directly affects the overall performance of your device. A better modem means faster data speeds, more efficient power use, and smoother performance even when the network is crowded. This is why Apple's decision to design its own modem chip is such a big deal. It's about taking control of one of the most critical components of modern smartphones in a way that they did with the system on a chip on the iPhone, iPad, and Mac. So in a huge but very subtle announcement, in my opinion at least, Apple announced the iPhone 16e, and as part of that announcement was the introduction of the Apple C1 modem subsystem. For the first time ever, Apple is developing its own modem chip rather than relying on a vendor like Qualcomm, a supplier that has powered not only Apple's devices in the past, but also countless Android and Windows devices as well. Now, with the C1 at its core, the iPhone 16e is positioned as the most affordable member of the iPhone 16 family. And I say this seems like a subtle announcement because it feels like most of the attention is on the iPhone 16e itself, with many not realizing exactly what's happening before our eyes with the C1. Now, I mentioned I got a tour of Apple's labs to learn about the creation of the C1, which was incredibly eye-opening. I was led by a few familiar names like Apple's Senior Vice President of Hardware Technologies, Johnny Srouji, the VP of iPhone Product Marketing, Kyan Drance, and the VP of Wireless Software, Arun Matthias. And here's a few things that I learned. First, these labs are where Apple Silicon engineers work tirelessly, surrounded by cutting-edge equipment and advanced simulation tools. Before any physical chip is even manufactured, engineers use sophisticated and formal verification methods to predict how the chip will behave under various conditions. And these virtual tests are crucial as they help identify potential issues before the modem ever leaves the design stage. Once the first silicon samples arrive, the real work begins. In these state-of-the-art labs, engineers were subjecting the C1 modem to extreme real-world stress tests. I'm talking environmental chambers where the chip is exposed to temperatures far beyond what it would normally encounter, ensuring that it can operate reliably even in the harshest conditions. They simulate everything from the sweltering heat of a summer day to the bitter cold of a winter night. Durability is also key. Engineers run repeated tests like simulating the pressing of the power button tens of thousands of times to verify that every component of the C1 will stand up to daily wear and tear, and that the modem will turn on and off instantly when needed. And then there's a network test themselves. The chip is put through its paces under various simulated conditions, from the heavy data traffic of a packed stadium to the minimal signals of a remote rural area. These tests ensure that the modem not only performs well on paper, but truly delivers in the real world. Now, every step of this process is meticulously documented and analyzed, with teams collaborating closely to address any issues that arise. And this rigorous testing and verification is what gives Apple the confidence to say that the C1 modem is not just a prototype or beta, but rather a robust platform built for the future. The C1 modem is manufactured using a state-of-the-art process, using a 4nm process for its baseband, and that's a term that refers to the core part of the modem responsible for processing data signals, and a 7nm process for its transceiver, which handles sending and receiving radio signals. Now, in simple terms, these numbers, the 4nm and 7nm, indicate the size of the transistors on the chip. Smaller transistors mean more can fit on a chip, leading to better performance and power efficiency. And the result is that the iPhone 16e boasts up to 26 hours of video playback on a single charge, ensuring that your device lasts longer even during heavy usage. And in fact, it has the longest battery life of any 6.1-inch iPhone to date. Now, when it comes to compatibility and reliability, Apple didn't design the C1 in a bubble. It was rigorously tested with over 180 carriers across 55 countries. This extensive testing means that whether you're in a bustling metropolis or a remote village, the C1 modem is engineered to deliver reliable connectivity. And then there's what Apple is best at, because one of the most exciting aspects of the C1 modem is how it works hand in hand with Apple's custom A18 processor. This tight integration allows the modem and processor to communicate in real time. So for example, if your phone encounters a congested network, the A18 can signal the C1 to prioritize critical data packets. Maybe you just opened messages and you're trying to send a photo or video to someone, or maybe you're playing a game. The A18 can direct the C1 to prioritize what you're actively doing so that things don't feel like they're bogging down. Now, this dynamic traffic management not only improves your connection speed, but also makes your device feel incredibly responsive under heavy network loads. And this is where you start to see the real benefits of Apple making its own modem start coming into play. Now, beyond your cellular connection and better efficiency, the C1 modem comes with additional capabilities like custom GPS and satellite connectivity. So all those Apple satellite services like emergency SOS, roadside assistance, messages via satellite, and Find My will all work on the devices with the C1 like the iPhone 16e. Now, it's important to note that the first generation C1 modem does have one obvious limitation. It doesn't support millimeter wave 5G, which offers ultra high speeds that are mostly relegated to Verizon here in the US and is a forte of Qualcomm. I think this is probably part of the well-known Apple phased rollout where we'll see even more powerful and efficient C2 and C3 subsystems that give us even more capabilities, overcoming current limitations sometime in the future. And speaking of the future, for years, Apple has been dependent on Qualcomm for its modem chips. And it's a relationship that not only incurred significant licensing fees and legal fees, but also meant that Apple had less control over one of its most critical components. With the C1 modem, Apple is poised to change that. By bringing modem technology in-house, Apple stands to reduce costs and gain complete control over its hardware integration, paving the way for a more unified and optimized ecosystem. The iPhone 16e with the new C1 modem is the first step in a long-term strategy. By launching this chip in an entry-level model, Apple can collect real-world feedback and refine the technology before rolling it out across more popular and premium devices. Experts predict that while this first generation may have some limitations, future iterations will continue to obviously improve and eventually maybe offer features like millimeter wave support and even more advanced AI-driven connectivity. Imagine a future where not only your iPhone, but also your iPad, Mac, and other Apple devices share this same highly optimized connectivity platform. The potential for improved performance, battery life, and seamless integration is enormous. I think Apple is laying groundwork for a future where every device is interconnected in a way that enhances both efficiency and user experience. Let me know what you think about the C1 down in the comments below, and I will meet you there for further discussion. Apple has a major new update for the Apple Vision Pro that just got released in beta, and I'm going to break down everything that's new. Let's be honest, Apple Vision Pro hasn't exactly been evolving at a rapid pace since its launch a year ago. It's had a few solid updates, but for a lot of people, it still feels like a really cool prototype, one with huge potential, but isn't quite there yet. However, Apple's looking to change this with visionOS 2.4, which brings a lot of quality of life improvements that make using the Vision Pro way more convenient or way less annoying, depending on how you look at it, while also making it easier to find content optimized for the headset and even bringing Apple Intelligence into the fold. So what's actually new, what's useful, and what's just Apple filling in the gaps while we wait for something bigger? Let's break it all down, starting with Apple Intelligence. As we all know, Apple Intelligence is Apple's official AI rollout, and the Vision Pro is finally getting some of those features. But let's set the expectations. This is mostly Apple catching up and bringing features that already exist used on the iPhone, iPad, and Mac. So for starters, we've got writing tools, which will now let you rewrite, proofread, and summarize text from anywhere in the system. So if you're drafting an email or even taking notes or writing a message, you can highlight a section and instantly get a cleaned up or more professional or more concise version. You can also optionally work with ChatGPT to edit and create content as well. Then there's Smart Reply, which works in apps like Messages and Mail, which reads your incoming messages and then suggests quick responses. And I think on the Vision Pro, this may be more useful than on other platforms, specifically because it's more difficult to type on the keyboard when you're using the Vision Pro headset as opposed to something like a Mac or an iPhone. So it's not groundbreaking, but I think it's going to definitely feel more useful in visionOS than on some of the other platforms. And then there's Genmoji, Apple's AI generated emoji feature. Now, if I'm being real, I'm a grown ass man who loves this feature. You can literally type out pretty much anything you want and it'll create a brand new emoji on the fly. If you want an emoji of a confused robot wearing sunglasses, just type that in and you've got it. And the same goes for Image Playground, which is also debuting on the Vision Pro in visionOS 2.4. It lets you create those cartoony AI generated images that you can then use in other apps like Messages, email, social media, etc. Kind of like a personal AI sticker generator. Now, until this gets better at creating more realistic options, or at least actually following the prompts you give it, because I'm still trying to get it to make people look mad or upset and not just have a dead smile on their faces, I've filed Image Playground under the novelty category for now. Now, the most interesting AI feature in this update might be the memory movie creator in Photos. Apple Intelligence will scan your photos and videos, picking the best moments, and automatically builds a cinematic memory movie with its own narrative structure based on what you ask for. And because this is on the Vision Pro, you can scale it to room size for a massive immersive playback experience. Now, I don't think any of these features are changing the game for Apple Vision Pro, but again, it's playing catch up to the Mac, to the iPhone, and to the iPad, which I think is a good thing. I personally think features like visual intelligence and ChatGPT in Siri would be way more useful here on the Vision Pro when compared to some of the other platforms, but no sign of those here just yet in visionOS 2.4. Next, one of the biggest issues with the Apple Vision Pro right now is that there just isn't enough great spatial content. Apple is trying to fix that with Spatial Gallery, a new app designed to showcase curated spatial photos, videos, and panoramas. Instead of scrolling through a generic media library, everything here is hand-picked by Apple. So you'll find content from major brands, filmmakers, and pro photographers covering things like sports, entertainment, travel, and more. The idea is to give Vision Pro users a reason to keep coming back with new content rolling out regularly. Now, this is great because one of the biggest complaints from Apple Vision Pro users is the lack of content optimized for the platform. Now, the catch, right now, this is entirely Apple curated. You can't upload your own spatial content for others to see, which means the content here is going to be pretty controlled. It's a great idea, but if this were open to more creators, it would be even better. Imagine something like an Instagram feed from people you choose to follow with everyone contributing spatial content. That would be incredible. And hopefully that's the future of the Spatial Gallery app. Next, Apple's launching yet another app in conjunction with visionOS 2.4. It's the Apple Vision Pro app for the iPhone. And it basically acts as a control hub. This app's gonna let you find new spatial content, remotely download apps to your Vision Pro, and manage your device settings without having to put on the headset. Having a dedicated iPhone app should make things a lot easier. If you want to browse and see what new Vision Pro content is available and you just happen to be out and about, you're at work, you're on a train, whatever, now you can do that right from your iPhone. And you can even set things to download to your Vision Pro remotely so that they're ready for you once you put the Vision Pro on. But the real question here is, will people actually use this? If it helps you discover new Vision Pro content, it could be useful. But the thing is, content needs to be released at a faster clip in order to get people coming back to an app like this. All right, next, if you've ever tried handing your Vision Pro to someone else, you know guest access has been kind of a pain. Up until now, the owner had to put the headset on first, set everything up, and then hand it over to the guest user. In visionOS 2.4, guests can now request access directly just by putting on the headset. When they do, the owner gets a pop-up card on their iPhone to approve the request, and then they can set up their parameters, like which apps the guest has access to. You can also set up the AirPlay session that allows you to see and guide what the guest user is doing while using your Vision Pro right from this card flow as well. So you can truly set up the guest experience from start to finish right from your iPhone without having to put on the headset yourself to set things up. So for setting up guest users, this is huge. This is a much improved way of doing things. Now, one limitation that remains, guest users still can't watch streaming video content from Apple TV Plus, Netflix, etc. while the owner is in the AirPlay session guiding them through the experience due to content rights issues. So if you were hoping to pass your Vision Pro to a friend and walk them through watching a video while sitting on top of a volcano, unfortunately, it's still not possible. But at least the overall experience of letting someone try the Vision Pro out is way smoother now. There are some other small but useful quality of life changes in visionOS 2.4 as well. Things like dictation-based text editing. I kind of mentioned this earlier, but basically you can edit text just by using your voice. There's also inline math equation solving in Notes. So basically you type out a math equation, hit the equal sign, and the Vision Pro will solve it instantly. Similar again to what we've seen on the iPhone, iPad, and Mac. Priority notifications are also coming to the Vision Pro, which is where Apple tweaks how the Vision Pro handles important alerts that come in. Again, none of these are huge on their own, but together everything is making the Apple Vision Pro feel much more polished and in line with Apple's other platforms. So is visionOS 2.4 a major step forward for the Vision Pro? I think it depends on how you look at it. It's definitely refining the experience, but it's not redefining it. Apple Intelligence brings some nice AI tools, but they're mostly catch-up features that we're already used to and not really anything groundbreaking. Spatial Gallery is a cool way to showcase new content, but for now it's locked to Apple's curation, so here's hoping that those updates do happen at a swift cadence. Guest mode finally works a lot better, but the content restrictions don't seem to make much sense and are incredibly annoying, especially when on the same device that you're using for AirPlay, you can just open the same app and watch the same content that's playing in the Vision Pro anyway. Plus, doesn't Apple have SharePlay anyway? Why can't we start a SharePlay session between these two devices to solve this problem? At the end of the day, this update is about bridging gaps. It's great progress, but I think I speak for a large majority of Vision Pro owners who would have loved to have seen something genuinely new, like a Vision Pro exclusive Apple Intelligence feature, for example, like we've seen on the iPhone 16 with visual intelligence. Developers, you can download visionOS 2.4 beta right now, and it'll be available to the public in the spring. Apple just killed the budget iPhone. The days of a truly low-cost iPhone are over, and the iPhone 16e is proof. This is now Apple's entry-level iPhone, but at a higher price than the outgoing iPhone SE, which is what used to be called the budget model. So the big question is the iPhone 16e worth it, or is there a better, more surprising option? Let's get into it. Starting with the unboxing because, well, you know what to expect. Apple keeps it minimal as always. In the box, you get the iPhone 16e phone itself, of course, a nice braided USB-C cable, which means goodbye Lightning on the entire iPhone lineup, a SIM ejector tool, oh, wait a minute, scratch that, just eSIM setup instructions because like all other iPhone models here in the US, the iPhone 16e is eSIM only. And that's it. If you haven't bought an iPhone in a while, there's no charger and no wired headphones included anymore. Apple also sent over their silicone cases for the iPhone 16e, which come in 5 colors, and I'll show those to you now. We've got this lake green, fuchsia, which I think looks really good, winter blue, which I'd say is my second favorite, along with white and black. The cases have color matched buttons on them as well, and I should mention that they don't support MagSafe. The iPhone 16e doesn't have MagSafe capability either, which is a shame, but I had hoped that the cases might at least include it for use with accessories. Also, the iPhone 16e itself is available in black and white, so a case is gonna be the only way to add some color. Now, the most interesting thing about the iPhone 16e isn't something that you can see. It's the Apple C1 modem on the inside. For the first time ever, Apple has designed its own in-house cellular modem, cutting ties with Qualcomm for this model, at least for now. This is a huge shift for Apple's long-term strategy, and I'm gonna get to some speed tests in just a moment, and the results may shock you. But in case you missed it, I took an exclusive tour of Apple's C1 modem testing labs. I'll drop a link to that below if you want to check it out. Super eye-opening for me. Apple's approach to hardware has always been about control. They designed their own chips, their own software, and now with the C1 modem, they're starting to take over connectivity too. And the idea is simple. When Apple controls the entire stack, they can optimize power, efficiency, reliability, and future features better than if they were dependent on a third party. So, does it work well? In daily use, it performs about the same as other iPhones. It gets 5G speeds and solid connectivity. Apple has tested it with over 180 carriers in 55 countries to ensure network compatibility. However, there's one limitation. There's no millimeter wave 5G support. So if you're on Verizon's ultra wideband or another millimeter wave network, this phone won't connect to those super high-speed bands. For most users, that won't matter, but it's worth noting. Another thing to consider is how this modem affects battery life. Apple says this modem is more efficient, which should mean better standby time and less power drain. When connected to 5G compared to past iPhones using Qualcomm modems, in real-world use, I found those claims pretty much hold up. With 25% more power efficiency, plus the fact that it's a smaller modem, which means Apple was able to put in a bigger battery, you're getting a major benefit right out of the gate. Now, a lot of people have been wondering about the speed of this modem. Basically, since this is Apple's first modem, there's an assumption that it must perform terribly. I'm not sure where that comes from, since we've seen what Apple has done with the A series chips, the M1, and the H1. But let's put it to the test. Now remember, this is pretty unscientific because I'm testing on one network in one location. I'm in the Seattle area, and I have both the iPhone 16e with Apple's C1 and the iPhone 16 Pro Max, which uses the Qualcomm Snapdragon X75 5G. I went outside to do these tests, and this is what I found. While the iPhone 16e, there's no world where I'd call these speeds slow. In fact, I'd say it's pretty fast and that you have nothing to worry about if you need an entry-level phone with a solid connection. For example, you can see here, I have the iPhone 16e getting 659 megabits download speeds and 15.6 megabits upload speed. Here at my house with AT&T, upload speeds are always a struggle. In another test, the iPhone 16e did 673 megabits download and 13.6 upload. Now here's the thing, I never got my iPhone 16 Pro Max to hit that high of a download number. The best I got was 667, which is 6 megabits per second slower, which to me is well within the margin of error. I did see faster upload speeds pretty consistently with the iPhone 16 Pro Max, but not by much. Again, this is just on one network, and I did try it both in the suburbs at my home as well as in the middle of New York City. But my point is this, seeing what the C1 can achieve here, especially when compared to Apple's top of the line iPhone 16 Pro Max, should put any concerns to bed about whether this is some bargain bin part that Apple is just beta testing on iPhone 16e users. Next, a screen can make or break a phone experience, and Apple generally does displays very well. But how does the 16e hold up? You're getting a 6.1-inch Super Retina XDR LCD display with 800 nits max brightness and 1200 nits peak HDR brightness at 60 Hertz. So how does that compare to the standard iPhone 16? Well, it's not as good, with the standard 16 getting 1000 nits max brightness and 1600 peak HDR. The standard 16 also gets 2000 peak in outdoor sunlight, while the 16e doesn't get an outdoor brightness boost at all. The takeaway, the iPhone 16's display is noticeably brighter, especially in outdoor conditions. Both screens look great indoors, but if you spend a lot of time outside, the extra brightness of the standard iPhone 16 could be worth considering. Then there's the cameras. Cameras are always a big talking point with iPhones or any smartphone really. And while the 16e doesn't bring anything groundbreaking, it does have some interesting tweaks. The iPhone 16e packs a custom 48 megapixel fusion camera. And this is important, it's not the same 48 megapixel sensor found in the standard iPhone 16. This sensor has been custom designed for the 16e, meaning it's tuned differently from Apple's flagship models. Like the fusion camera on the rest of the iPhone 16 lineup, you get a 2x telephoto option, which uses sensor cropping to give you an optical quality 2x zoom without losing any resolution. You do get photographic styles here, but it's the older version that we've had on the iPhone 13 through 15 series as opposed to the newer version that's available across the rest of the iPhone 16 lineup. And the camera here also lacks the sensor shift autofocus that does a great job compensating for movement while taking photos. The front-facing 12 megapixel true depth camera also holds up well, offering autofocus, smart HDR, and 4K video recording at 60 frames per second. It performs great in well-lit environments and delivers reliable selfies, but low light shots can be a bit noisier compared to the Pro models due to the lack of advanced sensor shift stabilization. If you're someone who takes a lot of front camera videos or FaceTime calls, this camera will still provide a strong experience. For everyday use, use, the camera is absolutely solid and the images look good. Apple's image processing is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, and in good lighting, you get great detail. In low light, it's fine, not groundbreaking, but good enough for most users. If you want a better camera setup, you'll need to go with a better iPhone. But for those just looking for something functional, you've got that here in the iPhone 16e. Next, let's talk about performance, because raw speed is one thing, but how does the iPhone 16e actually feel in everyday use? Powering the iPhone 16e is Apple's A18 chip. It's fast, efficient, and handles pretty much everything you throw at it smoothly. Benchmarks aside, in real world use, it feels pretty much like any other modern iPhone. Apps open instantly, gaming is fluid, and iOS 18 runs great. And when it comes to battery life, this phone lasts. Apple claims for the 26 hours of video playback, making it the longest lasting 6.1-inch iPhone ever. I didn't run it through that same test, but I can tell you that the battery is definitely better than the standard iPhone 16 and is much closer to what you'd get from an iPhone 16 Pro. But keep in mind, charging speeds haven't improved. You still get 20-watt wired charging, and wireless Qi charging is available too, but in a major miss, in my opinion. To repeat what I said earlier, MagSafe isn't an option. The iPhone 16e supports Wi-Fi 6, similar to the iPhone 14. No Wi-Fi 6E and no Wi-Fi 7. I have a Wi-Fi 7 network here in my home and figured some might be interested in a speed comparison, and similar to the cellular tests, I found the iPhone 16e to be slower than my iPhone 16 Pro Max, but it isn't what I think anyone would consider to be a slow device when it comes to networking. It might take an extra 5 seconds to upload your latest Instagram reel, but for day-to-day browsing, I don't think most people are gonna feel it. As you can see, the iPhone 16 Pro Max with Wi-Fi 7 is hitting near gigabit speeds on my network, while the iPhone 16e with Wi-Fi 6 will do about 300 to 400 megabits per second or so, give or take. Again, the iPhone 16 Pro Max is definitely much faster, but the iPhone 16e is not slow by any means. All right, now let's put this phone into perspective. How does it compare to previous iPhones, and does it make sense as an upgrade? When comparing it to the iPhone SE3 from 2022, the 16e is a massive upgrade in design, display, performance, and battery life. The SE3 had a small 4.7-inch LCD, a single camera system, and an older design with the much larger bezels. The 16e modernizes all of that with a larger OLED display, a much better camera system despite still being a single lens, and improved battery life, making it a significant upgrade for anyone coming from an iPhone SE. When compared to the iPhone 11, the 16e is still much faster, has a significantly better display, and features an improved camera system with that 48 megapixel sensor. The 11 still had an LCD and the older A13 Bionic chip, which is now gonna start feeling pretty slow. The 16e also brings improved battery life and a more compact, refined design. Now, compared to the iPhone 16, which I think is only fair because it is called iPhone 16e and Apple introduced it as a member of the iPhone 16 family, that's where things get a little more interesting. The 16 has a brighter display, an ultra-wide camera, ultra-wideband support, millimeter wave support, and more. While day-to-day performance will feel pretty similar between the two, as both have the latest chip, although the 16e uses a binned 4 GPU chip instead of the iPhone 16's 5 GPU chip, and also both do have OLED displays, the iPhone 16 offers better outdoor visibility and a much more capable camera system, along with a ton of quality of life features like MagSafe. All right, so where does this leave us? The iPhone 16e is a solid phone, but does it justify its $599 price? In my opinion, the iPhone 16e is fine. It's not bad, but it's also not the best value for your dollar. It has a solid display, great battery life, a capable camera, and Apple's first in-house modem, which we've seen, performs admirably. I just think that there are a few too many corners cut when it comes to value. In fact, for the same price of the iPhone 16e, you can pick up a refurbished iPhone 15 Pro on Amazon, link down in the description. And that's the problem. A refurbished iPhone 15 Pro gives you a 120 Hz Pro Motion display, which is much smoother than the iPhone 16e's 60 Hz screen. You get a triple camera system with real telephoto and ultra wide lenses, a more modern design with the titanium frame, dynamic island, and a much faster USB-C port. And you get the A17 Pro chip, which is still powerful and ready for all the Apple Intelligence features that the iPhone 16e also supports. If you absolutely want a brand new, unused, entry-level iPhone, then the iPhone 16e makes sense. But if you're open to shopping for refurbished or used models, I recommend that everyone take a closer look at the iPhone 15 Pro instead, because you'll be getting a lot more iPhone for your money. Like It's not even close. Again, if you want to dive deeper into Apple's biggest move with the iPhone 16e, the C1 modem, I got exclusive access to Apple's modem testing labs. I saw firsthand how Apple stress tests this chip for reliability, network performance, and power efficiency. Click here to watch my behind the scenes tour and see what makes the C1 modem such a big deal. Also, let me know in the comments, what do you think about the iPhone 16e at this price point? Does it make sense for you, or would you go for a refurbished 15 Pro instead? Let me show you something wild. This iPhone, my iPhone, might actually help regrow a forest in Brazil. And no, I'm not kidding. Apple has set a deadline for itself. By 2030, it wants to be completely carbon neutral. Every product, every factory, every last shipment. Part of that plan involves pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into forests halfway across the planet. But how does planting trees help Apple slash its carbon footprint? And is it really anything more than a flashy marketing ploy? Today I'm taking you with me on a trip I took to Brazil, into the Atlantic forest, to learn about Apple's ambitious Restore Fund, and to hear a conversation I had with Lisa Jackson, Apple's VP of Environment, to find out if the phone in your pocket can really save a forest 5,000 miles away.
The environment is one of Apple's core values, right? And so if you look at the environment, we've set 3 main areas where we work. And the first is addressing climate change. And we purposely don't say just remove our carbon footprint. We say address climate change. So we try to do it in a way where we can be an example to others in the private sector, where we are.
The Restore Fund is more than just a green initiative. It's a breakthrough in blending corporate responsibility with tangible, on-the-ground results. In Brazil's Atlantic forest, a region once devastated by centuries of deforestation, Apple is partnering with local experts to restore biodiversity and measure carbon sequestration with advanced technology. But how does a tech giant balance economic incentives with ecological priorities? Can a company-led initiative like the Restore Fund address the scale of the climate crisis? And what does a forest in Brazil have to do with the phone in your pocket anyway? It all starts with Apple's 2030 initiative. It's a blueprint for aligning a global company's entire supply chain and product life cycle with the planet's needs. The goal is carbon neutrality by 2030, and it extends beyond Apple's direct emissions to encompass everything from material sourcing to the energy used when you charge your device.
We've committed to run our entire company on renewable energy since 2018. And of course, with Apple 2030, we're taking it a step further. We want to have zero carbon neutral impact on climate by the year 2030. We have to look at our supply chain, and we have to look at their carbon footprint.
Through its scale and influence, Apple prods suppliers worldwide to match its environmental standards. The company has already cut its carbon footprint by 55%, with a target of 75%. But the final 25%, often the hardest to eliminate, requires some new approaches.
We're already reduced at 55%, so we have another 20% to go, and that's the work we're doing in partnership with our suppliers. We're done, we need them to do it. But the Restore Fund is to help address that last 25%, to get us time between now and when the next set of technologies is ready for coming to market.
In addition, Apple invests in renewable energy on behalf of its customers so that even the electricity used to power iPhones or Macs is offset. This underscores Apple's view that the relationship with a product doesn't end when you take it home. It continues throughout its entire lifespan. Next, let's talk about the Restore Fund. Launched in 2021, Apple's Restore Fund started at $200 million and has grown beyond $400 million, targeting the last portion of Apple's emissions while still offering a financial return. And the idea is simple yet ambitious. Use nature-based solutions to remove carbon from the atmosphere and do so in a financially stable way.
The Restore Fund is actually just a carbon removal technology dressed in the costume of nature. It's removing carbon from the air to cover that last 25% of our carbon footprint and doing it in a way that's friendly for business, meaning it's an investment. It's an investment that pays back the money invested, but also offers a return, two types of return, a return in money, in an economic return, but also carbon has to be removed.
Now, skepticism around carbon credits has long dogged corporate sustainability efforts. Many question whether these projects truly deliver on their climate promises. Apple addresses this by setting rigorous standards for how carbon is monitored, verified, and reported, working with partners like Conservation International.
One of the things that we believe we can do is to help raise the bar, set a very high standard for monitoring these projects, carbon removal projects, monitoring offsets, quantifying them, reporting on them, being transparent on them. And the Symbiosis project is a great example of that here in Brazil.
Once spanning much of Brazil's eastern coast, the Atlantic forest has lost over 80% of its original expanse. Centuries of unsustainable logging, agriculture, and urbanization left many areas simply depleted. Yet here, near the coastal town of Trancoso in Bahia, Apple is working with a forest management and investment company called Symbiosis to revive this treasured rainforest. Symbiosis began collecting and planting seeds from what they call mother trees, the most resilient specimens that survived rampant deforestation. Founder and CEO Bruno Mariani started with the highest quality genetic material from a vast native reserve, believing that strong seed genetics would attract diverse fauna and insects to repopulate the forest. Mariani has described his inspiration as rooted in seeing how nature can rebound with the right care. Plant nursery manager Michael Mello echoes that philosophy, referring to the mother tree as the source of all restoration energy. For him, each seedling produced from those mother trees has the potential to grow into a robust, biodiverse forest that supports wildlife, local communities, and long-term carbon capture. In 2024 alone, Symbiosis planted over 1 million seedlings across 1,000 hectares, which was an ambitious target designed to create what's known as continuous cover forest, one that remains fully forested and productive without resorting to the exploitative logging practices that have long plagued this region for centuries. Symbiosis isn't just about planting trees though, it's also about ensuring sustainable timber production that preserves biodiversity. Alan Batista, the company's CFO, points out that continuous cover forestry stores carbon both in woody biomass and in the soil, creating an enduring carbon sink. When managed carefully, selectively harvested wood can be regrown continuously, supporting local economies without sacrificing the forest's long-term health.
Well, we're encouraging economic incentives because that makes the project much more likely to survive over the long term. People work there, people have jobs there, and the material and timber that's produced, if it's done in a way that's sustainable, you know, when that's done, wood is a renewable resource. It can be regrown, and in doing so, it actually has a huge positive impact on our atmosphere and on climate change.
Now, one of the most striking features of the Atlantic Forest Project is the use of the iPhone's LiDAR scanner and satellite imagery to measure carbon capture. Symbiosis uses data from partners like Space Intelligence to map land use and track forest growth, integrating it with precise LiDAR scans taken in the field.
The measurement of how much carbon is being stored in any tree at any time can be very time consuming and is based on estimates that can be somewhat imprecise. So we can use technology like the LiDAR in our iPhones to be able to much more precisely measure the circumference and the height and the area of a tree's trunk, for instance, and really cut down on how much guesswork or estimation is involved in the process.
This technology-driven approach helps Apple ensure every ton of carbon counted is real and verified. By standardizing these practices, Apple hopes to bring transparency and credibility to an area of climate action that's often accused of fuzzy math and vague claims. Now, some observers wonder if projects like Symbiosis are enough to move the needle on global deforestation and climate change. And Lisa acknowledges these concerns.
All the technologies that we need will not be ready. So first we have to reduce as much as possible our carbon footprint, but the Restore Fund is to help address that last 25%.
By combining rigorous scientific oversight with local partnerships, Apple aims to prove that nature-based solutions can work at scale. The hope is that other corporations, governments, and investors will replicate this model elsewhere, amplifying its impact far beyond Apple's supply chain. If the Restore Fund demonstrates strong returns both financially and ecologically, it could spark a new wave of corporate-led restoration initiatives. But the question remains, will Apple's example be enough to convince other industry giants to step up? Now, for Lisa Jackson, this work is more than just a professional milestone. Growing up in New Orleans, she experienced firsthand the consequences of polluted air and unsafe water, an upbringing that shaped her belief in environmental stewardship.
I grew up in the city, and the first time I really became aware of the environment was the negative impacts when the air isn't clean or the water isn't safe to drink, or land has been polluted, all of which was not uncommon in the industrial areas outside of New Orleans and impacted our air in New Orleans and impacted our water quality. And so I just believe so strongly. Originally I wanted to be a doctor because when you're great at science and math, your doctor is sort of your first scientist that you know really well, and mine was a woman, and I thought I want to be just like her. But as I moved through my career, by the time I got to college, I really came to believe that the most important thing I could do as an engineer was to ensure that the projects that we work on, that I worked on, actually were good for people's health as well, which means preserving and taking care of the environment.
Today, that personal passion fuels Apple's lofty goals. Instead of focusing solely on minimizing harm, Apple is leaning into actively restoring ecosystems and partnering with communities to make it happen. So that's the story. A $200 million bet on forests, a 2030 deadline looming, and the idea that the devices we use every day could actually heal the planet. It sounds idealistic, maybe even impossible, but Apple's Restore Fund in Brazil is trying to prove that reforestation, local communities, and cutting-edge tech can work together to capture carbon and reshape how we think about supply chains. If Apple really hits carbon neutrality by 2030, it won't just change the phone in your hand. It could be a blueprint for how global companies pivot from pollution to regeneration. So the next time you swipe through Instagram or charge up your battery, remember, there's a rainforest out there growing alongside these products we hold so dear. And that, in a world full of climate doom scrolling, might just be the spark of optimism we all need. Oh, and since I was talking to her anyway, you know I had to ask Lisa if she was actually standing on the roof of Apple Park during that infamous keynote, or if that was some of Apple's Hollywood magic.
Oh no, it's real. Just like all the work we're doing on climate change is real. I was up on the roof. It was amazing, and sort of a once in a lifetime.
Apple just dropped a new iPad Air, and it's only been 293 days since the last one. That's officially one of the shortest lifespans ever for an iPad. So did Apple rush this, or is there something here you genuinely need to see? The biggest upgrade this year is Apple's M3 chip. In fact, that's literally the only hardware change in the new Air. So why should you care about a chip upgrade that may seem minor at first glance? Let me tell you. With the M3, you're getting a 35% faster CPU, 40% faster GPU, and 60% faster neural engine compared to the M1 iPad Air, and it's about 20% faster than last year's M2 version, though honestly, if you've got that one, you probably don't need this. In everyday use, this means tasks like launching apps, multitasking, editing high-resolution photos and videos are all noticeably faster and smoother. Plus, for the first time on the iPad Air, advanced graphics features like dynamic caching, hardware-accelerated ray tracing, and mesh shading deliver significantly improved graphics performance for supported apps and games. Practically speaking, this means games are going to look more realistic, animations will feel smoother, and graphics-intensive apps like photo editing software respond quicker and more fluidly, making the entire experience noticeably more responsive. Now, while that is all true, you will have a hard time finding iPad games that are optimized with hardware-accelerated ray tracing and mesh shading. Warhammer is one you can download right now, and there are more coming. Now, early benchmarks are backing all of this up 2. Geekbench 6 results show the M3 iPad Air hitting an average multi-core CPU score of around 11,600, which is about 18% faster than last year's M2 powered Air, which averaged about 9,800. And that's pretty much in line with what we've seen on the M3 Max as well. Typically, they were about 20% faster than their M2 counterpart. So practically, that means launching apps in a snap, smoother multitasking, and significantly better performance in games. Basically, making your daily experience more fluid and enjoyable. That said, I think you'd feel this speed increase more on a Mac than you would on an iPad for the majority of use cases. Now, interestingly, the introduction of the M3 Air means the previous M2 model becomes the second shortest lived iPad ever at just 293 days, only beaten by 2012's iPad 3, which lasted just 221. Now, last year, Apple also added a 13-inch size for the iPad Air alongside the classic 11-inch, and the 13 still feels fantastic. The larger screen is like upgrading from a compact studio apartment to a spacious condo, and everything just feels bigger and more comfortable. Things like watching movies, gaming, productivity, it all feels elevated with those extra inches. And think about it, when you're streaming a movie or immersed in a game, bigger screens just make everything better. The 13-inch Air feels like holding a portable theater right in your hand. And it's the closest tablet experience you'll get to a laptop minus the bulk. That said, this year I focused more on the 11-inch Air because let's face it, portability does matter. The smaller footprint and lightweight design make it incredibly easy to carry around, and honestly, it's so compact you might even not realize it's in your bag. This thing effortlessly slides into backpacks, making it perfect for commuting, traveling, or just moving between meetings without ever feeling weighed down. Now, let's talk accessories. The Apple Pencil Pro remains one of my favorite Apple accessories of all time. That squeeze gesture gives you satisfying haptic feedback, which is perfect for quickly accessing tools without breaking your creative flow. And the barrel roll gesture lets you change the angle of your marks naturally without repositioning the iPad itself. It's intuitive and seamless, and this just feels great to use, and of course snaps onto the side where it charges. Now, the bigger story this year though is that the Magic Keyboard also got a refresh, blending elements from previous versions. The updated keyboard has a larger trackpad for precision tasks and a new 14-key function row at the top for quick controls like brightness and volume, similar to the iPad Pro version. But this does skip the premium features like haptic trackpad feedback, and also that sturdier aluminum build is in here as it sticks with the original silicone exterior, although it does feel more solid. Pricing wise, this keyboard starts at $269 for this 11-inch model and $319 for the 13-inch, which to be honest feels pricey. To put into perspective, for $40 more than the 13-inch keyboard, you can buy a brand new base level iPad or a couple of HomePod minis with cash to spare. So you've got to really love typing or just really hate having money. Oh, and interestingly, it's only available in white, so I hope you're a fan of keeping things clean. The iPad attaches magnetically to the keyboard through Apple's smart connector, which means no Bluetooth pairing hassle. Plus, there is a USB-C port built into the hinge for wired charging, making the whole setup very convenient. Now, aside from the chip update, literally everything else from the M2 iPad Air remains unchanged on the M3. Get the same cameras, the familiar 10-hour battery life, identical dimensions, and compatibility with existing accessories. Even the colors, space gray, starlight, blue, and purple, are exactly the same. So if you liked last year's shades, good news, as Apple copy and pasted it here perfectly. Prices are also unchanged, starting at $599 for the 11-inch and $799 for the 13-inch. So here's the thing. The M3 makes this Air feel closer to the Pro than ever before. You're getting near Pro level performance in a significantly more affordable package. It doesn't have the high refresh rate ProMotion, tandem OLED display, or Face ID, as those are still exclusive to the Pro model. But honestly, while I miss those features when using the Air, this device is more than enough for the vast majority of buyers. Bottom line, if you bought an M2 Air, you're fine sitting this one out. But if your current iPad is still rocking a home button, yeah, it's definitely upgrade time. And if you're looking to get the most iPad you can without hitting Pro level pricing, this new Air is the sweet spot again. Most people buy a MacBook Air because it's portable, not because it's powerful. But with the M4, Apple isn't just upgrading. It might have accidentally killed the MacBook Pro for a lot of people. You see, with the new M4 chip, the MacBook Air didn't just level up. It's blurring the line between everyday laptop and professional powerhouse. This is the laptop I'm going to be recommending to just about everyone. So let's talk about it, starting with the unboxing. Opening up the box, you get the MacBook Air itself right on top. This one's the 13-inch version in Apple's new sky blue finish, wrapped neatly in this protective paper. You also get the compact 35-watt charging brick that cleverly packs two USB USB-C ports, which is great for charging 2 devices at once. And there's this nice touch right here, a braided MagSafe charging cable that matches the laptop's sky blue color perfectly. Now these days, the packaging is minimal, no surprise there, but the matching sky blue MagSafe cable is a nice touch. But trust me, the real surprises are inside the MacBook Air itself. Oh, and quick heads up, my review of the beastly new M3 Ultra Max Studio is dropping very soon, so definitely subscribe so you don't miss that. All right, let's talk about what makes this MacBook Air tick, the M4 chip. Apple Silicon has been impressive since M1, but with M4, the company is obviously flexing some serious muscle. In everyday use, this laptop feels like a dream. Apps open instantly, multitasking is buttery smooth, and even heavier tasks like exporting 4K videos or running Xcode builds are faster than you typically expect on an Air. If you're wondering how much faster, Apple says the M4 Air is up to 2 times faster than the M1 model and up to an insane 23 times faster than the fastest Intel-based MacBook Air from about 5 years ago. So realistically, that means if you're coming from a 2020 Intel MacBook Air or even the first M1 Air, you're gonna notice a night and day difference. Now for context, compared to the M3 Air from last generation, the M4's gains are there, but they're way more incremental. It's an upgrade you'll appreciate in heavier workflows, but maybe not something you'd immediately feel just browsing the web. So if you've got an M3 or even an M2 and you're feeling like you need to upgrade, skip the M4 MacBook Air and get an M4 Pro based MacBook Pro instead. Now the key here is efficiency. All this speed comes without sacrificing battery life or turning the Air into a hot, loud mess. It still has no fan, so you get completely silent operation and still gets around 18 hours of battery on a charge, so you can power through a workday, editing videos using AI and retouching photos, all unplugged without hunting for an outlet. So the bottom line on performance. The MacBook Air used to be seen as a student email machine, but not anymore. Apple Silicon has turned it into a legitimate portable workhorse. Unless you're routinely pushing ultra high-end tasks like professional 3D rendering or massive software builds, the MacBook Air M4 can likely handle your workload with ease, all while staying thin, quiet, and cool. Next, one of the most welcome quality of life upgrades here is the new webcam. The MacBook Air finally gets a 12 megapixel camera with center stage, and it's actually good. In video calls, you'll appear sharper and more evenly lit than on the old 720p or even 1080p webcams. The magic here is center stage. The camera uses machine learning to keep you centered in the frame as you move around. If you tend to gesture or get up during meetings, the Air will pan and zoom subtly to follow you, almost like having a cameraman framing your shot, which makes calls feel more dynamic and engaging. And there's also the desk view feature. This was introduced a few years ago, but it's still pretty wild. The camera can simultaneously show your face and an overhead view of your desk. So if you're presenting something physical like sketching a note or showing a gadget, for example, during a Zoom or FaceTime call, desk view gives the person a top-down look as if you had a second camera pointing downwards at your table. It's a neat trick for remote teachers, creatives, or just anyone who ever tried to hold something up awkwardly to their webcam. Now overall, the combo of 12 megapixel sensor and center stage means the Air is now on par with iPads in terms of webcam smarts. Your video calls are going to be clearer and easier to manage since you can move around a bit without leaving the frame. This is one of those small improvements that makes a big difference now that so many of us live on video calls. All right, next, this is a big one for power users. The MacBook Air M4 supports dual external displays while also using the laptop's own display at the same time. Yes, Apple finally unlocked true multi-monitor for the Air. So in plain English, you can connect 2 monitors to the laptop and run all 3 screens at once, something no MacBook Air has been able to do until now. The previous M1 and M2 were able to do 1 external display, and the M3 Air could do 2 external displays as long as the lid of the Air itself was closed. That's called clamshell mode. But here on the M4, those restrictions are a thing of the past. So as you can see here, I was able to connect 2 Apple Studio displays to the M4 MacBook Air, and the result is 3 usable screens. This meant I could have my editing timeline on one, a preview on another, and notes and messaging on the laptop screen all at the same time. It's a huge productivity boost that previously required you to buy the MacBook Pro. If you're a student or professional who likes to have multiple windows open, documents, spreadsheets, research, a Zoom meeting on one side, the dual monitor support will be a big deal for your workflow. All right, let's step away from specs for a moment and talk colors. Even though it has no bearing on using the device, people love talking colors. Apple introduced this new sky blue finish, and honestly, it's subtle and maybe a bit bit too subtle. You see, under the right lighting, like outdoors or studio lights, the icy blue gradient effect here looks fantastic. But indoors or under typical lighting, it kind of just looks like a silver MacBook Air. Personally, I would have loved something more vibrant, closer to the saturated blues you see on something like Microsoft's Surface laptops and tablets. Sky blue isn't bad, but it almost feels like you need to have another MacBook Air nearby to constantly compare it against to see that yes, it is actually blue. But how does sky blue compare to Apple's other colors? Well, Starlight is the more subdued option, a sort of warm champagne or pale gold. Starlight can sometimes just look like silver with a tiny dash of gold, whereas sky blue clearly has that cool tint to it. And Midnight, on the other hand, is the obvious dark, almost black blue that Apple introduced with the M2. Sleek, stealthy, and starting with the M3 model last year, has a fingerprint-resistant matte anodized finish. The other colors don't have that same finish since they're lighter, which means fingerprints aren't nearly as visible. But back to sky blue. As I said, I do wish Apple had dialed up the saturation just a bit more, but it's the same request I have about the iPad Air and iPhone Pro colors. So maybe that's just me, and this is blue, by the way. Let me know in the comments if I'm the only one seeking brighter colors. Still, it's great to finally see Apple giving us more personality alongside performance. Oh, and if you're deciding between the 13-inch and 15-inch models, aside from the obvious difference in screen size, the larger version also sports a 6-speaker sound system with force-canceling woofers compared to the 4-speaker array with no woofers on the smaller MacBook Air. Aside from that, it's really just about display and weight. All right, after using the new MacBook Air M4, it's clear Apple has made their most popular laptop even better without compromising its identity. It's still incredibly thin, fanless and silent, and lasts all day on battery. But now it's a lot more powerful, a lot more versatile with dual displays, and a bit more fun thanks to that sky blue flare and the improved webcam. This is an iterative upgrade done right. Nothing radical. All the updates here are meaningful in day-to-day use. For most people, the MacBook Air M4 hits the sweet spot. It handles work, school, and creative tasks like a champ, and it looks good doing it. Unless you truly need the extra horsepower of a MacBook Pro for things like high-end workflows and specialized pro software, I'd say save your money and go with the Air. It is that good. You might think the iPhone 16 Pro is old news after 7 months on the market, but guess what? The most interesting stuff about this phone didn't exist on launch day. Apple's been drip feeding new features, some game-changing, some half-baked, and the question is, did the iPhone 16 Pro and Pro Max quietly become some of the best phones you can buy, or has Apple fumbled the bag? Most people assume that after half a year, you already know everything there is to know. Maybe they think the iPhone 16 Pro is just an incremental upgrade, no big leaps in design, cameras, or battery, or they hear Apple Intelligence and assume this phone is mostly hype. But I'm here to tell you there's more going on under the hood than you'd expect, because in the last 7 months, Apple has rolled out iOS updates that have quietly reshaped the 16 Pro's performance, camera smarts, and everyday AI features. So here's the plan. I've been using the iPhone 16 Pro, or specifically the Pro Max, every day since launch, testing the new Apple Intelligence, measuring battery life, pushing the camera to the limit. I'll break down 5 core areas, including Apple's big Siri controversy. Then we'll dive into the phone's downsides, because yes, there are some real cons. And by the end, you'll know if this phone's worth your money or if you should hold out and wait for the iPhone 17. Let's jump right in. And let's start with something you might not realize. Apple actually increased the screen sizes on the 16 Pro models, making them both a little bit bigger. Normally, bigger display means clumsier phone, right? But not quite. The iPhone 16 Pro's 6.3-inch screen is paired with a thinner bezel and a refined titanium frame, so it somehow fits in the hand almost as comfortably as last year's 15 Pro. The Pro Max got the same treatment too, and this has been the phone I've kept in my pocket since launch day. Now, the new displays hit a scorching 2000 nits of brightness outdoors. So if you spend time in direct sunlight, you'll notice text and images pop even more than on previous Pro models. And that might sound incremental, but in day-to-day use, it's a real difference when you're outside taking photos or watching videos at the park. But if you think a slightly bigger, brighter screen is where things end, hold on, because the A18 Pro chip inside is pulling off some next level tricks. And one of them might even have you rethinking how you use your phone for tasks you normally reserve for a laptop. So let's talk performance. People expect the usual, it's faster than last year, but Apple's A18 Pro is borderline ridiculous. Picture exporting a 4K 60 frame per second video project on your phone in under 5 minutes, something that used to require a MacBook. That's the level we're playing at now. The A18 Pro uses a 3nm process, giving you more transistors packed into a smaller space, which translates to higher performance with less heat. Benchmarks put it around 15% faster in CPU tasks than the A17 Pro, but real-world gains often feel bigger, especially for GPU-heavy tasks like gaming or video editing. I've run AAA console-style titles, games like Resident Evil and Assassin's Creed, and they barely made the phone warm. This isn't just more speed, it actually changes how you use your phone. Editing high-res footage in LumaFusion, or rendering sophisticated filters in Snapchat, or just flipping between 342, yes, I counted, Safari tabs. It's basically unstoppable. And Apple Intelligence, which is their AI suite, draws on that neural engine to do on-device image generation, text rewriting, and object removal in photos nearly instantly. But I know, raw horsepower only gets you so far if the iPhone dies by dinner. If you're thinking, sure, it's fast, but I'll bet the battery can't keep up, let's talk about why the iPhone 16 Pro might be Apple's best endurance phone yet and how it actually defies the usual trade-off between speed and battery life. So here's something unexpected. I took a weekend trip and forgot my charger. Now normally that's a panic moment, but the iPhone 16 Pro Max in particular breezed through a day and a half of moderate use with me turning on low power mode at the beginning of the second day. I actually survived until Sunday afternoon before I had to find a charger. Now that's borderline iPhone Plus in the old days territory. So what changed to make this happen? Thanks to the A18 Pro's efficiency and a slightly bigger battery capacity in both models, Apple says you get up to 3 extra hours of video playback compared to last year's Pro. And in practice, that means heavy users still finish the day with 20 to 30% battery left, and light users are gonna stretch into day 2. And I've noticed significantly less battery drain while shooting 4K video and gaming, which is usually a death sentence for batteries. If you're traveling or commuting, the 16 Pro Max battery performance is legit. Even when you're pushing it with data hotspots and GPS navigation and camera usage all day, it's tough to kill before dinner. And sure, you can charge halfway through the day just to be safe, but you probably won't need to. All right, now that we're set on entertainment, let's talk cameras. Because the biggest camera surprise on the iPhone 16 lineup isn't the bigger sensor or the 5x telephoto coming down to the standard Pro. It's the brand new side button that can fundamentally change how you snap photos and take videos. Think of it like a DSLR style shutter, except it can also swipe and trigger AI features. Yes, you can half press it to lock focus, but if you lightly slide your finger across it, you can do things like switch lenses or adjust exposure. That's something iPhone users haven't had before. In fast-moving moments, your kid's soccer goal, or your dog doing something ridiculous, you don't want to rummage through the camera app to toggle zoom or switch to portrait mode. Now, you can just press once to open the camera instantly, even from a lock screen, half press to set your focus, and full click for the shot. If you want to go telephoto, you do the quick swipe on the button and you're there. Now, this isn't as perfect as a dedicated zoom ring, of course, and it does take some getting used to versus just pinching on the screen, but I know some people who swear by the camera control. Me, I use it as a camera launcher and shutter, but do all my zooming and lens switching on screen itself. Meanwhile, both the iPhone 16 Pro and Pro Max share the same triple lens system. First, you have a 48 megapixel main with upgraded image processing for even better low light. Second, you've got a 48 megapixel ultra wide, which gives you crisp macro shots and improved night performance. And then the 5x telephoto, which was on the Pro Max, on the 15 Pro Max, but now comes to the 16 Pro as well. This is perfect for portraits or capturing details from a distance without digital zoom mush. When it comes to image quality, Apple's photonic engine means bright colors, dynamic range that captures city lights without losing the night sky, and refined smart HDR. 4K 120 frame per second slow-mo is also here for super smooth action footage, and these phones can capture spatial video for the Apple Vision Pro, recording slightly offset images that allow 3D playback in VR and AR. This is the mode I recommend shooting any special moments in, because if you don't have a Vision Pro today, one day they're gonna be everywhere, and seeing your memories in full 3D is just so moving. So, the iPhone 16 Pro nails performance, battery, and cameras, but what about that Apple Intelligence story? Genmoji, cleanup in photos, ChatGPT integration, and the big Siri features that were announced. If you watched WWDC last year, you heard that Siri was supposed to become your personal assistant on steroids, but the reality might shock you. We've all seen the ads from Apple. The iPhone 16 lineup was built as the first phone built from the ground up for AI. Apple teased futuristic Siri features like reading your emails, piecing together flight info, and basically becoming your on-device version of ChatGPT, but that knew everything about you. So, 7 months in, guess what? That Siri upgrade is still nowhere to be found. So what do we have? We have Genmoji, where you can type in something like octopus in a spacesuit and get a custom emoji sticker, which is silly, but it is fun and I do like it. You have writing tools to help improve the content you're writing to make it sound friendlier or more professional, or to pull out a summary from large text, or generate a list of action items within a big piece of text. This is one I personally haven't used much at all. There's the image playground, which Apple is trying to make sound like a big deal, but really just feels like it's there, I don't know, I want to say for fun, but it's not even really fun. It's weird. It's a mini AI art generator living inside iOS, which I guess is good for meme creation or quick sketches, but you can use just about any other AI image generator on Earth, any of them. I can't think of one that performs worse than Image Playground in Apple Intelligence. Then there's cleanup in photos, one-tap object removal. Literally insane how well it can erase photo bombers in the background of your photos. We've got Siri plus ChatGPT, where Siri can send requests to ChatGPT optionally if you choose to, giving you more human answers. And you'll notice it's better at random queries than it used to be. Then there's visual intelligence, which is built into the camera. You point your camera at a plant or a dog, and the phone identifies the species. Or you can aim it at a flyer and instantly add an event to your calendar, or ask ChatGPT or Google for more information about something you're looking at. That's genuinely cool. But then there's Siri. Again, Apple originally hyped the iPhone 16 series as the phones that would bring Siri into a whole new era. 10 months ago, they showcased Siri supposedly reading your emails, cross-referencing your calendar, and pulling up relevant info on screen in real time. They basically pitched a personal assistant that could handle complex tasks with no questions asked. But here's a twist. Again, 10 months after the announcement, 7 months after the release of the devices, that next level Siri is still missing in action. Instead of rolling out on-screen awareness and personal context, Apple quietly announced that those features were delayed until sometime in the coming year. In other words, don't expect them in iOS 18 at all, as they're now iOS 19 features at best. That's left early adopters scratching their heads, wondering how an iPhone built for AI ended up with a half-finished Siri experience. Industry insiders point to internal dysfunction. According to reports from The Information, Apple's AI and ML, that's artificial intelligence and machine learning team, were mockingly nicknamed aimless by some staff, and they wrestled with leadership changes and feature bloat. That flashy demo at WWDC turned out to be more of a pitch deck than a working prototype, surprising even folks on the Siri team when they saw it. Meanwhile, Apple's privacy-first ethos meant on-device AI development was extra complicated. So when the curtain fell, the advanced Siri features just weren't ready, leading Apple software chief Craig Federighi to step in and promise a thorough overhaul rather than a rushed release. As a result, what we have now is a Siri that's marginally smarter thanks to behind-the-scenes ChatGPT queries and the addition of instruction manual support, and is now able to kind of carry on a conversation. And all these things work pretty well for what they are, but they're things that just don't match up to what Apple sold us in the first place. And again, sure, the phone can identify a plant at a glance and generate fun emoji stickers and erase distractions from images like magic. Yet that game-changing Siri 2.0 remains a no-show, leaving many users to wonder if Apple just oversold the vision or simply underestimated the complicated challenge. Either way, the iPhone 16 Pro currently showcases incremental improvements rather than the paradigm-shifting AI revolution Apple, I want to say hinted at, but it wasn't hinting. It was probably the biggest announcement of WWDC 2024. So the big question is whether we'll finally see that transformation in the next iPhone cycle, because we're not going to see it in this one. All right, so you know the iPhone's biggest strengths and also the biggest disappointment. However, we're not done. Let's talk about some other cons you should consider before you rush to upgrade. Here's some of the key drawbacks that will matter to some. These phones start expensive and only go up with storage. If you're upgrading yearly, you might question whether incremental improvements justify the cost, especially if you already own a 15 Pro. Just don't do it. Then there's the incremental design. Titanium is nice and thinner bezels are cool, but overall, it's not a radical departure from last year. If you want a brand new look, you're not gonna find it here. Then the camera control, again, I told you I like it, but many users find it awkward, especially people who are left-handed. Swiping to zoom is slick, but not always 100% reliable. And I know I mentioned earlier, again, I know people who swear by this new button, but I also know several who have disabled it completely in settings. And then again, when it comes to Apple Intelligence and AI features, I don't think I need to say more than I've already said. 7 months in, the iPhone 16 Pro has surprised me in more ways than I expected. A bigger display that doesn't feel huge in the hand, an A18 Pro chip that obliterates typical iPhone tasks, battery life rivaling Apple's best, a new camera control button that I find actually useful, AI features that just feel tacked on and don't really change my day-to-day at all. And yes, Siri's supercharged personal context is still MIA, and that's a huge disappointment. The phone is also expensive, not a radical redesign, and remains somewhat bulky if you go with the Pro Max size. Yet, it's arguably Apple's most refined, future-proof device right now. If you're on an iPhone 13 or older, the iPhone 16 Pro is a massive jump. But if you're rocking a 14 or 15 Pro, you're gonna wanna hold out for the iPhone 17 at the earliest. Either way, the iPhone 16 Pro is anything but old news. Apple's continuous updates have kept it fresh and quite possibly turned it into one of the best iPhones you can buy today. You just finished Severance and it blew your mind. But you're making a huge mistake if your next move is to cancel Apple TV Plus. There are 3 brand new Apple originals flying under the radar right now, and each one might be even better than what brought you to Apple TV in the first place. Apple might not have the biggest library, but what it does have right now is range. A sharp comedy that punches at Hollywood, a slick thriller hiding secrets behind the front doors of the biggest mansions in the neighborhood, and a high-stakes crime story that kicks off with one very bad decision. Let's break them down, starting with your friends and neighbors. This one's sneaky, literally. John Hamm, who you probably know from Mad Men back in the day, plays a former hedge fund manager who's just lost everything.
I gotta deliver some bad news. You're fired.
What?
His job, his marriage, his status. So what's his plan to hold it all together? He starts robbing his ultra wealthy neighbors at night. Yeah, he throws on a hoodie, sneaks into the mansions down the block, and starts lifting watches and secrets. Now at first it feels like a weird side hustle, but every break-in reveals something darker, whether it's affairs or blackmail, or even bigger crimes brewing behind those closed doors. The more he steals, the deeper he gets tangled in everyone else's mess. Now what really sells this one for me is the tone, because it's part thriller and part dark comedy. There's a lot of laughing going on. It's Desperate Housewives energy meets Breaking Bad choices, and know it sounds weird, but somehow this just works. Now, I attended a panel given by Apple TV Plus to learn more about the production of this show, and what's interesting is the portrayal of wealth in the Westchester community was a key consideration with an emphasis on aspirational wealth. And the goal was to depict the tension between characters' income levels and aspirations, contributing to the whole story's chaos. There were discussions about portraying income levels and wealth with a focus on not overplaying those things, and even the community where they shot the show was considered a character in and of itself.
We talked a lot about how we're portraying the income levels of wealth, and we found it really important to not overplay that hand and to show that the tension between all these different characters and their income level and their wealth and their aspiration really plays into this sort of nature of the story and the kind of chaos that John finds himself in.
Ham's character obviously is making terrible decisions, but he's still magnetic and you can't look away. And everyone around him is complicated or shady or just way more involved than they let on. So if you're into mystery with some bite, something that makes you laugh and makes you lean in at the same time, Your Friends and Neighbors is one to lock in. Okay, you've seen what's hiding behind the front doors of suburbia. This next one flips the tone and the pace, bringing us straight into Hollywood chaos. It's called The Studio, and this one is a mess in the best way possible. This show is a fast-talking Hollywood satire where everything that can go wrong does go wrong, with Seth Rogen playing a guy who just landed his dream job.
It's gonna be perfect.
Running a major movie studio. And from day one, it is total chaos. Now, I know people who work in the entertainment and movie industry, and what they tell me about this show is that it is dead on. Some things are obviously exaggerated for the screen and for laughter, but everyone who I know in this industry could see themselves in this show just doing their normal job. So every episode starts with a small problem, and by the end, the entire studio is on fire, sometimes literally. But there's also a key flex. Every episode includes a long, high-stress sequence filmed as a single take with no cuts. Just the camera weaving through an unraveling disaster in real time. These shots are called oneers. And one episode even takes it further where the entire episode is shot entirely from start to finish as a oneer with just one camera shot the entire time. Again, no cuts. It's immersive, ridiculous, and totally works. And the attention to detail is next level. At a recent Apple TV event, I listened to the creative team behind the studio explain how they built the show's world from the ground up. The production design draws from 1920s movie studios and Mayan revival architecture, which is heavy, angular, with texture spaces that feel both grand and crumbly. The costume design makes a sharp visual distinction between the insiders of the studio and the outsiders. Hair and makeup were layered on top of that foundation, all riffing off the set and costume work. It all adds up to a world that looks chaotic and funny on the surface, but if you watch closely, every thread ties back into that bigger satirical picture. Now, what makes it land is how self-aware it is. Again, like I told you, people I know in the industry say, this is how it is. It's poking fun at Hollywood, poking fun at itself, the egos, the panic, the bad decisions, but it also feels like a love letter to the chaos behind the camera. The jokes hit, the pacing is tight, and you end up caring about these train wreck characters way more than you expected to. I like shows that are sharp and quick-witted with just the right amount of unhinged, and you can think of The Studio as Apple TV's answer to Veep, but with more tracking shots and more explosions. All right, now let's talk about a fake DEA raid that goes very, very wrong. The show is Dope Thief, and this one comes out swinging. You've got these two small-time hustlers in Philly, and they come up with what seems like a flawless scam. You pretend to be DEA agents, you raid drug dealers, and you walk away with the cash because no one's gonna call the cops. So the idea is bold and it's fast, and at first it actually works until they hit the wrong stash house. What they thought was an easy score turns out to be cartel connected and under real DEA surveillance. So basically one bad raid and suddenly they've got the feds on one side, a violent drug network on the other, and seemingly no way out. That is the setup. But what makes Dope Thief hit is the execution. Brian Tyler Henry and Wagner Moura are amazing. They're electric. Think high stakes, high stress, and surprisingly funny. And I guess that's a theme between all three of the shows I've been talking about today. Like, they all have a seriousness to them while also maintaining laughter to different degrees, of course. The chemistry on screen between these two guys brings this gritty crime story to life. One minute they're dodging bullets in an alley, and the next they're arguing over snacks in a getaway car. And it looks incredible too. Ridley Scott is an executive producer, and you can feel the cinematic edge to the show. There's moody lighting, tight action, real energy, and the whole thing feels very premium. And it's not trying to reinvent this genre, it just does it really well. So if you're into thrillers with big tension, sharp writing, and characters that actually matter, this one is a ride. And once it starts, it doesn't slow down. So yeah, Severance may be done for now, and we're all lamenting the fact that we have to wait for season 3. Hopefully not 3 years like the wait between seasons 1 and 2. Ben Stiller promised us that wouldn't be the case. Fingers crossed that that holds true. But in the meantime, If that's all you're watching on Apple TV Plus, you are missing out. I just covered 3 brand new shows worth your time, but Apple's already stacked with a bunch of heat. You've got Silo, you've got Shrinking, you've got Slow Horses, and for one that doesn't start with an S, you've got Presumed Innocent. If you haven't seen those yet, that subscription's about to pull its weight. If you end up watching any of these, let me know what you think and if any of them hooked you. Drop a comment down below. This is the new app, or at least that's what Tim Cook wants you to believe after WWDC 2025. Forget iOS 19, macOS 15. Apple just pressed the reset button. A brand new naming scheme, a brand new design language, and a stack of updates that finally makes it all feel different. So let's break down the 10 biggest things Apple just dropped rapid fire. And if you want to see the deep dives on each of these platforms individually, be sure you subscribe so you don't miss those. Now, here's what actually matters. First, the name reset. It's the obvious. Every OS gets a new number. iOS 26, macOS 26. No more what version are we on confusion. Apple wants you to feel like you're stepping into something fresh. And it makes sense. So now iOS, macOS, watchOS, visionOS, tvOS, and iPadOS are all on version 26. But a new name would feel empty if there wasn't also something new to look at. Enter the showstopper, liquid glass design. This is Apple's biggest design overhaul in 12 years since iOS 7. Think soft transparency and translucency everywhere. Menus and apps float, layer, and blend. It's got a clean, futuristic look without being over the top and confusing. And for the first time in years, every Apple device actually looks related, giving us consistency across the board. But design is only skin deep unless it changes the way you use your core apps. Which brings us to the fact that Apple went all in with this redesign. The camera app now has a totally overhauled interface with less clutter, easier controls, and faster access to key features. Safari's new fluid tab bars shrink, expand, and morph depending on context, so it feels less like a browser and more like a full screen experience. In the phone app, Apple cleaned it up. This one is optional and maybe jarring for some at first. Favorites, recents, voicemail, those are all now in one smart consolidated view with glanceable info and swipe back. But Apple didn't just stop at these apps. iPad power users finally get what they've been asking for years. Because yes, iPadOS 26 introduces true multitasking with resizable, movable windows. You're no longer locked to split view or slide over. You can stack, overlap, and move windows freely just like you can on your Mac. There's even a new Mac-style menu bar that shows up when you hover with a mouse or trackpad at the top of the screen, plus better keyboard shortcuts and window snapping. Apple is clearly aiming to bridge the gap between iPad and Mac without actually merging them. This makes the iPad feel more capable, more flexible, and honestly, for the first time, like a real, genuine laptop alternative. Still, messaging is where a lot of us live every day, so Apple addressed that too. We're getting a surprisingly fun set of upgrades to messages. For the first time, you can fully customize your chat backgrounds so your family group text doesn't have to look like your fantasy football thread. And if you're not the artsy type, Apple Intelligence steps in with AI-generated backgrounds that match the vibe of your group. You can also run interactive polls directly in group chats, making it easier to plan hangouts, vote on dinner spots, or just settle debates. Oh, and group chats will also now have typing indicators. It's small stuff, but it's the kind of polish that makes everyday use feel more personal and modern. And these little things add up, especially when AI steps in. Visual intelligence now has the ability to understand what's on your screen in real time. You take a screenshot and it'll instantly scan, identify, and pull out relevant details that you asked for. So let's say you're reading a long email about a meeting. You can ask visual intelligence to extract the date and location and create a calendar event. Or if you're looking at a screenshot of a product, it can recognize it, pull up reviews, and even suggest where to buy the product. But desktop users don't think you've been left out because Apple's making macOS smarter too. Spotlight just became a real power tool in macOS 26, which is officially named macOS Tahoe. Spotlight is faster, smarter, and way more context aware. You can now filter results by file type, recency, or even the app that created them. Plus, it ties in tightly with Apple Intelligence. You can send emails, create notes, play media, send messages, run shortcuts, all without leaving the Spotlight interface. Basically, Command Center meets an AI assistant. Less time digging, more time doing, and it looks and feels cleaner thanks to that new liquid glass design that we talked about. But let's zoom out literally. Apple's also upgrading the spatial computing game. So Vision Pro users, spatial widgets are finally here. You can now pin a weather widget to your wall,
giving you a virtual window, or float your calendar in your workspace, or have reminders subtly anchored in your environment throughout the day. These are fully interactive elements that live in your space, so you can glance, tap, and manipulate them with gestures, all while staying in your flow. It's Apple's most natural integration of utility into mixed reality to date. Widgets done the Apple way, but reimagined for 3D space. And even cooler, the Vision Pro remembers where you place your windows and widgets even after a reboot. What if you want more than just widgets? What if you want real immersive control? This one's for the gamers, and I think personally for the Apple Vision Pro, it is a big deal. In visionOS 26, the Vision Pro will support PlayStation VR2 controllers, unlocking a new tier of immersive precision gameplay inside Apple's spatial device. Now, these are some of the best motion track controllers on the market. It's adaptive triggers and haptics that rival pretty much anything else out there. Apple hasn't fully detailed which games specifically will support it. I assume it's just up to the developer, but the hardware groundwork is now in place. For a platform that's been way more productivity than play, this is a massive shift toward real mixed reality gaming on the Vision Pro. Apple's making another big move to tie all your games together. The Games app is a new full-blown social gaming hub. You can see what your friends are playing in real time, track leaderboard standings, compare achievements, and launch into multiplayer sessions directly from within the app. Think of it as Game Center 2.0, but actually useful. It pulls in all your Apple Arcade titles and App Store games, and on the Mac, all the other games you have installed on your system. After years of treating gaming like an afterthought and some false stop-starts, Apple's finally building the kind of ecosystem that might, maybe, keep up with the serious player, and it's all stored in one place. That's Apple's new playbook. A total reset for the design and experience across their operating systems, focused on refining the day-to-day usability, and a few long overdue upgrades that push their devices forward in meaningful ways.
Apple just flipped the script in a major way with iOS 26. Now, usually, Apple's iOS updates feel familiar, kind of refined, incremental, and predictable in the best way. And as someone who's used every single version of iOS since it debuted, yes, all the way back to the original iPhone, I've seen Apple's software evolution firsthand. But iOS 26, this one's different. Apple didn't just polish what we already had, they've reimagined the experience entirely. Visually stunning, genuinely smarter, and packed with features that we've all been waiting for. So let's dive into why this update is so refreshing. First, the new liquid glass design. Now, the first thing you'll notice, Apple's calling this new UI liquid glass, and honestly, it does feel pretty fitting. Every element from notifications to widgets now floats like translucent panes of glass above your wallpaper, reacting naturally to lighting and motion. So it creates this sense of depth and interactivity, almost as if your apps and controls aren't just displayed, but rather hovering right beneath your fingertips. It feels immersive without being overwhelming in most cases, subtly pulling design cues from visionOS and bringing them straight back into your iPhone. It's very sleek and intuitive, and I think once it gets dialed in as we approach the release date in September, it's gonna make everyday interactions feel fresh. Now, liquid glass is visually distinct, but honestly, the lock screen might be even cooler because it's noticeably smarter. It dynamically adjusts the clock around your wallpaper's main subject, like your dog's ear or the peak of a mountain or the corner of a building, which means it feels less like static design and more like your iPhone actually understanding your content. My favorite new feature here though is definitely spatial scenes. It elevates your wallpaper into a subtle 3D interaction, shifting perspective as you tilt or move your iPhone. And the result is that it creates an illusion of depth that's immersive yet subtle. It feels futuristic, but without being too gimmicky or intrusive, and blending seamlessly into everyday use. Now, as good as the lock screen is, Apple didn't stop there, because next they've also fixed one of the biggest daily annoyances. The camera app thankfully got streamlined, and it makes a noticeable improvement. Apple cleaned up the interface, bringing your main modes, photo and video, right to the forefront, with just simple swipes to navigate between the other modes that you might be looking for. If you need to adjust the timer, exposure, or tweak other detailed settings, that's just a swipe up, and now it's even more intuitive because it actually tells you what all these different modes are instead of making you rely on just a visual icon. So it's more intuitive now and cuts out the clutter that you may have been wrestling with for years. And the Photos app complements this new streamlined vibe, and I know a lot of you guys were upset last year about the changes made to the Photos app. I actually like them a lot, but you guys win on this one. The library and collections tabs are now separate, significantly speeding up how quickly you can locate and enjoy your images. And here's the cool part. You can even transform your favorite photos into the spatial scenes I mentioned earlier that we have on the lock screen right in the Photos app, giving your gallery a dynamic and immersive feel that just wasn't possible before. Now, the streamlined Photos app definitely helps, but the next update might finally bring sanity back into your messaging. Yes, messages just got a serious upgrade in usability. Spam texts, those now land quietly in their own isolated corner, out of sight and mind, finally. Group chats are more transparent than ever, clearly showing who's typing so you can easily keep track of the conversation flow. And here's a neat touch. When your group can't settle on dinner plans or movie choices, you can quickly drop in a poll right in the thread, streamlining decision making. Plus, the biggest addition, real-time on-device translations that work for text and audio alike with no internet connection required. Everything stays local, protecting your privacy without sacrificing convenience. So it's efficient, smart, and feels genuinely much more modern. So that's messages, but if you, like a lot of people, dread picking up unknown calls, you're gonna love this next one. The phone app gets way more useful, and honestly, this is gonna be one of the most practical upgrades yet. Apple combined favorites, recents, and voicemail into a single, effortless scroll that makes navigating your calls a breeze. But the real standout feature here is call screening. Now, when an unknown caller pops up, your iPhone politely asks them to identify themselves, transcribes exactly what they say, and lets you make an informed decision on whether to answer, let it go to voicemail, or message them back and have the phone read them your message. And then there's Hold Assist, which is probably my favorite part. It waits patiently on those painfully long customer service holds and then gives you a heads up the second a human jumps on the line so you can reclaim your time. Now, maybe this isn't life-changing, but it's definitely a real convenience. And again, these new phone features generally save time, but behind all these upgrades is something even more impressive. And that is basically round 2 of Apple Intelligence, and this time it does seem to be significantly smarter and more practical. Visual intelligence lets your camera quickly understand the objects around you, like menus, shoes, or signs, and immediately provides Siri with relevant actions or information without needing explicit instructions. That was last year. Now it's been upgraded to being able to understand what's on your screen as well. So not just what's around you, what the camera can see, but also what your screen is showing you. So if you're looking at a poster with a date and time, you take a screenshot and you can quickly add that to your calendar. If someone's wearing something you would like to buy, take a screenshot of that photo and you can do a Google search to find where it is, or ask ChatGPT about that product. Even third-party apps can get in on the action. If you see something that you take a screenshot of and it's available, let's say on Etsy, then you'll see Etsy results right there in Visual Intelligence. Genmoji now allows you to combine 2 different emojis into one, which just kind of makes it easier to get a result quickly rather than having to describe every single Genmoji that you want. And now you can also make them in image playgrounds, which also picks up ChatGPT integration. So instead of having Apple's models make the images, you may want to use OpenAI's much better image models instead. And now you can do that right from inside of Image Playground. Now, for a quick roundup of other notable updates, CarPlay now adopts that same liquid glass UI, making your driving experience more seamless and visually appealing. And you can pin important chats right into your CarPlay interface for easier communication on the go. Apple Music introduces lyrics translation, letting you enjoy your favorite songs with translated lyrics, and Auto Mix, which creates smooth DJ-style transitions between tracks, and it also picks up a cool lock screen animation as well. Maps enhances privacy while logging your travels with visited places, which is great for revisiting favorite spots, or when you're trying to remember what was that place I went to a few weeks ago where I got that amazing bagel. It'll just show up right there in your visited places list. Apple Wallet steps up its utility, offering real-time flight tracking directly from the app, making travel less stressful. And lastly, the Apple Games app simplifies your gaming life by bringing Apple Arcade titles, non-Apple Arcade games, your game saves, your friends and game center, challenges, etc., all into one convenient central hub, making it easier to pick up right where you left off in your games, and also to discover new games that you might enjoy based on the ones you play a lot. If you're hyped to try it, the developer beta is out now for iOS 26. The public beta comes next month in July, and the full release hits this fall. iOS 26 will support iPhone 11 and newer, but the most advanced AI features will require an iPhone 15 Pro or later. So as you can see, iOS 26 is more than just another typical annual update. From the immersive liquid glass design and dynamic lock screen to practical enhancements in messages and the phone app, Apple's delivered features that genuinely enhance your everyday life. Add in Apple Intelligence that makes your device smarter without compromising your privacy, and it's clear this update is pretty substantial. So, bottom line, if you've been waiting for a genuinely transformative iPhone experience, iOS 26 is definitely worth the hype. Have you ever wondered what it actually feels like to drive a Formula One car at 200 miles per hour from the driver's seat? Usually when Hollywood wants to show you the speed of racing, it's either a green screen or some overproduced CGI. But what if I told you the most cinematic racing footage ever was shot using iPhone tech? And the secret is literally in your pocket. I recently took part in a wild top secret briefing at Apple's WWDC, and what they showed us honestly kind of broke my brain. Apple has built a custom camera based on the same sensor found in an iPhone 15 Pro, and they shoved it inside a real F1 car in order to shoot a movie. Director Joseph Kosinski, the same guy who made Top Gun Maverick, wanted something we've never seen before. Forget the broadcast angles, forget the GoPro action cams. He wanted moviegoers to feel what an F1 driver feels, every vibration, every insane G-force, from inside the cockpit. But here's the problem. You can't just bolt a cinema camera onto a $10 million race car. If it didn't go flying off the vehicle after the first tight turn, it'll definitely mess up the aerodynamics and weight. These were real cars competing in real races while outfitted with the Apple cameras. So Apple did what Apple does. They built a custom camera brain using the iPhone 15 Pro sensor, the chip, and even the battery, but shrunk it down and disguised it to look exactly like the tiny camera fin housing every F1 car already uses. It's the same weight, same shape, but on the inside, it's pure Apple silicon. But here's the thing, even that wasn't enough to get true Hollywood magic out of an F1 car. So what was missing? Every F1 car already has a broadcast camera on top. That's what you see on TV. But those cameras are built for one thing, live transmission. The video quality isn't that great, the color is pretty flat, the footage is okay for TV, but if you were to blow it up for use on an IMAX screen, it would just fall apart. Cinema cameras are too big and heavy. GoPros are great for skydiving, but not for capturing dynamic range, motion blur, and everything a Hollywood film demands. And that's why what Apple did is crazy. They took the best parts of a smartphone camera and engineered it for Formula One. This custom module could shoot in full 4K in ProRes using log color with ND filters on the lens to control exposure. It could handle heat, vibration, even the G-forces that would shake the Face ID sensor right out of an iPhone. Now they built about 20 of these things, and get this, they even had to add weight to the camera to make it match the original F1 camera for the FIA rules. And as wild as that sounds, actually building and racing with these cameras is where the story goes into overdrive. You see, this wasn't just a tech flex. This was months of R&D with Apple's hardware team, Mercedes F1 engineers, and even Lewis Hamilton, who, by the way, signed on as a producer and racing consultant. Apple's camera module could be popped into any of the car's 15 custom mounting spots. On the nose, in the cockpit, side pods, you name it. And they control it all by plugging an iPad into the car after each run, connected over Lightning to download the raw, uncompressed footage right there in the pit lane. Oh, and when they needed to film during an actual F1 race, Apple's module replaced the official F1 camera housing, so real teams like Ferrari or Red Bull were literally running Apple tech on their cars, collecting movie footage in the middle of the real Grand Prix. Brad Pitt and Damson Idris are driving real modified race cars at real tracks in front of actual crowds at speeds pushing 180 miles per hour. The movie cars have 15 camera mount points, meaning you get wild angles you've never seen, like nose cam, inches off the ground, or a lens aimed straight into the driver's eyes mid-corner. And the result? You can't tell which shots came from the iPhone-based camera and which came from a $100,000 cinema rig. It all cuts together seamlessly. You get the full Hollywood look, cinematic color, deep motion blur, raw G-force shaking, captured at the actual speed of Formula One. All the innovations Apple built for this movie, the log capture, the color workflow, the control apps, those all ended up in the iPhone 15 Pro. So the same tech that let Brad Pitt star in a racing epic is in many ways the same camera tech you're carrying around with you right now. And I think it's proof that sometimes the limitations of the gear you already own are less about the hardware and more about the imagination to push it further. In the F1 movie, it's what happens when a tech company builds something just for the thrill of it. I was able to watch the premiere of F1 at the Steve Jobs Theater in Apple Park, and I thought the movie was great. But honestly, I cannot wait to watch this in IMAX. Apple just replaced every UI element on your devices with a living sheet of digital glass. It's one of the boldest design shifts they've made since iOS 7. But here's why this matters. Apple calls it liquid glass, and for the first time, every part of your interface bends, catches the light, and moves like, well, real glass. But is it actually the biggest leap in interface design since iOS 7, or just a round of shiny marketing? Here's what's actually going on with liquid glass. Apple unveiled liquid glass at WWDC 2025. It's a sweeping new design language rolling out across all of Apple's hardware. That means iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch, Mac, Vision Pro, and even Apple TV. And the goal here is simple: make hardware and software blend so seamlessly that the border between the two basically disappears, while making the entire product line feel cohesive and uniform, probably for the first time for all of these products together. So, what actually is liquid glass? This isn't just a visual trick. Every layer of the interface is rendered using Apple's custom shaders and silicon, letting the UI sense what's behind it and adapt on the fly. Tap a button and it doesn't just light up, it shifts its color, depth, and even the way it reflects the digital world around it. Here's what happens when you swipe up on the home screen. Notice how the light glides across the UI and the glass tints shift in real time based on the wallpaper. If your background is bright orange, the glass picks up a subtle orange haze. If it's dark, the controls fade almost ghost-like. And while it does look like a lot of eye candy, it's not just that. These visuals affect how the software behaves. Tab bars shrink as you scroll, notifications expand from exactly where you tapped, and everything feels physically tied to the movement of your hands or your fingertips. The entire interface responds to content, lighting, and motion like a live surface, so it's not a static UI at all. And all of this happens at high frame rates driven by Apple's hardware, making animations feel instant instead of artificial. Apple says liquid glass is powered by new advances in their graphics and silicon, making these real-time effects possible across the devices. And that's important because what they're really doing is setting a baseline. Going forward, this becomes the visual language every new Apple product is expected to speak, probably for the next 10 years. And even if it's technically just a UI update, it's shaping how Apple evolves the entire ecosystem. So, why now? I think there's two reasons. First, Apple finally has the silicon to run real-time visual effects across devices without sacrificing performance. It's a chance to show what their chips can uniquely pull off. Second, vision. Apple's pushing toward a future where AR and spatial computing blend with your regular device. Liquid glass is of course inspired by Vision Pro and visionOS, where digital elements feel layered, spatial, and like they're physically present around you. So it's not a coincidence that this look debuts across the whole ecosystem the same year Apple ramps up visionOS as well. But here's something I keep hearing people say. Isn't this just Windows Vista Aero with a coat of fresh paint? If you remember, Windows Vista, if you were around back then, used windows that looked like panes of glass. Literally windows with glass borders around them and some translucency. And I'm gonna say, not even close. Aero was a static blur layered over the windows. Liquid glass is real-time and reactive, responding to touch, motion, content, and ambient light sources inside of the software. It's not just a filter, It's a real-time system-wide material rendered on the fly. I saw some designers talking about this on Threads, I believe, and one of them said you can't fake this with a simple blur. This takes serious GPU muscle and system level integration. So comparing the two is like comparing a screenshot of glass to an actual glass. One is decorative and the other is dimensional. But okay, so if it's not just smoke and mirrors, then what does it actually get you? So let's talk about the upsides. Liquid glass actually makes your device feel larger and more personal. When buttons shrink and toolbars fade, not only is it clean, it also feels like your screen is prioritizing you, not itself. Dynamic tinting means your UI never clashes with your wallpaper. It's a visual language that actually follows you across your devices. Again, from your phone, to your watch, to your TV, to your tablet, to your headset, to your desktop. It doesn't feel like you're jumping between rooms. It feels like you're just turning your head in the same space. And for once, personalization feels intentional and not just like a cheap third-party theme. But every bold design swing comes with trade-offs, and I think this one's not without exception. So here are my open questions. First, accessibility. Whenever you go heavy on translucency and blur, readability can take a hit. Apple claims their system is smart about contrast, but some early testers are worried about eye strain, motion sensitivity, and clarity, especially in sunlight or weird backgrounds. That's why settings like reduced transparency are still in place, but it's still an open debate if this will be enough. Again, we're only on developer beta number 1, which means this software is gonna change a lot between here in June and when it ships to everyone in September. Second, fragmentation. Apple hasn't confirmed any feature lockouts, but a lot of times we'll see the most fluid experience is likely to be on newer hardware. So whether older devices will support every animation and every interaction is kind of unclear to me right now. And the third is longevity. Is liquid glass gonna feel timeless, or is this another iOS 7 situation where Apple dials it way back after a year or two of user feedback? Time will tell. But right now, it's both bold and slightly risky in a way that I think is very positive. Okay, so here's the bottom line. Liquid glass is Apple's boldest design swing literally in 12 years. It's fast, fluid, and undeniably flashy, but it's also setting the stage for what comes next. If this is Apple's visual foundation for the spatial era, it's a strong one. Not perfect, not gimmick-free, but clearly intentional. This is Apple designing with purpose and kind of flexing while they're at it. Now, if you're excited, worried, or just think it looks cool, drop your thoughts down below. We need to talk about visionOS 26 because Apple finally made the Vision Pro something you might want to use every day. After spending real time at Apple Park trying features that aren't even available in the developer beta, I found myself thinking, okay, this changes things. Let's start with the personas because this is the update that made me do a double take in the best way. If you've tried the Vision Pro before, you know personas used to look, let's just say, haunting. Now, with visionOS 26, personas finally look a lot more like actual people. I mean, you can obviously tell I'm not real, but it's a lot less weird. You get real skin texture, visible eyelashes, stubble, and actual side profiles. No more flat faces or chopped off heads or hair. You can even see the shirt you're wearing and the finer details in someone's hair. It's a wild jump in realism. Now, if you do a lot of meetings or FaceTiming with family, it just feels a lot more natural now. And for people like me who want to tweak their digital look, there are a ton of glasses styles, lighting options, and way more ways to dial in your persona. I'm not saying I'd replace my real face with this thing just yet, but if you've ever wanted to see the future of digital presence, it's right here. Now, personas fix a lot of issues, but if we're talking next level, Jupiter is where visionOS 26 truly gets wild. Now, you can't try this in the dev beta just yet, but Apple let a few people try this during briefings at Apple Park, and the Jupiter environment is worth the hype. You're standing on Amalthea, one of Jupiter's moons, and the entire planet is right in front of you. But it doesn't feel like a static backdrop like the older environments do. This is a real-time simulation that Apple worked with NASA to get right. You can control time, speed up Jupiter's rotation, shift from sunrise to sunset, and watch storms swirl across the surface. If you want to see what Jupiter looks like at night with the Milky Way hanging overhead, you can do that. day, dusk, total darkness with a feeling of existential dread. It's all here. This is Apple at its best, educational, beautiful, and slightly mind-blowing. That said, I'm definitely in agreement with a lot of people who are saying they were hoping to see more. Apple Vision Pro launched with 2 placeholder environments that got filled in visionOS 2, and then in visionOS 26, we've only gotten 1 more. Apple, bring us more of these. My question, why do we only have outdoor scenes? Why not give us a range of different environments like a cozy library filled with books or a ski lodge with a fireplace and snow falling outside? I want indoor spaces with actual ambiance and personality, not just nature panoramas. Don't get me wrong, Jupiter is absolutely next level, but I think that the Vision Pro could be so much more with places that feel truly comfortable, relaxing, or inspiring. That said, when it comes to the indoors, Apple is giving you the power to totally reinvent the inside of your home in such a cool way. They're doing it with widgets. These are spatial, persistent widgets of information that you can place anywhere, and the Vision Pro remembers where you put them. So if you stick a music widget on your wall, or a photo above your desk, or a weather panel near your window, those things stay exactly where you left them, even if you reboot, take off the headset, or come back a week later. Some widgets even sink into the wall, like almost a cutout, giving this wild built-in effect. And it doesn't sound really revolutionary until you realize it's the first taste of what real AR should be. It's your digital life anchored in the real world. App developers will be able to create their own widgets, and I think we'll see a cool cross between digital and physical realities. For example, of what I'm talking about, placing the controls for your smart lights in a widget on your wall that you can activate just by reaching out and pinching from across the room. Then there's spatial scenes, which breathes a whole new life into your photos. This is Apple using generative AI to take any regular 2D photo, even one that was shot 20 years ago, and transforming it into a 3-dimensional scene with actual depth. You can lean your head and the photo itself reacts as if you're looking into a little 3D window to the past. And here's why that's a huge leap. Previously, Vision Pro allowed you to take any regular 2D photo and convert it into what it calls a spatial photo, adding subtle depth effects and slight parallax as you move your head. Real spatial photos, in contrast, are genuine 3D captures made using a device like the Apple Vision Pro or an iPhone 15 Pro or 16 series, giving you authentic captured depth. Now, spatial scenes kind of bridge that gap. Apple uses the AI to build up layers and even smartly fills in areas behind objects, letting you peek around corners, giving your old memories new life. It feels like an instant show your friends kind of moment. And this is exactly the kind of practical magic spatial computing should deliver. Now let's rapid fire through some of the other upgrades because these deserve shout outs as well. We're getting 360-degree and 180-degree video playback. And this is super cool for action cam footage. Now you can watch immersive VR videos from your Insta360, GoPro, or Canon camera. I watched an 8K 360-degree video of someone, I think they were ski jumping. They had skis on their feet, there was snow beneath them, and they had a parachute on, and they were flying through the air towards this mountain. And it honestly felt like I was right there next to them in real life. For gamers, visionOS 26 supports PlayStation VR 2 Sense controllers. That means you can jump into high fidelity VR games, complete with precise tracking, finger touch detection, and vibration feedback. And this is a huge deal for spatial gaming on Apple Vision Pro, which has been limited to just hand movements up until now. Safari now includes a feature called spatial browsing. Imagine reader view, but floating in your space with distractions stripped away and images transforming into the spatial scenes I just described above as you scroll. Web browsing feels less like reading a site and more like exploring an interactive poster. YouTube in particular looks really cool in spatial browsing, almost like its own app. Almost. Oh, and here's a little thing that's straight out of sci-fi. Look to scroll. You just move your eyes to the top or bottom of a page and visionOS will scroll it for you in that direction without you needing to grab out to pinch and move it with your hand. Next level and super cool. So all that is awesome when you're solo, but visionOS 26 also has a way to share these worlds with other people with something called shared experiences. And I've been waiting for this since day one on Vision Pro. You can now collaborate, watch movies, or play games in real AR with other Vision Pro users in the same room. I demoed this with someone else, and we both saw the same virtual astronaut suit and could walk around it together, talk, gesture, and even move it around and hand each other the object. And we both saw it from our own different vantage point. It's the most sci-fi thing I think I've done all year. You know, one complaint I had was if my fiance and I wanted to use our Vision Pros in the same room to watch a movie or play a game, we had to either FaceTime each other and get an echo from hearing each other out loud and through the headset, or try to sync up the start time of a movie, which also usually resulted in an echo. Now, what I don't know and haven't tried yet is if this will work in the one place where we've tried to do this the most, that being on an airplane. But I'll be giving it a try and will report back. And yes, I know it's hard to find two Vision Pros in the wild in the same place, but this tech is setting the table for when a lot more people have a headset or someday lightweight AR glasses. Imagine co-working, co-watching, or co-playing as if you're both actually in the same digital space. That's where Apple is going starting in visionOS 26. So visionOS 26 finally makes the Vision Pro feel less like a prototype and more like the first real spatial computer. The new personas mean you're not embarrassed to FaceTime or Zoom. Widgets make AR useful and personal. And Jupiter is the kind of wow moment that makes you want to invite people over just to try it. There's still room for growth. Give me more environments, Apple. But this update is a huge leap forward. For the first time, I can honestly say, if you've been on the fence about the Vision Pro, this is the update that could win you over. And if you've already got one, get ready because the best features aren't just marketing hype. They are seriously fun. By the way, speaking of fun, I just dropped a video talking all about how Apple secretly shot a Hollywood movie using iPhone tech without anyone realizing it. Go check that one out to see what else Apple's been up to. Most people think Apple and gaming just don't mix. Why would you even try to play serious games on a Mac or iPhone? But this fall, Apple is betting big on changing that with one app designed to pull in every game you own from anywhere and turn it into a truly social experience. But here's the twist. Some developers are hyped, others are skeptical, and even the gaming community can't agree on what it all means. So what's really at stake? Let's talk about it. Gaming on Apple devices has always been complicated. For years, the App Store was a wild west of free-to-play hits, endless clones, and a few breakout titles, while Game Center faded into the background. Apple Arcade gave us a curated fix, but never really threatened Xbox or Steam. And honestly, outside the occasional, look, Resident Evil runs on the Mac now flex, most of us didn't even look at an iPhone or Mac as a real gaming platform. But at WWDC 2025, Apple announced something different, the new Games app. Not an update, not a widget, but a full-on system-level hub for every game you've ever played or downloaded across every Apple device you own. It's one of the biggest shifts in Apple's approach to gaming, and honestly, it might be exactly what its ecosystem needs. Or it could be another missed opportunity. Here's what's actually changing, why it matters, and the biggest questions nobody's answered yet. So, what is this thing? At its core, the Apple Games app is your new command center for play. It automatically pulls in every game you own and puts them in one place, synced across your iPhone, iPad, and Mac. Download or launch a game once, and the app just knows it's added to your library, even if it's an old classic you played years ago. And this isn't just a reskin of Game Center. It's a true cross-device gaming hub. Although there is no Vision Pro or Apple TV support just yet, but hopefully that comes sometime soon. There's a home tab showing what you've played lately, which friends are playing what, and a personalized feed that surfaces recommendations, live events, and content updates. If you've got an Apple Arcade subscription, the app highlights top picks based on your habits, so you're always a tap away from something new. Now, where it gets really interesting is what it means for Mac users. For the first time, your entire Mac gaming history, no matter where the game came from, the App Store, Apple Arcade, Steam, Epic Games, something you just downloaded and installed yourself, Wherever, it'll be recognized automatically. Apple's aiming to finally unify gaming on the Mac and make it as seamless as it is on other platforms. It's kind of a direct shot at Microsoft's new Xbox app for PC, but done the Apple way. Clean, automatic, and integrated into the OS. But it's not just a fancy library. The Games app is leaning hard into social. Apple's refreshing Game Center in a way that actually feels useful. Your friends and groups are all in one place, so you can see who's playing what, set up multiplayer sessions, or just flex your achievements. There's a Play Together tab that lets you compete with friends, think asynchronous competitions in single player games, or live matches if you're into multiplayer. The killer feature here might be challenges. Developers can now create time-limited, score-based showdowns, so even if you're just grinding a single player title, you can compete with up to 16 friends to see who's at the top of the leaderboard and get notifications every time someone snipes your high score. It's a low-friction way to make mobile and Mac gaming actually social instead of just another solitary experience. Your progress, achievements, and friend lists all sync across devices because this is all powered by the updated Game Center on the back end. Now, one of the best and honestly most overdue features is real discovery. The Games app personalizes your recommendations based on what you actually play, not just what's trending in downloads. There's a Because You Played section that surfaces new games similar to your favorites and a top played games chart based on actual play time, not just installs. For indie devs and smaller titles, this could be really nice, finally surfacing those hidden gems that get buried in the App Store noise. And if you're like me and your app library is a mess, the new filters let you sort by controller support, arcade status, or even just what's installed on your actual device. And if you've ever downloaded a game, it just shows up, making it easy to rediscover old obsessions or games you forgot you even bought. Guilty as charged right here. So, how is everyone reacting? Unsurprisingly, it's a mixed bag. On Reddit and X, hardcore gamers are saying it's about time, but with a heavy dose of why did it even take this long? The biggest praise is people are saying finally there's a unified launcher that feels like a modern gaming hub, especially for Apple and arcade fans and anyone using controllers. People love the idea of their whole game library being in one place. But there's plenty of skepticism too. Some call it a repackaged Game Center, arguing that unless Apple fixes the content problem, getting more AAA titles, not just ports or casual games, none of these features will matter. Others see the social features as catch-up moves, pointing out that just about every other gaming platform has had leaderboards and friends for over a decade. Apple Arcade partners are hyped, calling it a game changer for engagement and discoverability, while indie devs are cautiously optimistic, hoping for more visibility and easier player re-engagement, but some remain skeptical, saying Apple needs to stick with this and not lose interest after launch. Here's the thing. Apple claims 500 million people play games on the iPhone, and that is a wild number, but the perception in the wider gaming community is that Apple still isn't in the same league as a Microsoft or a Sony or a Steam or an Epic. The new Games app is Apple's best shot yet at changing that perception by making games discoverable, play sessions more social, and the whole experience more console-like. If you're a casual player, it means your games are finally easy to find, easy to play with friends, and never buried in some folder you forgot existed. For power users, it's the start of a legit ecosystem where your game library travels with you, multiplayer isn't an afterthought, and Mac gaming finally feels like something you can start to take seriously. But here's my take. The new Games app is the most interesting thing Apple's done for games in years. It's not revolutionary, but it's a genuine attempt to give gaming on iPhone, iPad, and Mac the respect it deserves. The convenience, social features, and cross-platform library make a real difference for everyday users, and if Apple plays it right, it could finally shift the narrative around gaming on Apple devices. But at the end of the day, what gamers care about are the actual games, not a directory of games they have. High quality, AAA games that launch on Apple platforms at the same time as other platforms is what people are waiting for. So Apple, the ball's in your court. Give us the content, stick with it, and maybe maybe the next time gamers talk about Apple and gaming, the iPhone or Mac won't be the punchline. Now I'm curious, what's one future game you'd love to see come to the Mac day and date of release? Let me know in the comments below. What if your earbuds could mute a crowded room like a sci-fi force field, translate a stranger in real time, and tell you when your heart's hammering, all while lasting long enough to cross an ocean? That's the AirPods Pro 3, and spoiler alert, these are really good. After spending about a week with them at Apple Park, on planes, at home, and around town, the biggest surprise for me is what you don't hear. I'm gonna break down what actually matters, but first I teamed up with Craft Docs to give away an iPhone 17 Pro Max or iPhone Air, as well as 2 pairs of these AirPods Pro 3. Check the details down in the description or in my iPadOS 26 video. So let's talk noise cancellation, because this is where Apple is straight up flexing. Officially, AirPods Pro 3 block twice as much noise as last year's model and 4 times as much as the OG Pros and current AirPods 4. But what does that actually sound like? Here's the real world test. Sitting at a table with a few other people with one person talking, I flipped on ANC and the entire room went silent. I could still see the lips moving, but the sound was gone. It almost looked fake, like the person speaking was pretending not to be using their voice the moment I switched on active noise cancellation. On my flight home, these actually took the edge off the engine noise, like not distant hum better, but I almost felt like I was in some sort of void better. The difference compared to the Pro 2s is obvious, and that's something I didn't expect because I think the Pro 2 are so good. I like them more than my AirPods Max. I couldn't even hear the cabin announcements with the ANC turned on with the AirPods Pro 3. How is Apple doing this? They switched to new ultra low noise microphones and also these foam infused ear tips for a way tighter seal. You'll feel it right away. Put them in, and the outside world just kind of melts away. That tighter fit means the H2 chip's algorithm can do its thing, working in the background to keep the chaos out and the music in. And yes, the AirPods Pro 3 are still using that H2 chip that debuted in the AirPods Pro 2. They're just getting a lot more out of the H2 with the Pro 3. But the part that may have been even more surprising is transparency mode. Now, on most earbuds, transparency just means tinny robot voices. Apple has led the way on transparency in earbuds for years, in my opinion. So this is another area that I just thought was already great and couldn't really get much better. On these, when you start talking or someone tries to get your attention, you actually just sound like yourself. Conversations sound genuinely like you aren't wearing AirPods at all. Plus, adaptive audio and conversation awareness now blend what you need to hear and mute the rest in real time. Basically, they're finally getting smart about what you don't want to miss without having to mess with any settings. And you can hear all these things immediately. And if you fly, commute on public transit, or just hate background noise, this right here is the upgrade. But what if your earbuds could also help you communicate no matter where you are? This is where the new live translation feature comes in. And I'll be real, I know it sounds like science fiction, not just when Apple does it, when anyone does it. Someone starts talking to you in a supported language and your AirPods just translate the conversation in your ear in real time. Like you're in a cafe in Paris and someone's firing off in French and you hear English in your ears. Meanwhile, your iPhone shows you their words already translated. Now here's what's wild. It's not just translating word by word, like those old clunky translators that end up making everyone seem like they have the vocabulary or sentence structure of a toddler. Live translation understands phrases and gives those to you instead. Now, this isn't really something I got to try in the real world, since my fiance speaks 2 foreign languages, Russian and Arabic, but neither of those are supported at launch. So instead, I had her speak to me in English and pretended that I needed the Spanish translation. And again, it worked great. However, at Apple Park, I had someone speaking to me in Portuguese and it worked really well there too. Now, the one thing that does stand out to me is that there is a small delay between what the person says and what you hear in your ears. And again, that's likely because it wants to translate the entire phrase, so it needs to wait until the end of the sentence to get the full context to do so. Now you can trigger this feature in a bunch of ways. You can ask Siri to turn on translation, you can squeeze both AirPods Pro stems at the same time, or you can manually just go into the Translate app. It even runs on device if you don't have cell service, which is super useful for travel. Oh, and if both people are rocking AirPods that support this feature, those being the Pro 2, Pro 3, and AirPods 4, it gets even cleaner. Noise cancellation cuts out the background, and the two of you are just speaking to each other back and forth in your own native tongue while also hearing the conversation in your own native tongue. Now, are you gonna use this every day? I assume probably not. Most of us hang out with people we can already understand. But that one time you're traveling and you actually need it, or when you meet someone visiting who doesn't speak your language, suddenly this is gonna feel like magic. And hey, maybe tech like this will make it more natural to talk to anyone, regardless of the language they speak, eventually making it feel normal. I mean, AirPods are basically everywhere, so this could actually push people to use it way more than any previous translation gadget. For now, it supports English from the US and UK, French, German, Brazilian Portuguese, and Spanish, with more languages on the way. But the tech is already impressive. But Apple isn't stopping at language. They're also going after your health. You see, AirPods Pro 3 now track your heart rate directly from your ears. Apple says it's their smallest heart rate sensor ever, firing off invisible infrared light like 256 times per second. They're combining that with motion sensors while reading your pulse, regardless of your skin tone, lighting, or how bouncy your workout gets. Now, I tested this while walking outside and through airports, and it closely matched up to the Apple Watch Ultra on my wrist. Now, you start a workout, and there are over 50 types built into the workout app that support AirPods, and then the AirPods log your heart rate and your calories burned, and even push the numbers to your Apple Watch rings and your step count. And if you don't own an Apple Watch, that's fine too, as fitness tracking works without one. AirPods Pro 3 also have an IP57 rating, which means they're dust, sweat, and rain proof. Now, I wouldn't dunk them in a puddle, but a long, sweaty workout won't faze them. So, if you use AirPods during workouts, or you don't wear an Apple Watch and just want to track your heart rate anyway, this is another nice upgrade. And if you don't, it's one of those features you can easily ignore. But again, if you're just going for a walk, might as well track it. So the fitness upgrade is real. But what about battery life? Can these things keep up with everything Apple has crammed in to the new model? This is where the Pro 3s pull off a move that's actually useful in the real world. See, on paper, it's 8 hours with active noise cancellation turned on. That is up from 6 hours from the previous generation, which, trust me, I know, you notice on a long haul flight or when taking back-to-back calls, which use even more battery. Even with all the new tracking and features, I hit almost a full workday before I needed to even think about putting them back in the case to charge. And this is the first time I've ever been able to fly from Seattle to New York and not have my AirPods Pro die when getting close to the destination. And if you ever do get hit with the, oh man, they're dead moment before a workout, 5 minutes in the case gets you about an hour of playback. Apple has also quietly leveled up their hearing health suite. You get a more forgiving hearing test, a hearing aid mode that just works with conversation boost automatically jumping in when you need it, and real-time hearing protection, which I love using at concerts. So if you're in a noisy environment, you get less of the bad, more of the good, and your ears don't pay for it later. But here's where things get a little controversial. Let's talk about this case itself, because this is where Apple made a decision that honestly is going to split opinions. A minute ago, I mentioned that the AirPods Pro 3 lasts longer. Well, the trade-off is the case itself now gives you 24 hours total playback with ANC, down from 30 hours on the previous model. That's definitely a step back. But for most, the jump in single session battery is going to be the win. How often do you really burn through 24 hours of playback on your AirPods before you hit a charger anyway, right? I don't know that I'd want to have them in my ears for over 8 hours, so I do prioritize that over the battery of the case. But losing 6 hours does also feel pretty substantial. Another area where things did get improved though is with precision finding. Apple added in a next-gen ultra-wideband chip that expands the range by about 1.5x over the previous case when used with an iPhone 17 or iPhone Air. So if you ever lose your AirPods case in the couch at the gym, or just anywhere it shouldn't be, your iPhone basically turns into a radar, guiding you right to them, even if you're across the house. So yeah, you lose a few hours in the case, but you gain longer sessions and way smarter tracking. So what's it like living with these day to day? The fit is noticeably more secure. Those new foam infused ear tips and the extra small and extra small sizes finally mean people with tricky ears aren't stuck fighting gravity. I took calls while walking, I jumped around, I shook my head like an idiot, and the AirPods didn't leave my ears. Now, of course, everyone's ears are different, so I can just speak from my own experience. That seal, though, is everything. Comfort, sure, but it's also how you get the max noise cancellation and the sound quality you actually paid for. The sweat and dust resistance means you can take these through a workout, a summer walk, or even get caught in the rain, and you don't need to baby them. And there's one other trick that genuinely surprised me, and it also works on AirPods Pro 2 and AirPods 4 when running iOS 26 or later, and it's called Camera Remote. Enable it in settings, and then you can squeeze the stem while your iPhone camera app is open, and that allows you to snap a photo or start a video on your iPhone from across the room. It's super cool for group shots or those times you want to capture a moment without running back and forth. And yes, when taking photos, it does give you a 3-second countdown timer. It's not just going to take the photo immediately with your hand up to your ear in all your shots. So who's this upgrade actually for? If you're on AirPods Pro 2, ask yourself this: how much do you care about noise? The jump to 2x better cancellation is legit, and you'll feel it the second you put these in. The new heart rate tracking and those marathon single session battery numbers, those are genuinely useful if you're into fitness or if you just want to stop worrying about recharging every few hours like I did. But if you barely use ANC or you're not interested in the new health tricks, your AirPods Pro 2s still hold up. But if you're rocking the original AirPods Pro, it's night and day. We're talking 4 times the noise cancellation, a fit that actually stays, hours more battery, and features you just can't get with the OGs. It's an upgrade you hear right away. And honestly, if you've ever only used regular AirPods, this isn't even in the same league. It's like switching from earbuds on an airplane to a private listening booth. I give these my absolute highest recommendation. And to reiterate, maybe it seems strange, but I like these even more than my AirPods Max, including when on a plane. So if you're someone who wants silence on demand, fitness tracking without the wristband, or just a little bit of sci-fi in your pocket, this is the set to beat. The iPad you know is about to feel ancient. iPadOS 26 is Apple's blueprint for how all tablets should work going forward, and it's awesome. Every few years, Apple gives the iPad another shot at being your only computer. And this year, iPadOS 26 is that shot. You get the usual new design, new features pitch, but this time the differences feel much more real and tangible. We're talking proper multitasking, a Files app that finally lets you organize your work, and a design update that actually makes the iPad feel new. The big change? It finally feels like you're in control of your iPad. Let's get started by talking about this new design, Liquid Glass. The new Liquid Glass look is less about showing off specs and more about making the iPad fun to use again. It's not a wild new color scheme or some 3D animation overload. It's just cleaner, smoother, and more responsive than anything the iPads probably had before, or at least not for a long time. The lock screen is where you notice it first. The time morphs around your wallpaper, and notifications know how to get out of the way. Photos, even old ones, can turn into 3D spatial scenes that show this 3D effect as you tilt your iPad. It's subtle, but the whole thing feels more tactile and less like just swiping on your glass display. This is Apple doing what they do best, refining the details until everything feels intentional. So for the first time in a long time, the interface feels more playful and actually satisfying to use for the most part. That's what I found. There are going to be some that will probably find Liquid Glass to be polarizing. I'm not one of them, but I can definitely see how the glass effects and the way things morph through the glass elements could throw some people off, or at least make it feel like things are less legible or harder to see when compared to previous versions That said, I think a lot of people are going to like this a lot. But while the visuals finally are catching up, the real leap is in how you actually use the thing. So let's talk about the new window management. I think this is the big one. For years, iPad multitasking felt like Apple was taping features onto the side of iOS, and that's no more. iPadOS 26 tears out the old system and builds a desktop class window manager rebuilt for touch from scratch. Resize windows like you do on a Mac, but with gestures designed for fingers, not a mouse. If you want to focus on one thing, you can just flick a window up to go full screen. If you need to check notes while reading an app or article, snap 2, 3, or even 4 windows into precise layouts. Tile them left, right, top, bottom, whatever works for you. Flick down to minimize, swipe up and hold to see every open window in Expose. It's all there. Even Stage Manager gets smarter, letting you organize windows into separate workspaces and then flip between them. And yes, plug in an external monitor and you get the same advanced windowing. It's not just half-baked mirroring, it's just more pixels for more apps. And this is the first time I've used iPad multitasking and thought, yeah, I could actually do real work like this. It's not something I need to remember how to turn on or invoke. But a great workspace means nothing if your files are locked away. Files app, because this is another feature that finally lets your iPad grow up. The Files app has always felt a step behind compared to what you get on a Mac, but it doesn't feel that way anymore. Now you get a list view with customizable columns, folders you can color code and decorate with emoji, and drag and drop that works exactly how you'd expect. And one of the biggest upgrades is folders in your dock. You can just drag a folder from the Files app down into the iPad dock and it turns into a persistent drawer. Always just right there, a tap away, no matter what app you're in. And if you want to drop a file into a project, you don't have to dig through screens or tabs. Just drag, drop, and done. You can finally set default apps for files, customize your workspace, and actually manage projects like you would on a real computer. And for anyone who does creative work or managing big projects, these upgrades finally make the iPad feel way less frustrating. But that's files. What about all those other little annoyances, those why can't I just moments? Apple's next feature answers that with a simple swipe. And I'm talking about the menu bar and background tasks. One of the most useful changes is the iPad now gets a menu bar, just like on the Mac. Swipe down from the top and every command for the app you're in is right there. Searchable, filterable, and way easier to find than ever before. No more endless hunting for hidden options or unknown keyboard shortcuts. And background tasks, you can finally start something like exporting a video in Final Cut or a big AirDrop transfer or downloading a large file, and then go do something else on your iPad. Previously, if I wanted to export a video and I left Final Cut mid-export, it would just stop. Now, the process just keeps running in the background with a progress indicator in the status bar and lock screen as it should be, just like it would work on your Mac. It's the kind of update that makes the iPad feel more like a real computer. Small detail, but it actually will make a huge difference if you use your iPad or just something that's a little bit more than play. Now, does this turn your iPad into a Mac? The answer is absolutely not. I've seen a lot of people saying it feels just like a Mac now, and the feel of the Mac is there. But one thing that it's not going to do is allow you to just install software from anywhere you download it, similar to how you can do on a Mac. On your Mac, you can download and install anything you want. On an iPad, everything goes through the App Store, at least here in the United States. That said, if you ever wish your iPad could do Mac level editing, you are about to get your wish in one specific way, and that is with the Preview app. Because if you use a Mac, you know that Preview is just that one app that does just about everything when it comes to managing and editing files. So now it's on the iPad and it's the same thing. You can edit your PDFs, scan, sign, crop images, rearrange pages all in one place. You can scan a multi-page contract, sign it with your Apple Pencil, rearrange the pages, use autofill, and export in new formats right from the Preview app. If you need to pull images out of a document, you can do that. If you want to paste from the clipboard and instantly create, or you can copy an image to your clipboard and just paste one into a document. All of this stuff is there and it works. Preview on iPad finally brings the kind of tools Mac users have had for years. And if you're a student creator or anyone who just hates juggling a bunch of different apps just to get basic things done in your documents, this is exactly what you've been waiting for, built into iPadOS without having to download and potentially pay for a third-party app. And there are a few more upgrades that power users are going to care about. So a couple of extras that are going to matter depending on your specific workflow. First, big one for me that I was happy to see, the Journal app arrives on the iPad complete with Apple Pencil support, multi-journal setup, and a map view that visualizes your memories. Another cool one, audio recording gives you pro-level control now. You can pick mics per application, you can kill background noise, and record local high-quality audio during calls, which is gonna be perfect for podcasting or interviews. The phone app comes to the iPad thanks to continuity, so voicemails with AI summaries, hold assist, and call screening are all on the iPad 2, right on that big screen. With iPadOS 26, it really feels like Apple retooled things for those of you who wanted more out of your iPad for years while leaving that classic iPad flair for anyone who wants to stick with what works for them. Liquid Glass makes the interface feel more alive. Windowing is finally worthy of the hardware, and files in preview erase years of friction. And the menu bar and background tasks mean you're finally in control, not the OS. The iPad will obviously always be a tablet at heart, but with iPadOS 26, it finally feels like a device you just trust to get things done without giving up what makes an iPad fun. If you've ever wanted a device that can keep up with your creativity, your hustle, and your weirdest side projects, this is it. Will it replace your laptop? For a lot of people, it absolutely can. For others, not yet. But for the first time, it actually feels like Apple is actually serious about making the iPad into a proper computer. You know that feeling when you pick up a phone and it just vanishes in your hand? Yeah, me neither, until this. The iPhone Air. It's the thinnest iPhone Apple has ever made, and it's also the first phone that doesn't actually feel like a phone at all. Instead, this feels like someone forgot to put the phone inside the screen. It feels like you're just holding a piece of glass. Turn it on, and it's like you're holding a display and you're left wondering where the rest of the phone went. You instantly feel like you're holding in your hand the future. But then, a few seconds later, other thoughts start creeping in. What sacrifices had to be made in order to achieve this? Is this battery trash? Am I gonna accidentally snap it in half? Will it even take a decent photo? Thin is in, and the iPhone Air is definitely the coolest iPhone Apple made this year, but it's useless if it can't survive a real day. So I spent the past week seeing where this thing would fail because it has to be full of compromises, right? And if you missed it, I teamed up with Kraft to give away a 1TB iPhone Air or 512 gig iPhone 17 Pro Max, your choice, as well as 2 pairs of AirPods Pro 3. I will leave the details down in the description for how to enter. You can also find them in my iPadOS 26 video. Let's get started with this ridiculous design. Pick up the iPhone Air and your brain glitches for a second. This thing is 5.6 millimeters thin and just 165 grams. But it doesn't flex, creak, or feel like a prototype. It feels more like a high-end watch than a phone, and that's not an accident. Apple's using grade 5 titanium here, the stuff they use in high-end aerospace and luxury timepieces. It's insanely strong for its weight and lets Apple go thinner without flex. Why? Because you can machine it thinner, polish it to a mirror finish, and still get ridiculous strength to weight ratio. I legit watched Apple stress test one of these phones with my own eyes. 132 pounds of force pressing right in the center, bending the iPhone Air. I braced for bendgate thinking this thing was gonna shatter, but it snapped right back into place when the pressure was removed with no bend to be seen. That's crazy for something this thin. But here's the wild part. See this camera bump area that Apple refers to as the plateau? This right here, this small area, is basically where they shifted the majority of the phone components right here alongside that camera. That reserves the rest of the space below to be taken up by the high density battery, more on that shortly, and MagSafe. And here's the thing, Apple didn't sacrifice the important features to make it this thin. you still get the action button, camera control, the dynamic island, Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 6, Thread for smart home, dual frequency GPS, ultra wideband, IP68 water resistance, and every satellite feature from road assistance to emergency SOS. Now up front, you've got Ceramic Shield 2, which is actually 3 times more scratch resistant than before. And for the first time, the back is also ceramic shield, so it's 4 times harder to crack than the glass on previous iPhones. Now, I didn't do any drop testing, but I am glad to hear that Apple took both cracking and scratching a lot more seriously this year. I purposefully put the iPhone Air in my pocket over the past week next to my AirPods and some coins, and there isn't a single scratch to be seen on this display, not one. This is what every iPhone wanted to feel like since 2007. The model I'm testing here is the 1TB Sky Blue, but there's also Cloud White, Space Black, and Light Gold. So Apple set out to make the best feeling iPhone they've ever built. In my opinion, they nailed it, but great design means nothing without a display that lives up to it. So does it? The screen on the iPhone Air isn't just good for a thin phone. It's part of this year's best displays that Apple's ever shipped across the board on the iPhone 17 lineup. You're getting a 6.5-inch Super Retina XDR panel with a ridiculous 3000 nits of peak brightness, up from the max of 2000 nits on previous iPhones. And I've got to say, the 6.5-inch size feels really nice. It's the same size as what you would have gotten on an iPhone XS Max or 11 Pro Max, but with smaller bezels and without the thickness of those phones. Taking the iPhone Air out on a cloudless Seattle day didn't result in that same game of hunting for shadows or cupping the hand over the display to read text. No washed out previews. When shooting photos, no guessing if your exposure is right. And brute force brightness is just half of it, as Apple also added a new anti-reflective coating, resulting in this wild up to 2x outdoor contrast boost. That said, while it is an improvement, I can still definitely see glare. It's not quite as good as what you see with Samsung's Galaxy Ultra's anti-glare, but it is still a big improvement overall. And ProMotion is here too, 120 Hz, just like the rest of the entire iPhone 17 and 17 Pro lineup, which is great to see. Honestly, the combination of thinness, edge-to-edge glass, and this much punch in a display makes the Air feel like the screen is just floating in your hand. You also just forget about the hardware, which I think is the real point. But here's the part that actually shocked me. All that thinness and premium feel is useless if the phone can't deliver real performance. So what's under the hood that makes the Air work where others would just overheat, slow down, or die by dinner? Here's where Apple did something I think most people did not expect. Instead of putting the base A19 in the Air, they went with the A19 Pro. That's basically the same chip you get in the iPhone 17 Pro, just with one less GPU core. That might be confusing to some. Why put the faster chip in such a thin device, right? Well, when it comes to the A19 Pro, yes, it is more powerful than the A19, but it actually uses less power to deliver that power. It's the more efficient option, believe it or not. And this thing is a monster. 6-core CPU, 5-core GPU, all new neural accelerators built into every core, and a 16-core neural engine for powering Apple Intelligence features and machine learning. But here's a twist. In real life, that means you're getting desktop class speed, somewhere around M2 territory, and legit battery life at the same time. Now, I hammered this phone. Gaming, Apple Intelligence and on-device AI apps, editing and exporting videos, juggling a bunch of heavy apps, etc. And yes, with intense gaming or higher-end tasks, this phone will get warm. You cannot cheat physics in a 5.6mm body, and it will throttle. But for the vast majority of smartphone tasks, it's just instant. No stutters or waiting around. When it comes to compromises on the iPhone Air, one area where you won't be feeling that is on speed. This phone is genuinely powerful, and you feel it every time you unlock, swipe, or create. So where might you feel a compromise? Well, I guess it's time we talk about the cameras. Camera, singular. All right, here's the truth. This is Apple's most advanced single lens camera ever, but it's just that. One rear camera. You get a 48 megapixel Fusion main sensor, which defaults to 24 megapixel photos that fuse 48 megapixels and 12 megapixel frames for better low light and detail. You do get what Apple calls optical quality 2x telephoto thanks to the sensor crop, which does get its own image processing pipeline. You can also toggle custom 28mm and 35mm focal lengths right in the camera app, which is a win for creative shooting. All the signature main camera lens stuff is here. Next-gen portraits with real adjustable depth, tap to refocus, smarter photographic styles, including the new bright option, which I think looks great and got me to switch away from amber. It also does next-generation portrait mode using only one lens. But here's the reality. The lack of ultra wide and true telephoto is real. You're missing that flexibility for tight zooms, wide group shots, and the kind of pro level framing you get with iPhone 17 Pro or even the standard 17's dual lens setup. If you need to zoom at your kid's soccer game, the digital crop does get you closer, but it isn't the same as a real lens. And if you're used to having that ultra wide for landscapes or creative angles, it's just not here. It's the least versatile camera system on any flagship iPhone this year. But for most daily use, and I bet for more than 80% of typical iPhone users, this is more than enough. It's crisp, it's sharp, it's great in low light, and has all of Apple's best computational tricks. The same goes for video. You still get 4K 60 frames per second with Dolby Vision, action mode, audio mix, spatial audio, and the new dual capture mode that lets you record your rear and front cameras at the same time. However, there are a couple of missing video modes that I will miss here, namely cinematic mode and spatial video, both of which require at least 2 lenses. But then there's the new front camera, which is a serious upgrade across the board for all iPhones this year. And this is one where the iPhone Air isn't compromised at all. This new front camera is a serious upgrade, not just more megapixels. The images are 18 megapixels now instead of 12, but the sensor itself is square. That means whether you're shooting vertical or landscape, the camera can reframe, punch in, or rotate without you needing to flip the phone or lose quality. This isn't software cropping either. The lens and sensor combo actually captures more of your surroundings, so when center stage kicks in, it uses AI to widen or rotate the frame and make sure everyone fits in, whether you're alone or suddenly with 6 people deep in a group selfie. The sensor is almost twice the size as last year, so you get sharper, brighter selfies and way less noise. Now, one thing I didn't see mentioned in Apple's keynote is that this works the same with video too on that front camera. So you can shoot horizontal video while holding your phone vertically as well, keeping the camera centered, which will make things look even better. For video calls, center stage kicks in there too. So on FaceTime or Zoom, if you move or someone else walks into frame, the camera auto adjusts, keeping the shot smooth and centered. This makes a difference for so many different categories of things. Creators making Instagram reels, families taking selfies, and anyone jumping on a video call. Now, the way the front camera works here is exactly the kind of magic that makes Apple, well, Apple. But here's the wild part, and it's the one you've probably been waiting for. None of this center stage magic, the crazy thin design, or the A19 Pro power means anything if the phone can't last. I've used plenty of phones that looked great on launch day, but tapped out by lunchtime. So after a week of pushing the Air's cameras, AI, and display, was I finally let down by physics, or did Apple solve the thin battery curse? Here we go. When a phone is this thin, battery life is usually the first thing to go out the window. So I pushed the Air the way I'd push any other phone to see how it would hang. Off the charger at 8:30 a.m., shooting 4K video, editing photos and reels, using maps, streaming music, and of course watching a bunch of YouTube. I was totally ready for the usual by 2 p.m. you're hunting for a charger routine. But here's the twist. On one of my lighter days at midnight, I had around 7% battery left without charging at all that day. On other days around dinner time, I found that even though the phone wasn't dead, it would make sense to throw it on a MagSafe charger for a bit, which would bring it back to life quickly. And I guess that's the thing here. Apple makes 5 iPhone models. So if the Air doesn't work for you, you've got 4 others to choose from between the 16E, 17, 17 Pro, and 17 Pro Max. Battery life is important to everyone, I imagine, but not everyone uses their phone in the same way or does the same thing. On days where I wasn't purposefully trying to push it, I found the iPhone Air's battery to be totally fine. This was my number one worry about this phone. Yes, I am someone who shoots 4K videos on the daily with his iPhone and then does editing of those videos too. But that's not everyone though. Now, Apple's battery claims of all-day battery life, my verdict is, it depends. But it's gonna be true for a lot of people. The question isn't, can the iPhone Air last a full day? It's, can the iPhone Air last my full day? And even that only applies if you have no way to charge from morning through night. Most people can charge in the car to and from work or at their desk during work, etc. And if you're worried about running out on a big travel day, here's the clutch move. Snap on the iPhone Air MagSafe battery and you can stretch to up to 40 hours of video playback. It's slim, the magnets are strong, and it manages charging to keep things cool, unlike the vast majority of third-party options. Now, all of that sounds impressive on paper, but you know how this goes. Sometimes the most future-feeling phones can miss the basics. So does the Air deliver the full flagship experience, or are there corners being cut that you won't notice until you actually live with it? If you want to know what $1,000 gets you, this is the first iPhone where people legitimately gasp when you hand it to them. Everyone expects the Pro line to be the cool one, but the Air is the one that gets the whoa, is that real reaction. It vanishes in your pocket, in your hand, and in your bag until you need it, and then it's pure iPhone like you'd expect. Personally, the only time I missed the Pro was when I needed those extra camera lenses, or if I'm being honest, when I wanted that cosmic orange goodness that I just cannot get enough of. All right, hold on guys, I'm editing this video and I forgot one other detail about the iPhone Air that does make me miss other iPhones, and that is the speakers, or speaker. There's one speaker on the iPhone Air, it's right at the top, the same place where you would take a phone call. So if you like stereo speakers, if you're into stereo speakers when you're watching content, it is kind of strange to watch a video, especially in landscape, and only have the sound coming from one side. Watching content vertically, it's not actually that big of a deal, but horizontally, it is a little bit strange. So that is one other thing I wanted to call out about the Air. That said, if you care about feel, if you want the iPhone that feels like a science fiction prototype, and you aren't using your phone to play high-end games or hammering it with apps that will push it all day, this right here is the phone to get. The Pro is still king if you need max cameras and battery life, but the Air is the most exciting iPhone of 2025. Just go hold it at an Apple store and try to resist. Trust me, you will not want to. Apple just changed the iPhone Pro's DNA. They re-engineered how the iPhone 17 Pro stays cool, how it shoots photos, and how long it lasts. There's a hidden engineering reason behind every upgrade on the 17 Pro and Pro Max, and some are game changers for anyone who actually pushes their phone. When I first unboxed the iPhone 17 Pro Max, I noticed the weight right away. It's lighter in the hand, but also feels way more solid. Also, that cosmic orange, come on. I've seen some of the haters out there, and let me be clear. This right here is the absolute best color of any smartphone I've ever seen. My prayers have been answered, and I'm not gonna stop talking about it for the next 12 months. Unless we get orange again next year, which, I mean, when it looks this good, why the hell not just make this permanent in the lineup? Now, before we jump in, just a quick reminder that we're giving away a 512GB iPhone 17 Pro Max or a 1TB iPhone Air in conjunction with Craft, as well as 2 pairs of the new AirPods Pro 3. Check the description for details on how to enter, and good luck to all who do. Now, let's jump into this design. Look at how tough this thing looks. The units I have here are the 2TB 17 Pro Max and 512GB 17 Pro. Apple switched away from the titanium that we saw on the 15 and 16 Pro to an Apple designed 7000 series aluminum unibody structure that's over 20 times more thermally conductive. But they didn't switch back to aluminum like I've seen others saying. The Pro line went from stainless steel to titanium to this aluminum. There's also a new integrated vapor chamber that sits inside the mid chassis and moves heat into that shell so the phone can hold peak performance for far longer. What that means is fewer throttling dips during long AAA gaming sessions, 4K video edits, and AI usage. I actually got to do a little science experiment with Apple where I dipped one end of the vapor chamber into 200-degree water to test how quickly it would spread that heat to the other end that I was holding, and it was virtually instant. Durability got some upgrades too. Ceramic Shield 2 claims 3 times better scratch resistance on the front display, and Ceramic Shield OG on the back is rated as 4 times more crack resistant than the glass used on previous iPhones. So more shatter resistance on the back panel and way better scratch resistance on the front. Apple even showed the iPhone 17 Pro getting hit with all sorts of objects in their marketing. So they're really leaning into these being the most rugged iPhones that they've made, almost like action cam quality. And as you know, again, I am loving this cosmic orange, but all the colors here are clean. I do also have the deep blue, and there's the silver model if you want something more subdued. Of course, a vapor chamber and fancy aluminum don't mean much if your phone still gets hot and lags in real world use. So how does all this new hardware actually feel when you stress it? Specs only matter if they change the experience. And this year, the A19 Pro has new neural accelerators built right into the 6-core GPU and a beefed up 16-core neural engine. But what actually matters isn't these raw numbers, it's how long the phone can hold on to peak performance. So I tried to break it. I played games like Assassin's Creed and Destiny Rising. I did 4K video editing, batch AI image generation, all back to back. On last year's Pro, I'd see frame drops, and honestly, I'd have a phone that felt uncomfortably hot in the hand. The 17 Pro, it stayed nice and cool and remained fast, pushing out frame rates and exports like nothing happened. If you're a creator, a gamer, or just want to use Apple's new on-device intelligence features, summarizing text, live translating calls, running LLMs on the phone, this is the first iPhone right here that basically lets you push it as hard as you want for as long as you want. If you work with ProRes, those 10 gigabit USB-C speeds mean you're not stuck waiting for files to crawl slowly over Lightning or AirDrop. There's also the new N1 wireless chip designed by Apple to handle Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 6, and Thread, meaning faster, more reliable AirDrop and mobile hotspot performance. All of this is possible because of the new cooling system paired with the A19 Pro. But the real flex is what it unlocks for shooting, editing, and creative work. So let's look at this camera system. Every year, Apple talks up its cameras, but the 17 Pro's upgrades mostly focus on flexibility and reach. You still get a 48 megapixel main camera and 48 megapixel ultra wide like last year, and the custom 28mm and 35mm modes are still there if you want your main camera to feel more like a street camera. But the real story is the new Fusion telephoto. The sensor is 56% larger, and the updated tetraprism lets you push to a true 4x or 100mm, or what Apple calls optical quality 8x 200mm. Now I put it up against the 16 Pro, and at max zoom and daylight, the 17 Pro pulled sharper detail from across a city street. I'm talking about street signs, faces, and details that used to start to turn into mush with digital zoom are now actually usable. A very valid improvement that I think a lot of people are going to really like. Oh, and one more thing on this telephoto camera when it comes to video specifically, it lets you zoom in at up to 24x, whereas something like the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra only goes up to 20x. The ultra wide obviously is still here, like I said, it's still sharp, allowing for creative shots and angles, but I still think the quality of this one, especially with the bump in resolution of the telephoto, is the worst of the three. Macro mode remains a fun way to get shots of tiny text, jewelry, textures, and insects. Photographic Styles adds a new bright profile where skin tones look better in direct sun and overall photos pop more without looking overcooked. It's good enough that it got me to switch away from amber, which was my photographic style of choice over the past year. But the real advantage here is choice. You get everything from macro to 200mm in a pocketable package. Now, if you're a parent, a traveler, a content creator, things like that, this camera system is all about range and reliability, and I absolutely love it. Now, all that said, I think this year, the front camera is where things get a lot more interesting for both creators and everyday users. The front camera on the iPhone 17 Pro, and actually the 17 and 17 Air as well, finally gets a real headline moment. It has a square sensor. And I know that sounds technical, but here's what it means in real life. This right here is the most flexible selfie camera Apple's ever shipped. Because the sensor is square, you can punch in or out and go from portrait to landscape all without turning your phone, and more importantly, without losing resolution. I shot selfies in portrait, then I instantly switched over to landscape for the wide shot, and all without any awkward hand gymnastics. In fact, keeping your phone in vertical orientation, even when shooting landscape, keeps the camera centered instead of off to the side, making everything look better. And center stage isn't just for FaceTime on the iPad anymore. Now, when friends jump into the frame for a photo, the camera automatically sees them and will widen the shot. If enough people are in frame, it'll auto-rotate to fit everyone. And as people move in and out, it will change for the optimal shot. For vlogging or quick landscape video, you just tap and the frame shifts, and you never have to stop to flip your phone. This is so cool. And video is where this really gets wild. You can get ultra stabilized 4K HDR thanks to that new sensor. Plus, the new dual capture mode lets you record yourself from the front camera and also what you're seeing from the rear camera at the same time. It's a fun feature, and I'm gonna figure out how I can fit it into my workflow when creating content. And if you FaceTime or join video calls, center stage is gonna keep you framed, even if you're moving around your kitchen or holding the phone in one hand. Now, like I said, the cool thing here is that this new center stage front camera is not available just here on a Pro and Pro Max. It's also available on the main 17 and the iPhone Air. Everyone gets access to this, and I personally think it's the best new feature out of all of them for the 2025 models. It's the one that everyone will benefit from, no matter who they are. That said, if you shoot professionally, the Pro video and audio updates might matter even more to you. And this is where the iPhone 17 Pro finally leans all the way into creator territory. The big flex is ProRes RAW recording. So you're not just stuck with compressed video, you can actually shoot true RAW footage on a phone. It holds up shockingly well, and in the new Final Cut Camera 2.0, you can even shoot in open gate, which means you can use the entire sensor. Genlock support is also new. If you've ever tried to sync footage from multiple cameras, you know how annoying frame drift can be. With a compatible dock and the right apps, you can keep every phone and camera in perfect sync, which is huge for music sets, interviews, or bullet time shots. Direct to SSD is still clutch. You can plug in a USB-C SSD, hit record, and not worry about the space on your phone, even on multi-hour shoots. If you're serious about color, you can shoot log and aces, then grade it in post, just like a proper cinema camera. Spatial audio is also baked in, so playback on AirPods or Vision Pro feels way more immersive. Now, a few caveats: not every app supports all these modes yet, and the log and raw files are gigantic. This is not for your everyday videos, but rather for professional use cases. For creators, filmmakers, or anyone serious about video, this is the closest Apple's come to putting a set-ready rig in your pockets. Now, with all this power, you might be wondering, how does the battery hold up? Well, Apple says the 17 Pro and Pro Max hit up to 33 and 39 hours of video playback respectively, which I know and agree is a weird metric. In real use, I took the Pro Max on a cross-country trip. Heavy camera use, video editing, posting to social media, 5G, maps, music and podcast streaming, which, as an aside, what's your favorite podcast app right now? Because Overcast has been so terrible for me over the past year, and it's been my favorite for like a decade, and I think I need to switch. Comment down below, let me know. And of course, I also did a bunch of YouTube streaming, and I landed with 22% battery life left after 16 hours off the charger, which is a first for me. And even the regular 17 Pro holds up. On a typical day of social, email, and a couple hours of games and some heavy AI tasks, I never found myself scrambling for a top-up before bed. Fast charging is still legit. I went from 10% to 60% in just over 15 minutes with that new 40-watt dynamic power adapter. It's not the fastest on the market, but much faster compared to previous iPhones. Adaptive power is a sleeper hit if you're low on battery and can't plug in. It'll intelligently stretch that last 10% by dialing back background activity, dimming non-essential processes, and prioritizing the stuff you actually need in that moment. It learns your habits and activates automatically when it predicts you'll be short on charge, going beyond low power mode to keep your phone alive until you reach a charger. Of course, you can disable that if you don't want it, but I'm a fan. Now, for most users, this is finally a don't think about it battery. Whether you're traveling, you're creating content, you're just out for a long day without a charger, especially on the Pro Max, this thing just keeps going. But all that battery only matters if you can actually see your screen wherever you are. So did Apple finally solve outdoor visibility? Let's get into the display. For years, even Pro iPhones struggled in direct sunlight. If you use your iPhone outdoors, you were probably out there squinting when the sun was out or cupping your hand over the phone so you could read it. And this year, Apple's thrown real muscle at the problem. All of the iPhones this year sport a true 3000 nits of peak brightness, and you can absolutely see the difference. It's really nice to see Apple catching up to the competition here. There's also a new anti-reflection coating that's rated to be 33% better anti-reflection than last year and up to 2 times better for outdoor contrast. It's not the best anti-glare I've seen on a smartphone. I still give that title to the Galaxy S25 Ultra, but it's easily the best outdoor visibility I've seen on any iPhone, and finally puts Apple in the conversation for glare resistance. Me personally, I'd love to see a nano texture option on the iPhone Pro. Aside from those two improvements, it's the same iPhone Pro display that you had last year, which isn't a complaint at all. So, should you upgrade? If you're coming from a 16 Pro, here's what you'll notice right away. You get real sustained speed, the longest telephoto reach ever on an iPhone, a front camera that feels made, just tailor-made for creators, and the best iPhone battery I've seen yet. If you're the type who pushes your phone with gaming, pro video, or Apple's new on-device AI, This is the first Pro in a while that gives you a real year-over-year upgrade, I'd say. But if you're mostly snapping pics at 1x and doing messaging and email, you're fine to hold off for another cycle or two, or even just switch over to the iPhone Air. But if you're still using a 14 Pro or 15 Pro, the upgrades are bigger. You get tougher glass front and back, a much brighter screen for outdoors, and all the new pro-level video and audio tools. If you shoot, edit, or travel a lot, the 17 Pro is a meaningful leap. For everyone else, the usual logic applies. If your phone's still running great and doing what you need, keep it. But if you've been waiting for Apple to finally nail that camera reach, real cooling, and battery life, this is the year. September 2025 Apple event, new iPhones. We have a lot to talk about actually, but before we do, Kevin Neither's not here at this event. And in his honor, he's gonna ask you guys a quick question, just to have him here in spirit with us. How's the length of my shorts?
Healthy.
Healthy. I don't know if that's good or bad. Like,
yeah, I want another inch on the
down or up?
Down.
Down. See, Kevin would say these are too long.
Oh, yeah, he would. Kelly, he likes that 3-inch.
Well, right, 3.8.
He's like, I mean, like real.
Right.
Yeah,
right. He's like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It's not freaking 1996
I feel like that's
anymore.
a good length. It's healthy.
See, I feel good. I feel comfortable.
The lack
feels
of
appropriate.
cargo pockets is what's annoying me about them. Because what you need more capacity.
I have enough capacity. I got a lot of capacity.
I don't know.
All right. I appreciate that, guys. So let's talk about what went down today. We had a lot. I feel like it was a full morning.
Yeah.
The main event obviously was the iPhones. I think we should start there, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's
there's a lot to say.
please do that.
Entry-level iPhone 17. What surprised me most, based on what was rumored, was that we got a doubling of the base storage.
Yep.
With no price increase.
Yeah.
So, in other words, last year's 256 was $100 more than the 256 now. And with tariffs and everything else that's been going on, we was expecting these prices are going to go up, even at the same storage level.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's impressive. I think, look, I agree with you.
Yes.
I think
What do you agree with? All I said was a fact. I didn't give any opinion.
I think there's an implied positive.
Yes.
I've never been on a podcast with Taylor before, and I think,
I'm sorry,
I
it's
think
very hard.
I think we're laughing buddies.
I told you, yeah. But I said I laugh a lot. It's
You
loud.
did,
So
Right, we
just,
had to move that mic away.
yeah.
Right. No, the only thing I was saying is that, like, when you start with the base, like, that's a good detail to pick up on. Now, I will say this: I'm a cloud man. I don't know why you need all that local storage, but I'm glad that you have
think
it.
that's
if
a
you-
lot?
Interesting. 256.
What do you got, like, photo-wise? How many on your
I'm
phone?
backing up to Google Photos all the time.
So it's just like don't matter.
You're not gonna like what I'm about to tell you. Then I'm just gonna pull up my settings. This is a 1 terabyte.
Yeah, where is it?
iPhone.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
16. But I want to let you know
That half of it's gone.
half of it's gone. I have out of 1 terabyte, I have 275 gigs available.
Left?
What are you
left.
storing on that thing?
I make videos for a living.
You filming all your
And
YouTube
they
videos
stay
on that?
here.
And editing them and then
Yeah.
Hey,
What do you, like-
hey, finish video. Hey, no matter where I'm at on Earth, I will have content to post.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I don't got to
Good
pull
for
from the
you.
cloud, Wi-Fi or not. I'm ready. Well, I guess I can't post without Wi-Fi, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Okay.
I do.
So that's a fact I didn't know about you. You're a cloud man.
I'm a cloud man.
Cloud man.
Wow.
I'm a cloud man. Yeah, I can access my stuff anywhere. I don't need to carry one device on me. Look at me.
You think
I
I
wasn't carrying this device earlier.
You think I don't have 8 terabytes of iCloud storage?
I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're
Storing all
you're-
my videos.
You're living an over-engineered life.
I
my
am.
friend.
I am.
That is a lot of storage.
Yes. Well, here's the thing, right? In order, you know how much time we all have, right? We don't have a lot of extra time. In order to like re-engineer this, I have to like sit down and figure it out.
Okay.
Or I can just pay to keep.
I see what you're saying. You
know
don't
what
have
I mean?
time to figure
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
You want options. You want flexibility regardless.
Exactly.
You know what? I respect.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So more storage equals better. That's your opinion.
More
That's
storage equals
That's
better.
an opinion.
More
I
storage
agreed
for
with.
less money equals better.
There you go.
All right, back to iPhone 17.
Yep.
The other rumor here is
Yeah.
that this phone, the 17 in particular, has to last a year and a half. In other words, there will be no iPhone 18 12 months from now.
Until
It will be, next year will be the Pro line,
Right.
and the Air, and the foldable, and then the 18 and 18E
Right.
will be the spring 2027 phones. So I feel like they kind of went a little bit above and beyond what I would have expected a typical 17 to be.
Yeah.
Because it has to last longer. We got 120 hertz ProMotion finally. Like a genuine finally, right?
I've been radicalized by the YouTube comments that couldn't leave that alone last year, and now I'm like, no, you know what? Give them 60 hertz again.
Yeah, no, for real.
Screw all.
Do you know what I was seeing in my comments today?
What?
Only 120 after all this time? Not
what should it be?
not 144?
Of course
I'm
you were
exhausted
seeing
already.
I ain't never seen a
that.
phone at 144.
People should have their phones taken away, and they should be. Never mind. Please continue.
Okay, so we got that.
We got it.
Also surprising to me was that whole front camera technology, right?
Yes.
They're cooking.
That I assumed would be a pro phone thing.
Yeah.
Where you basically have a square sensor now.
Yeah.
And this square sensor is 24 megapixels, and you can use it in vertical orientation and record full resolution horizontally or vertically, wide or cropped in.
Insanely
So
It's
good.
wild.
feature.
So
yes.
good.
And it comes at the perfect time because I don't know about y'all, but my Threads algorithm is like covered in people saying, content creators saying,
Yeah.
I have to film vertically and
then-
horizontally, and it's two separate shots. Why can't I have a, what's the camera
That's
word for
called
this?
open gate.
Open gate. Why can't I have an open gate smartphone? And to do that on the selfie shooter, because I never expected it on the selfie shooter,
Yeah.
but it makes so much more sense
It
there.
does.
So very exciting. I have an old man thing to say about it, but you
Please.
go ahead, host.
Oh, no, please, I want to hear it.
This reminds me of two very old phones. HTC one time made a phone.
HTC.
RIP. Made a phone with a selfie camera that was the exact mirror of the primary camera. So they basically put two identical primary
Really?
cameras, just one on the front. I forgot what
Yep.
they called that. And then Motorola once. Do you remember this? They did a phone where the main camera was like normal, and then the secondary camera had a rotated sensor.
Yep.
So if you held it vertical, you could shoot in landscape.
No.
Because it was pre-TikTok, and you just like, why would you ever shoot vertically?
No, literally. Yeah.
So this reminds me of both those things, but of course, 2025, so smarter, done with newer technology. That
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. I'm excited, very excited by that.
Me too.
Now, it's an open gate sensor, but you can't shoot open gate.
Right.
So you choose before you shoot.
Right.
You choose
yeah.
before you shoot.
However,
but even with that,
oh, go ahead.
But even with that, that is nice.
Oh, it's very nice.
It's like such a good, I feel like they nailed that, and I feel like they knew they nailed that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like somebody's walking away from today like, yeah, like, ate it, you know?
Well, because the center stage portion,
sure.
the center stage portion
Yeah.
where it will make the determination, or can, if you would like it to, make that determination for you. So you're taking a selfie, and then your significant other kind of like slides in the photo. It'll just widen up.
I
And it does,
saw
it's
that.
very responsive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fluid,
Yeah.
and you can also do it with video,
Yeah.
which they did not mention.
And it helps with the video stabilization because it's not an optically stabilized camera, but,
Right.
but it'll stabilize by moving the image around the sensor. And what's the other thing? Oh, they did the thing that Samsung does.
Capture.
Yeah, I
Yes.
like that.
So
Yes.
cool.
You know
'Cause
what
I
I
actually
think?
use that all the time. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
I feel like it'd be really cool for, and this is like kind of niche, but parents, like when they're filming their kids, like how cute is that going to be when like a kid takes a first step and you're like, you know what I mean? Like,
God.
I think that's such a cute feature.
I think that's weird.
That's not weird at all.
like, hey, my kid's about to take their first step. Let me capture my.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like
And then,
both.
but then, I know, but the kid is doing something genuine, and the parent is like, oh my God,
Performing,
overact.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, you guys think that it's
Oh,
like
do I have a
conforming?
double chin? Yeah. Oh,
All right, let's do that. Do that again.
You guys
walk
are taking
again.
my words and twisting them.
I want you to walk one more time because my double chin was out.
Now I want to know what kind of parent y'all are.
Yeah, I'm a good
insane.
parent.
You know,
I'm the
it's
parent that doesn't need to show my face in my kid's first
That's
step.
crazy. That's
I don't
just
need
such
to.
a cute way to capture the moment in general.
shared, a virtually shared moment.
Yes. What?
But here's the thing.
the dad got his front camera trying to get his kid about to hit that home run, and he just strikes out, and there's the look of disappointment on dad's face.
Okay, yeah.
Capture that.
Then delete the
That's
video.
real. No,
Yeah.
now I want to see it.
Yeah.
Now I want that on TikTok.
You're
Well, I think-
backwards.
Yeah, I think with that, there's real opportunity for AI to come in then and be like, you know what? Hey, fix my face. Make me look prouder.
Make me look proud of him.
Now you said you were excited about this too. So
Heck yeah.
that's the thing. So I was testing it out, and I was like, this is cool, right? This is a cool feature, but I don't know what to do with it. Almost like when Samsung is like, hey, take a look at this Galaxy AI stuff. And I'm like, okay, all this looks cool.
Right.
But then when I get the phone, I'm like,
Not using it.
I don't really know how to apply this to my everyday life.
Yeah, you mean when literally any manufacturer offers you AI
Correct.
features? Yes, it's not just
Correct.
Samsung. Andrew.
Correct. So how would you use this feature?
So, and it's surprising to me to hear you say that because you are in my business. We're all in the same business.
Yeah.
And we are constantly going places and being like, "Hey guys, check out where I am." It's whatever the hell. Like I like having my dumb face in the frame so
Okay.
I can do that. But here's why I seldom use it, or I use it as I use it less often than I would like, because it's hard to frame both shots correctly.
Okay.
When you're holding a phone, it's like here's the scene, but now I'm like, I've got so much headspace, and this is smarter because it uses that what's it called,
Center
center
stage.
stage.
Oh, really?
It
I
uses
didn't
center
realize
stage
that.
to punch in on you.
Yeah,
So it's
and
like
it's like we're right there.
it's like the perfect implementation.
Okay.
I never. What I love it when this happens because it's not something I've been asking for. It's not
Yeah.
something I even had the imagination to think of.
Yep.
Right.
Love it.
So this is the same thing it's doing then if you're not doing a double capture, but you're just like jogging and getting a selfie, where it kept them steady
Stabilized.
because of the center stage.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one thing is this is a 24 megapixel front camera, but it's an 18 megapixel final image
Output.
because it's using the extra space for center stage.
Oh, got it.
basically
Okay.
center around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Let's move. Oh, and also faster charging. That's not a thing we see on iPhones.
On the
Yeah.
on the base one you're still
All of
talking
them.
about?
They all get faster charging.
Oh, they all do. Yeah.
And they all get 25 watt MagSafe 2 or sorry,
Qi
Qi
2.
2, which other manufacturers haven't been putting on their base models or even some mid tiers like the Pixel. It's only on the XL.
True. And their excuse for that was thermals, or their explanation for that was was thermals.
Right.
And we can't talk. No.
We can talk about whatever because I'll make sure this goes out when we're supposed to put it.
Is it? Because I was going to talk about holding a vacuum chamber with my bare.
Put it on
finger.
there.
It was fun.
Wasn't it
Vapor
fun?
chamber. Vapor chamber.
Sorry, vapor chamber. It was hot.
Yes.
But it wasn't
And
hot
I'm a
until-
woman. You know, I feel like women, you know, because we like our showers very hot. I feel like we can withstand. That is true. Like we can withstand heat. This is a fact. This is not.
true.
What? This is
Every woman I've ever dated has been like, yeah, turn that up to boiling.
They are cold.
It's like we would like to boil. But like,
cold as hell.
I'm saying that to say I was impressed because I thought I would for sure be able to hold it longer. I was like, oh yeah, this is, and immediately no, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like, it got hot.
I got laughed at because I flinched like
Yeah.
before it got too hot, and I was like I was a wimp.
So we should back up and explain.
Yeah,
so
should
we
we? Yeah.
went into a briefing
Yeah.
where they had not boiling, but very hot
200 degrees.
200 degree
That is
Fahrenheit
boiling.
water.
that
No,
boiling?
this is not
212.
212. There you go.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
12 degrees.
I'm something of a scientist.
For the heat expert over here. So they gave us vapor chambers, right?
Oh my gosh.
And vapor chambers have, it wasn't distilled water, ionized?
Yeah, deionized water.
Deionized water in it. And so they had us dip the vapor chamber into the water, and you dip one side into the water, and you, in order to see how quickly the other side that you're holding that's not in the water would get hot. It was pretty much instant.
It was.
Yeah,
And
like a second and a half, maybe.
Yeah.
yeah. And then what I did was like, I dipped it I was like, let me do it again, just a tiny, I just want to put like, 5% of it in the water to see. And same thing. I
Yeah.
was impressed.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is an Apple designed vapor chamber or if this is just what any vapor chamber does.
I was going to make that point. I feel like this is like I'm not a vapor chamber expert either.
Yeah.
But the difference is this: many manufacturers have shown us vapor chambers, and you've been able to hold them and whatever. I've never done this specific demo,
Right.
Yeah.
where it kind of felt like you were back in a second grade science class.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I get to experience
Yeah.
this,
Yep.
and this is how it's taking heat away from the A19
Pro.
A19.
and spreading that onto the aluminum frame
Yep.
of the new Pro.
And the, was it magnesium? Graphite.
Oh, the graphite, yeah.
Graphite surrounded chassis.
And it's welded onto the aluminum, and then even the screws, I was told, play a part in the
Oh.
heat transfer. Like it's a very well
incredible.
thought out thermal system, apparently.
Okay. Let's move on.
So very nerdy experience we had.
Yeah.
Yes, it was cool.
It was.
Okay, so that's iPhone 17 base model, 256 gigs now.
Yep.
5 colors. I thought that green was really nice. It's called Sage.
Yeah.
And staying at $799. Moving on from there. Surprisingly to a lot of people thought this was going to be like the one more thing of the event, but we went right into iPhone Air.
We did.
Not iPhone 17 Air.
Just air.
iPhone Air.
Yep.
Was it 5.5 or 5.6? Either of you remember that?
5.6 millimeters thick.
5.6 millimeters.
Yeah. She's giving Ozempic, babes. Teeny tiny girl.
And no, aside from battery, which we haven't tested, but I'm assuming is going to be the compromise, but no other compromise as far as camera control button, action button, every other button on there, cameras.
Wait.
Well, it has the
Well,
Come on.
It has
That
the
is
same.
That is the compromise.
That is.
But it has the coolest feature we talked about for cameras, about the front camera. It has the same thing.
Okay.
Center
It
stage.
does
No
have-
change.
True. Very
Yes.
true.
It's the rear camera is the same main camera as the iPhone 17, but it does not have the ultra wide.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah.
In 2025, we needed that.
Yeah.
I
When-
needed that on that phone because it is, to me, such a worthy consideration. But I know that seems small, but I think that will deter a lot of people not having the 0.5.
I worry that it won't, and they'll buy it, and then they'll be in all those situations in life you don't think of when you're like sitting in a cramped airplane seat. You want to take a picture and be like, I literally can't physically
literally
back
can't.
up enough. I need an ultra wide.
Yes,
Oh, man.
no, like ultra wides, like nowadays, I feel like you need that.
Yes.
So the ultra wide to you guys is more important than a telephoto.
Yes.
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 Interesting.
Because I trust that, particularly Apple, I trust their ability to crop intelligently
Yep.
with enough resolution to back it up and all this
Yep.
kind of stuff.
Okay.
Whereas with an ultra wide, you just can't.
Right.
You know what you can
can't
do? You can
emulate
feed
that.
it to an Adobe app and then be like, hey, make up the rest of this photo.
And then
Right,
there's
right,
something
right.
hanging that shouldn't be hanging
Yeah,
in the
absolutely.
corner.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that
Why do you go there, Andrew? Jesus.
I
Why?
specifically ignored that.
He can't. He literally can't. It's crazy. You can't even put it on your face. Like, crazy.
The way you describe it. Anyway.
But, so when 16E came out with a single camera,
Yep.
this is what I feared. I feared that they would go this route with the Air, and so kind of a bummer on that primary. But you make a great point about the other stuff. I
Yes.
expected camera control not to be gone.
Me too.
I
Me too.
expected MagSafe to not be
Oh,
there.
right.
Yeah.
At 5.6
Yes.
millimeters.
No, literally.
Oh, so relieved. That's
Still
it.
impressed.
And Qi 25 watt.
Yeah, Qi 2. It's Qi 2 straight, right?
Qi
Not
2.2,
Oh, it is?
25, whatever it's
2.2?
called.
Okay.
Because
Got
it's
it.
25 watts, so it is.
Got it.
But yeah.
But that was the only sacrifice that made me sad on that.
Yep.
On that. That was the only thing that I was like, wait, no.
Can we talk about our first impressions when you held the thing?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Let's hear yours.
There's been another thin phone launched this season.
Yep.
There's actually
You have
a
it on you,
couple.
don't you?
Yeah. It's not as cool as the
You don't even
foldables,
care about
so-
it.
Yeah,
You're like,
it's-
yeah, I have it,
yeah,
whatever.
it's right here. Yeah.
You got it right.
Yeah, but I
That
brought it
sound-
out specifically to compare. This is the
S25
Galaxy S25 Edge from Samsung, and it's actually fine. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. But when I held it and I looked at it, and I was like, you know what? I was around for a phone called the Moto Z 10 years ago.
Yes.
That was 5.5 millimeters. Now that was impressive. It was 5.6. That's a very negligible difference.
Yep.
I feel like this is whatever. The Samsung is significantly thicker, and as a result, it wasn't quite that magical movie prop experience I had with this phone, where I actually, once I elbowed my way into the
'Cause you
front
have
of
to
the
fist
demo
fight.
table,
Crazy.
you have to
You have
throw
to fist fight.
punches,
Yeah.
and then you have to get yelled at.
Yeah.
because you are not allowed to put anything on the table. Anyway, that's a whole different thing.
And don't take out your tripod that you're allowed to bring.
Definitely don't do that.
You can bring it, but don't take it
Yeah.
out.
Oof. Oof. Anyway, so once you pick up the phone, you feel, for me, I was like, oh, I was all ready to S all over this. And
Really?
Instead, I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
I had quite a day, and it started with the Air, because I was like, I don't know that enough people are asking for this. I don't know that it's going to be a successful product, but for me, if you're not going to make a foldable,
Yeah.
at least I'll take this.
Yeah.
Will you take it in its current form with the camera sacrifices?
I don't.
That we talked about.
Not me, no. But I think a lot of people who are not making content for,
Will love
for their
that.
lives, they're
Love
like,
it.
I mean, how many people they like hand you their phone, they like take a picture, and you go to take a shot, and you're like, what did you smear Vaseline
Right.
on all of
No,
these
literally.
lenses? And they're like, what?
Clean it.
And they don't even see it?
Yeah.
They just got like lens flare on every photo they've
Yep.
taken in the past 5 months. Those are the kind of people who are going to be like, oh yeah, whatever, I love it.
Yeah, for sure my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So half the
She's a
people I know-
smudgy lens girl, you know?
And not just that. Like, I feel like a lot of people, again, who are not making content with their phone, where it's like these
Right.
cameras are essential,
Yeah.
right? A lot of people see their phone as a fashion accessory,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
And so This
Razor, bro.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Like the iPhone Air seems to be that.
No, it's good.
It's
a
the
good phone.
accessory.
Yeah.
And it's a great phone.
It is.
And if all you care about is just using the main camera, which I'm gonna assume most people use 80% of the time, just their main lens,
Yeah.
right?
For
And it
sure.
will do the 26 millimeter, 35 millimeter, and the 2x crop.
Yeah.
So it's the the full. You still get that full resolution.
Yeah.
of
You know
a
what it
48
gives me?
megapixel.
It's like the other iPhones are like full frame cameras, and then that's like an APS-C. Like that's how my brain registers it.
nerdy
It's
here.
like,
Yeah.
I know,
Damn.
but that's kind of what I feel like how the Air is. It's like that's APS-Cs are still great cameras.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there are niche people who prefer them.
Yep.
Right? But like the ultimate, everybody really wants a full frame.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I feel. It's like it's not usable. It's a phenomenal phone, and it gave a lot more than what I thought
Yep.
we were gonna get. So I was impressed, and when I held it, I was stunned.
Are you gonna use it?
Am I gonna use? Yeah, I am. I am because you know what? I need to get out of my box. I need to get out of the world of ultra wide. You know what I mean? Let's just see. Let's see what happens. So I'm gonna test it out. I want to use it and just see if my theory is correct.
I will say this: I would use it if we didn't also get what else we got today. And I didn't. I set you up for a pivot that I'm now going to take back because because I have one point to make about
Okay,
this
please,
before we
please
leave
do.
here. Since we're talking about the briefing stuff.
Yep.
That everyone's worried about this. You make a super thin phone, and Zach is going to come and break it right in half with his.
Oh my
with his
God, that was
stunning.
You're going to
crazy.
sit on it. So
Yeah.
we got to see a machine do the
Push
bend.
it.
So they applied. What did they do? They gave us a little instrument, and they were like, "Go ahead and see if you can bend that."
apply
for me."
pressure,
It's
yeah.
like the Napoleon Dynamite thing when he tries to tear the Tupperware. And I was like, "Okay, I've put 100 pounds of pressure on this.
You
That's
did?
interesting." Yeah.
Very strong.
You're stronger than Miles. Miles only got to like 88.
Hey,
Yeah.
All right.
Inabon got to like 72.
Oh wow.
Oh, jeez. Come
Yeah,
on.
sure.
Outworking him.
So I was going to say it's not all about what you look like, right? But no. So I had a good idea what that level of force was, and
Yep.
then we saw that machine apply.
132.
Yes.
Mine went to 135, I believe, in my demo.
Which
Yeah.
okay, fine. And folks, this is just like basically like a metal like stabby thing that's
Yeah.
like bending the phone
Right in half.
But the phone physically bent.
It did.
Yep.
And then I'm like, oh God. And then they released the pressure. Sure as hell did that thing just go.
went
Laid back
right
flat.
back.
Yeah.
I did not believe what I was
Yeah.
seeing.
And then they took the phone and put it on a slab of what was it?
Some flat surface.
Some flat
Yep.
surface, marble or something, and showed that it's not rocking at all.
Yeah, it was
is completely
flat.
flat.
That was crazy.
That was impressive to me.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be.
Yeah.
I expected them to take no questions about that and have no durability.
Said, "Hey,
and
move
just like,
on."
hey, you know what? Don't
We
sit
did
on
it.
it, okay?
We done did it.
Now it's thin. Now go.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they did. I mean, that's what I mean. It's a good phone. I can't talk bad about it.
And that's why they stuck with titanium for it, presumably, for the frame.
Makes sense. How you feeling about eSIM worldwide? I know. Here we go. I knew.
There it
See, I
is.
need to say something to get this. I needed to get the reaction out
There
of
you
him.
go.
I just can't.
Wake 'em up.
Look, I understand. I understand this is specific to people who change phones a lot. It is very frustrating. Here's my thing. I like that Apple every year is like, okay, we made eSIM a little bit easier to use. We addressed some the complaints we're able to address. We addressed.
Yep.
We've got a custom area of the App Store with travel eSIMs, and when you travel, it'll automatically enable and all this stuff. That's great. Some of us forget to pack chargers. I had to buy a $150 charger on the way out here in the airport because I'm stupid, and I forget to swap SIMs or buy travel eSIMs until I'm at a place. So when I land, this is my principal objection. For 20 years or whatever, I've swapped these dumb little plastic cards.
Yep.
Yes, it's primitive, but it works.
Oh, gotcha.
And
And then when I
it's easy.
land, I'm like, well, you know what? I got to go find me an internet connection so my phone can go tell itself to download it. You know, again, very niche problems.
Yeah.
Most people, it is going to be easier for them. Carriers are going to love it. They're going to be able to, I can't wait for all the activation fees.
Oh, they're coming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
$35. That's what that's going to take. Anyway, yeah, not a big fan of that, but I will say they thoughtfully addressed many of the concerns I had. Not all, but many.
Okay. Well, that's iPhone 17 Air. Here's the thing. We are in a cool position that not many people are in,
Yeah.
where we get these review units.
Totally.
And we get to try all the phones out. And the way I see myself using the Air is like, oh, let me, I don't know. It's date night or something. So I'm
Yeah.
not really. Although I want to have my nice camera for date night, but let's
do.
just say it's something like date night, but not date night. So it's a formal event or something, right? I'm gonna take the slim phone tonight. It's like when you put your nice watch on. I'm gonna take the.
That's how you
slim
see
phone.
it.
Right.
You think it's a Rolex.
But most people are not going to buy a whole new phone just to take it out
Yeah.
True.
on the town, right?
Yeah.
So if that wasn't the use case and I had to just pick up a phone, I feel like the Air is cool.
Yeah.
I would probably buy the Air because I buy the first gen of everything and just like don't open it.
Yeah.
You should see my little museum in my garage of the past 20 years of just cool stuff, first gen things that are still sealed. But
it's not for
it's not a
us.
phone I could use. Yeah,
It's not for us.
it's
I
not
don't
for
think
us.
it's for pro users. I think it is for the people who buy the basic iPhone and want something slimmer and cool. Like, I feel like it's like for those people. You know
It's
what I
like
mean? It's
a
like an
little more pro.
upgrade for them.
Yeah, it's a little more pro. Like the iPad Air. You have the regular iPad, you have the
Right.
iPad Air, the iPad Pro.
Exactly. So that's what I think.
Yeah, and I wonder. I will say this: I think there's a lot of negative sentiment out there from the nerds, and I say that knowing I'm a nerd, right? It's like, why does this category exist? Who's asking for this? Yada
Somebody.
yada. I think I probably said a lot of that when the Edge started leaking, because I've just kind of always been negative on that one. But
Yeah.
like, someone pushed back on that on Threads just today. I'm sorry, I forgot who it was. Maybe Brady Snyder, but he said like, why are people mad that options exist for other people? Like,
Right.
it's not for you, but
Yeah.
why are you mad it even exists? You just want to like
Exactly.
destroy the whole category.
Yeah.
No, stop. That's cool.
Only what I want should exist.
Right. That's crazy.
And I say that because what you said brought back a memory. My first Apple PC was a MacBook Air.
Yeah.
Because with the moment Steve Jobs pulled that thing out of a manila envelope, I was like, I'm in love. And people were like, it only has one USB port. Right. I don't care.
Yeah.
I want that.
Still does.
It
I'm kidding.
excites me.
We got two now. We got two now. We've doubled it.
No, nothing for the SD, but we're working on it.
Correct.
No,
Working on
Of
it.
course, now I'm using a Pro because of what I do. Right?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
if
yeah,
I didn't
exactly.
have to do that, I would be back in the Air.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's an unfortunate thing because usually, like the thing that I want is also the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Right. And I feel like the coolest thing we saw today was the Air, but it's not the most powerful thing. Does that make sense?
You are right.
Usually, the coolest thing is the Pro.
I don't know. I
disagree.
I disagree with it being, well, you know what? It depends on what you think is cool.
Okay,
Like,
well, there's the segue.
there it is.
There's the segue. Let's
Yeah.
move on. iPhone 17 Pro. I apologize if either of you got distracted by me accidentally standing up and letting out a verbal yes when it came up as orange. Okay,
Yes.
I have been hinting and requesting
A color?
and saying I've said it to God.
Yeah.
I've said it to every Apple PR person I've ever met.
Yeah.
Tim Cook, I talked to him one
Yeah.
time. I just threw it out there.
We said,
I want to
please.
say for about 16 years, I have just been, hey, orange iPhone will be cool. We got the Coral iPhone 10R, which was really more like a salmon pinkish.
Yeah.
Closest we ever got. And I'm not going to use a 10R.
Yeah, I was going to say, plus it's a 10R. Yeah.
So finally, I feel like my time has come.
There it is.
I feel like my
Good
time
for
has
you, man.
come.
I'm happy for you.
And I cannot wait. I've been, we had briefings. I played with the phone. I've used it in hands-on. I'm so impressed.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed.
Yeah.
Now, I want to take it back to you.
Yeah.
Because you were alluding to
That being
you
my
think
favorite.
that this might be the coolest
It is the
phone. So
coolest.
let's talk about this.
But I think pros are always the coolest. But I think cool is what can I get like the most out of?
Okay.
Like I think that's cool. Usability for myself. I'm selfish in that way. So I think that it is the coolest phone. I do think that the Air is cool. I don't think
Not the
it's
coolest.
the coolest.
Okay.
Like that would
so
be
what's
a stretch.
coolest? Let's talk about this.
What do I think is the
Yeah.
coolest? First, I am going to say the color, which I know I posted a video and some people hated it.
Really?
They did not like the color at all.
I mean, there's 3 colors available.
But I think the orange is stunning.
So do I.
So
Strongly agree.
I think
do I.
for that to be the standout color, I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That just immediately, like when it rolled up on the screen with the cool Pro font, I was like, ooh, like,
And on the Pro phone.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing.
Yes.
The Pro has always had multiple colors.
Yeah.
Right? But the colors are always black, white, and then
something like,
a color that looks
Yeah.
gray
Yep.
in the wrong light. So it's like a light blue that looks gray
Yeah.
or a green that
Remember
looks
the green?
gray. The
Green was good.
It was okay, but in
That
the wrong
was-
light, it just looks like dark gray,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
So now it's like they actually answered what you asked them last year. Because I remember, so you asked them last year, what's up with these colors on the Pro lines? Where's the fun? And I remember, I think it was Cayenne who said, we hear you. And I knew that was Apple speak for wait till next year. And I was just holding out hope, like, okay, we're going to get colors, but orange would be really nice. And
Oh, you wanted orange.
yes.
Oh, this
That's what I'm
worked- this-
saying. I
this
was
is just
asking for
not
years.
real. I
Were you
never-
not here?
I
I just said, I asked God himself.
I thought you just meant for a color.
Oh, no, orange.
Like,
in
dear Lord,
particular.
a color.
No,
like, we all
dear
been
Lord,
asking.
orange.
Okay, see, now I didn't know that.
See,
so I see
yes.
why you feel really
Yeah, that's why I stood up.
moved.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have some speculation about this that I
Talk
was
about
not
it.
able to get confirmed today.
Talk about it.
But this kind of trend, obviously the more expensive ones have always been more boring because, and look, I understand that most people buy the boring colors and that's
Right.
why they do it. However, it really accelerated this trend of like ripping color out with iPhone 15 when they became titanium frame. They had to color match the glass, the titanium.
Yeah.
Yep.
And titanium, from everyone I've heard from, is notoriously difficult to anodize
Yes.
and to apply color to. And what do we have now? We have an aluminum Pro phone, which is done for performance, I hear. That's done for thermal reasons
Yeah.
mostly.
Not just that, but also unibody, structural.
Yes. Oh, sorry. You're
Yeah,
absolutely right. That's
structural
the
as
more
well.
important point. But I believe that a byproduct of that is like, well, now it's aluminum again. We can make it
make
any
it
color we
whatever.
want.
Yeah.
And I love that it's orange in particular because this design has been not my favorite in
Yeah.
renders, in leaks. I was like,
Polarizing,
like
right?
It's like a Xiaomi weirdo, like strange thing. You see it in person, and you see it with what's the ceramic shield, that back glass
Oh, yeah,
applied
that
to
little
it,
Yeah.
window.
echoing the, like, what do they call it, the plateau?
Yeah,
And,
the plateau, yes.
and it's
I never heard him call it that before until today.
But it makes sense. You got a
plateau.
dynamic island, you got a plateau.
Yeah.
We're a geographic
Yeah.
product line
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
And it looks in person, in the orange especially, with all these stacked curves and these plinths. It looks like a muscle car.
it does.
I'm like,
It's a
yeah.
Mustang.
Yeah. It reminds me of an old man HTC phone that had the same sort of like stacked geometric shapes
Yeah.
back in the day. It was like the Desire or the Fascinator or something. And I was like, yeah, bring it back. This is great. If you are gonna make weird shapes, then paint it a big color and own it. And to
Yeah.
your point, I'm glad you noticed the Pro font too.
Yes, I thought that was so cool.
too.
It stood out to me, but yeah, I think that all the features that it has, obviously makes it the strongest contender. It is the Pro for a reason.
Yep.
And because I am a Pro user,
Yes.
I am gonna definitely crown it like the best phone. But I do understand your sentiment with the Air, and I do like it. I think it's a great phone, and I think for a group of people, they're really gonna love it. I think that it's here to stay. Hopefully,
Yeah. Man,
I'm just frustrated.
you want a mini phone?
what you frustrated about?
Because I usually, I'm the guy who comes with these things, and you bring me on, and I get to be the guy who doesn't like anything.
Yeah.
You know, and you
Especially iPhones.
You like it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And now I'm like, what? All my notes are just like, wow, I love this. Wow. So cool. So stoked. Like, I hate,
Now that's
I
interesting.
much prefer to be like, no, it sucks.
Do you think now obviously you're a multi-phone carrier.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say you're going to use an iPhone primarily, but do you think over the next year you will use an iPhone more than you have over the past few?
No. No.
Okay.
No, but that's
You're just glad they exist.
it's tough for me to do it more because like I use there's always an iPhone in my bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's seldom an iPhone in my pocket.
Okay.
But because God, if that thing isn't the best B-roll camera, and I've been saying this for
That's what I'm saying.
6 or 7 years, so I
Yeah.
have to have it on. Plus we make clicks for it, and I've got to have the new
Yes,
clicks on
yes.
it all the time. So it's like, no, I will carry it for sure. But will I be excited to carry it? Yes. Not until there's a real foldable.
That was a weird way to say. Well, I'd be
It's
excited.
foldable.
Can we
'Cause
rewind?
I'm ready because I'm ready for next year. I'm ready for next year
I need
already.
to go back for a second.
Okay, please.
Now, when you were sitting there, you said we make clicks for it.
Oh, this man.
We as in
He.
Co-founder of Clicks Technology.
no way.
Yeah.
You didn't
That's
know?
a great
Disclosure.
Great bomb to drop on me now.
I didn't know
You
you
didn't
didn't
know
know.
that?
Didn't tell me that.
I am
So you know
sorry.
Clicks
We've had
keyboard.
many of yes.
This man is one of the co-founders.
I'm very sorry.
Wow.
I didn't know you didn't know.
I had no idea.
I will send you a clicks as recompense.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yes. Okay.
You never sent me a spice one, but whatever.
Hey, you know, you didn't. I don't think it reminded me enough times.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, orange. Come on.
I got you.
Okay. 8x zoom. We're going up to 8x zoom now.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And it's good.
48 megapixel.
On the back of a 4X optical, right?
Yep. Yep. So it's 48 megapixel. Crop into 8x, you're at 24 megapixel.
Yep.
So they really want to make it feel like there's 3 cameras on the back, but we really want you to feel like it's just one camera that you're working with.
Yeah.
Which I was impressed by.
I mean, Lord knows they're so far ahead on so much of this stuff. And it's like even the transitions between lenses. And they talked again today about making it better. And I'm sitting there going like,
I know.
you guys are like 18
Yeah.
miles ahead of everyone else with lens transitions.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need it, but please, sure.
Yeah.
There was some. Sorry. Before we get off the pros, can I make a point about
Of course.
eSIM real quick? They finally did. They finally did what I wanted.
Which is?
Before, when they removed the physical SIM slot, they kind of did nothing with that space. Now
They filled it with battery.
fill it with more battery, and they don't give us the watt hours. We have to wait until we can see inside the thing. But they, what do they say? 2 more hours.
2 more hours. Isn't that crazy?
of video playback. So
Yeah.
15 minutes of real life use. But like, but that's all I wanted. I was
Yeah.
like, okay, if you're going to take something useful away from me, give me something useful back. That perfect.
Yeah. Good fair trade.
Almost.
Fair trade to everyone but you.
That's right. Yeah.
Was there anything else about these Pro phones that I'm not remembering? I think we go to
I can look at
3,000
my
nits.
notes.
Yeah, pull up your notes.
Philip, I got good
3,000
notes.
nits of brightness, which is good because we're matching some of the other competition out there. And while I was testing, actually, I had my iPhone 16 and the 17 outdoors, and it was very clear that my 16 was struggling in that direct sunlight with visibility, whereas the 17 was not.
They're doing some new components on these suckers. These this N1 chip for the latest
right.
wireless
Yep.
networking and the new
Apple.
C1X modem as well. So
Yep.
like, and the C1, I remember thinking when the 16E came out that the C1 modem would be
That's what I thought too.
oh,
Yeah.
this might be the thing where it falls on its face. But that thing was solid in
Very
my
solid.
testing.
Yep.
And South Brooklyn doesn't have the best coverage. And the C1X is apparently up to 2x faster and more power efficient. That's pretty cool. But of course, then you get into the kind of rundown of all the specs. Of course, they're all 80 times better than last year.
Right. But still, I mean, that was a very fast transition from, I thought C1 would be like, this is around for the next year or so.
Yeah.
Same.
That was that was like half a year ago.
Yep.
So we're already on the next generation.
Yep. There's that new Ceramic Shield 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is 3 times less prone to scratches, but does not do anything about shattering. So it's really more about the scratches, which I think is the bigger problem, right?
On
the bigger
the front.
problem.
On the front.
Yeah.
I thought it was on both sides.
Ceramic Shield 2 on the front to guard against scratches.
Okay.
And then the original Ceramic Shield on the back, I think, to guard against
okay.
impact. I
Gotcha.
think that's
Gotcha.
what that situation
I think so.
Okay. Okay. Now we're out here late. We've been here all day.
Yeah.
Just to let people know. So
Can you
so
guys tell?
it's we got here 8 a.m. It's about it's 7:10
Yeah.
p.m. Okay. So we've been
we're-
here like 12 hours almost.
Yeah.
But the main point is we have 6.5 minutes left on this show
To run through.
So let's move on to the AirPods Pro 3
Phenomenal.
because you haven't had your briefing yet.
No.
Beautiful gowns.
I was in my briefing, and I accidentally like went ahead in like what I was supposed to do because he was like, "Go ahead and listen to some music," and he wanted you to be in transparency mode.
He did.
And I just put it into noise cancellation mode, and he's talking, right? He's talking you through, and I'm just hearing him talk, and all of a sudden he's just like, and I don't hear
A thing.
anything.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I hit pause because I'm like, maybe the music's drowning him out. I am hearing nothing.
Yeah.
This man is like just across from me on the other side of a table. And I was legitimately surprised because I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when they say, you see big numbers all the time, but when they say, okay, this is 4 times better noise cancellation than AirPods Pro original and 2 times better than AirPods Pro 2, it's like, well, what the hell does that actually mean?
Right.
Yeah, until you put
Right.
it in.
Like a siren going by, I'll hear like I just don't know, right? And that was just like a prime example of forget what does it mean. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's just phenomenal.
They're really good. When I put them in and we're in transparency mode and he was talking and he was like touching his phone and he was like, go ahead and play your music. And like he was touching his phone before I could touch mine. And I guess like right at the same time it happened. And I was like, wait, why is he playing music on a speaker? We're supposed to be using it. And it was my phone in AirPod. It was like in transparency, but it was like so good that I didn't even notice. Like, I was like, wait.
It felt like it was in the room as opposed to in your ears.
It felt like it was in the room. It was very, I was starstruck. I was like, wow, this is really nice. Because I don't have Pros. So fun fact, I don't. I use the AirPod 4s with the noise cancellation.
Now, why did you go that route? Out of curiosity.
I think I know this.
I mean, we talk about Pros. Is it because you don't
because-
like stuff in your ear hole?
Oh, I don't like things in my ear, but that's not why. My reason why is because they were gifted to me.
Yep. You and I have the same reason for using the AirPods.
They were given to me, and
Okay.
so I like them.
So you went around for the AirPods
and they
Pro
were
2
good. Now I wasn't
review
around for that,
units.
right? So it's
Okay.
like they were honestly good enough. Like I felt good with them. I was like, these are pretty fired. I don't
That's
wear
funny.
AirPods like on planes or anything like that. Typically, it's over the ear. But I see why people do with the Pros. Definitely, I'm a fan. You know what I mean?
So the ones that you're using, these are 4 times better noise cancellation
Yeah.
than those, because those are equal to the AirPods Pro original.
Which I can
when it comes to noise
I can
cancellation.
understand that. Yeah.
I have told people, I love the AirPods Max, but I feel like the AirPods Pro 2s perform better, which sounds crazy, I know.
No.
The AirPods Pro 3, that's blowing away the
Yeah.
AirPods Max, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like if you're on a plane and you want good noise,
So it's time to get some new of these.
it's incredible. No, well, if they can make the new ones of these, I mean, I'm still salty about last year.
I know. Please don't bring it up.
Okay.
You're so upset.
I'm still upset. Last year, they said we're updating all the AirPods models, right? We're updating to AirPods 4. We're updating AirPods Pro 2 with these features. And then the AirPods Max,
New colors.
we're putting a USB-C on there and some new colors and nothing else.
Since
He
when?
was so upset.
Yes, I know. I believe it. But since when is adding USB-C to something not a gift, Andrew? It is.
It's just a port change.
It's the most important port
It is
change.
important.
You want to carry on a lightning cable to charge your
Listen to me.
AirPods Maxes?
All I'm saying is you're adding features
let
and
down.
adding features and adding features, and then, and then we just swapped out the port and everything else is the same.
I
We got the
hear
old H1 chip on there from freaking 2019. Enjoy.
Still the.
I'm not enjoying.
It wasn't upgrade. It just wasn't the upgrade you were looking for.
And they made them orange. I mean, I like that. But then it was like a same thing. It wasn't a great orange.
Yeah. This is a great orange.
This is the phone is a great orange.
So we agree that the new AirPods Pros are amazing.
They're so good. $249, the same price. You
Worth
know what?
it.
And going back on pricing across everything, Apple didn't raise prices. They basically lowered the price of the entry-level iPhone by $100. And then the Pros, they kept the 256 gig price that we had last year, but they did drop the 128 price. In other words, they've dropped the 128 gig phones.
Yeah.
So we don't have that entry-level price anymore. So to get into a Pro, it's
You get a
$100
little
more
more.
expensive.
Yeah.
But it's the same price as the 256 last year.
Right.
So all the rumors about, we're going to see a bunch of price increases due to tariffs this year, we just didn't see it.
No.
And in some cases, or at least some economists would say, by keeping the price the same in these days, it actually is, in a way, a price decrease. I've seen it.
This looks
I've
like
seen it.
one camera on the back of this phone, but it's actually 4 cameras. That's what I heard just then.
What
Andrew.
does $1 buy you
That was just
2 years ago
yes,
versus now?
But
is
I'm
what
saying, the way you said
yes.
it was very girl math.
I know, it was weird. Right? Hey,
You know how?
I feel like the reality distortion field just took effect. I'm like,
Yeah.
what's happening?
I'm not defending it.
That was
I was
a
just
little-
trying to. I was just
that
trying to
was a
say
little
what I
girl
heard.
math.
Maybe I didn't. I'm not an economist, so I can't say it the way I heard it on the Squawk Box or whatever these shows are called.
You said,
Okay.
then I got a refund and they gave me my money back, so free money.
So I
That's what
bought
you
it.
said.
So I bought something new because it was on sale, right?
For free.
Yes.
I bought it for free.
For free.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, hey, listen, we got 34 seconds here at Apple Park, so we're gonna end it. We didn't even get to the Apple Watches.
True.
We didn't get to that. Listen,
They didn't-
hypertension.
They didn't make a round one.
They expect.
Make a round one, please.
They expect 1 million people
Yeah.
to find out that they have hypertension who may not know that they have it, which Apple Watch doing its thing.
Yeah.
But 15 seconds left. Listen, thank you guys for joining me on this show.
Yeah. Thank
As
you.
always.
Of course.
Thanks for watching. We're out of here.
More Swedish candy, baby.
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
go.
that was delicious.
You didn't get to do
go.
your plug for that.
Yeah, I know. I missed it.
TikTok has got it.
Apple just did the thing we've been asking for years. The regular iPhone finally feels kind of pro without the pro price. This is the iPhone 17, and for most people, this is the one. But why do I say that? Apple used to hold back basic quality of life features, things like high refresh displays, decent base storage, etc., unless you paid the Pro tax. This year, the things you touch all day are basically the same. The screen you look at, the selfies you take, the durability you feel, and the storage you actually need. The Pro is now truly for the people who want the extras, not for anyone who just wants a modern iPhone experience. So let's start with what I think most people are excited about, the display. The 6.3 inch panel is awesome because again, it's the exact same 6.3 inch screen you get on the iPhone 17 Pro. It's 2622 by 1206 at 460 ppi and up to 3000 nits outdoors with ProMotion up to 120 hertz with 1 hertz always on. Now what this all means is you're getting buttery scrolling, smoother games, and a lock screen that stays useful at a glance. It also gets improved anti-reflection, so it handles sunlight better than before. If you've ever felt that 60 hertz tax, it's gone. The base iPhone now gives you the same real-world display experience as the 17 Pro. But Apple didn't just stop at the screen. Wait until you see what they did to the front camera. Selfies and video calls got the biggest single feature upgrade in my opinion. The new 18 megapixel center stage front camera uses a square sensor to capture more view, auto reframe group selfies, rotate between portrait and landscape without rotating the phone, and even do this dual capture from the front and rear cameras for video all at once. So again, same display and same front camera as you'll find on the Pro. And that's just the start because the durability upgrade is also impressive. Ceramic Shield 2 on the front means 3 times better scratch resistance than before. The iPhone 17 keeps the IP68 water and dust resistance, the slim bezels, and those contoured edges that make it comfortable in the hand. You also still get hardware shortcuts like the action button, dedicated camera control, which are little things you might take for granted, but they make the phone feel premium every single day. The materials are still that classic front and back glass with the aluminum frame. So what about storage? Well, Apple actually doubled it without raising the price. This one matters for longevity. The base jumps to 256 gigs while keeping the same $799 starting price as last year when it only included 128 gigs. Now I say this matters for longevity because the big rumor is that we might not see an iPhone 18 next September in 2026 and instead we'll see it in the spring of 2027 to make room for Apple's foldable next year. Again, that's just the rumor, but to me, Apple making this phone so good lines up with a phone that needs to last about 18 months. Photos default to 24 megapixel, spatial photos and video are still here, apps are larger, and Apple Intelligence features will only grow. So 256 gigs starting means you can keep shooting and installing without babysitting your storage in a year or two. Now on the back, you get two 48 megapixel sensors, the main lens with a clean 2x optical crop, and a new ultra wide with 4 times the resolution as last year. That means even on ultra wide shots, you can crop in and still keep way more detail. Macro mode is sharper too, and video shoots up to 4K 60 Dolby Vision. Now, there's no dedicated telephoto, that's a Pro thing, but for 99% of what you'd shoot, this setup finally feels complete. But of course, none of that matters if the phone can't keep up. So what about performance and battery? The A19 brings the speed and the new display engine that drives ProMotion and Apple Intelligence, and battery is all day. Apple quotes up to 30 hours of video playback, and more importantly, charging finally catches up. You get about 50% in about 20 minutes when doing wired charging, but you're also picking up that faster Qi 2.2 25 watt wireless charging here on the base model, which we're not seeing a lot of other companies putting in the entry-level phones. You also get Wi-Fi 7 and Bluetooth 6 thanks to Apple's new N1 networking chip, which should also make AirDrop and mobile hotspot stop being so annoying sometimes. Okay, so the iPhone 17 is really good. So why should you buy a Pro? Well, here's where the Pro models still pull ahead. You get a true telephoto lens with 4x and 8x optical quality zoom, Pro video formats like ProRes and Log, 12 gigabytes of RAM instead of 8, and huge 1 and 2 terabyte storage options, a bigger battery, and a vapor chamber cooling system that keeps performance fast even during intense gaming or video editing. Again, all of those things, at least to me, sound like features that you would get on a Pro device and not features that you would artificially keep away from the entry level. If you shoot a lot of video, push your phone hard, or just want the absolute best hardware for content creation and multitasking, that's where the Pro makes sense. For most people though, the base iPhone 17 finally closes that gap. When the stuff you touch most, the screen, the front camera, the body of the device, when all that hits parity, the base iPhone stops feeling compromised. The iPhone 17 is the first standard model I can recommend without feeling like there's an asterisk that needs to be placed somewhere in the sentence. This is the default iPhone again, while the Air is for the minimalists, leaving the Pro to be the true workhorse. So if you've been holding out because the base iPhone always felt like the compromise model, this is the one that flips that script. The 17 finally delivers the Pro experience where it actually matters and leaves you with extra cash to buy a case or upgrade to more storage. If you don't need a crazy zoom or a Pro video workflow, this right here is the iPhone to get. For the first time in 3 years, Apple just hit refresh on all 3 of its smartwatches at the same time. The Budget SE, the mainstream series, and the flagship Ultra all get new hardware in 2025. But the upgrades are more subtle than you might think. So which one actually deserves your money? Stick around because there's one feature on these watches that you'll use every single day, whether you buy the $249 SE or the $799 Ultra 3. Okay, first, the Series 11. Okay, let's be real. If you bought the Series 10 last year, you're not really missing much. The Series 11 is a minor upgrade on paper, and it also looks nearly identical, with the only visible change being a new space gray aluminum finish. So when it comes to changes, first, the Series 11 is the first Apple Watch to offer 5G alongside the Ultra 3. With the redesigned antenna system, it's noticeably quicker when streaming music, pulling maps, or taking calls when you're away from your phone. Handoffs are smoother, dead zones feel less dead. And it's a step up if you live on the go and rely on your watch to take over for your phone. Battery life is now officially rated at 24 hours, but the real story behind that is that Apple changed how it measures all-day battery. The test now includes 6 hours of sleep tracking, which wasn't part of the old 18-hour rating. The battery itself is a little bigger, and some of the gain comes from software tweaks and a more efficient 5G modem. In day-to-day use, you might notice slightly better endurance, but don't expect a night and day leap over last year's model. Low power mode tells a similar story. Series 11 is rated for 38 hours, just a small bump over the Series 10, and even that's thanks to a lighter test scenario. If you're hoping for Apple's version of a multi-day smartwatch, we're not quite there yet on the Series version. Fast charging means you can squeeze about 8 hours of use from just 15 minutes on the charger, so even if you forget to plug in, you're rarely caught off guard as long as you have a way to charge the watch wherever you are. Durability gets a boost too. This might be the biggest feature for me. The aluminum models now use a new Ion X glass with ceramic coating, now rated to be twice as scratch resistant as the last year. The titanium versions still stick with sapphire crystals, so daily wear and tear on those is still pretty much a non-issue. So for me, if you have a Series 10, there isn't really much reason to upgrade to a Series 11. If you're on an older model, this is a really nice upgrade with several quality of life improvements. That said, Apple Watch Ultra 3 takes those practical gains and doubles down on 2 things that matter most for an adventure watch: screen visibility in the wild and reliable safety features when your phone is out of reach. Ultra 3 keeps the same rugged titanium body but grows the display experience. The borders are 24% thinner, and the new wide-angle OLED is easier to read at a glance, even when the watch isn't square to your eyes, like when you're on a bike or climbing or carrying grocery bags. Now, me personally, I don't think anyone's really going to notice the very slight increase in screen size, but the wide angle OLED definitely makes it easier to see off axis. The LTPO3 panel can now refresh at 1 Hz in always on mode, so you can see that ticking hand or the seconds increasing on a digital watch even when the wrist is down and dimmed. It's a small detail, but it makes the watch feel more watch-like. Battery life moved from 36 to 42 hours, but again, it's partly due to a reframing of measurement, like I mentioned on the Series 11, where sleep tracking is now being taken into account. And if you do need to charge, 15 minutes can cover up to 12 hours of typical use on the Ultra 3. Low power mode stretches things even further when you're out all day in GPS heavy workouts. Then there's satellite. If you've hiked beyond cell coverage or your phone died mid-ride, the Ultra 3 can still connect. For emergency SOS, find my location pings every 15 minutes, and even for short messages in supported regions. Pair that with 5G back in civilization and redesign dual antenna logic for better reception, and you've got what is the most connected Apple Watch yet. But then there's the Apple Watch SE, which gets the most new upgrades. This is the year where the Apple Watch SE finally grows up. It finally gets the always-on Retina display, so time and complications are glanceable. Inside is the same S10 chip that we find in the higher-end models, which unlocks faster performance, on-device Siri, and the gesture controls like the double tap to pick up a call or play pause, and the quick wrist flick to dismiss something and move on. Charging is meaningfully faster, about 2 times faster than the SE2, so short top-offs are actually useful. And the glass is also tougher using that same custom IONX glass that we see on the Series 11, which is 4 times more crack resistant than before. The SE also gets 5G if you go cellular, and the storage jumps to 64 gigabytes, which is plenty for playlists and podcasts. Speaking of which, the SE3 can play media out loud through the built-in speaker now, and voice isolation makes phone calls clearer on windy streets. And we're not done. The SE also picks up the temperature sensor, so you get richer vitals data and retrospective ovulation estimates if you use cycle tracking. So this means that even at the lowest price, the health story on the SE is getting closer to that of the flagships. Now what you don't get is the bigger batteries. The SE still targets 18 hours, and it also skips the advanced health sensors, so there's no ECG, no blood oxygen, and the heart rate tracking, while good enough for daily use, isn't quite as precise as what you'll get on the Series 11 or Ultra 3. But with the faster charger and always on screen finally in the mix, I think this is the first SE that doesn't feel like a huge compromise. Now, 2 software-driven upgrades are also worth mentioning. First is the sleep score, where your nights are graded with a transparent breakdown of duration, consistency, and interruptions, so you know exactly which habit to tackle in order to sleep better. The score is explainable and consistent with clinical guidance, which makes it a lot more useful than a random mystery number. Second is Apple's new hypertension notifications. The watches are not taking your blood pressure readings. Instead, they analyze long-term optical sensor data to surface patterns that might suggest chronically high blood pressure. If you get an alert, the next step is the old school cuff for a week to manually take your blood pressure and a chat with your doctor. So it's more of a nudge and less of a diagnosis. Now, both of these features, though, are part of watchOS 26, which means they also work with the Series 9 and above and the Ultra 2 and above. So not just the most recent Apple Watch models. All that said, which one should you get? The Series 11 is the mainstream sweet spot. 24-hour battery, tougher glass, and 5G with a smarter antenna. The Ultra 3 is the tool watch, the best screen Apple's made, 42 hours battery life, 1 Hz always on display, and satellite peace of mind when your phone or coverage drops out. Then the SE3 is the value play. Always on, finally, modern chip, fast charging, 64 gigs, and media from the speaker if you need it, all at the lowest price point. This year, Apple didn't chase gimmicks. They tightened the fundamentals. Series 11 addresses battery and speed. Ultra 3 adds safety you can feel and a display you'll actually notice. And SE3 brings the basics up to 2025 standards. If your watch is a few years old, you'll feel these changes on day one. If you're coming from an iPhone-only setup, 5G plus satellite on your wrist is exactly the kind of freedom you won't want to give back.
The first Apple Vision Pro was a sneak peek at the future, and it's probably my favorite device of 2024. It doesn't just give me utility. I just think it's really fun, but I also realize that that's because I'm one of the lucky ones. More on that later. Apple has an updated model that's dropping tomorrow, which adds some nice quality of life features and more importantly, fixes one of the two biggest drawbacks of the original. Let's talk about it, starting with comfort. The original Vision Pro was famous for three things: being prohibitively expensive, looking wild, and feeling heavy after just 10 to 15 minutes for a lot of people. Now, I mentioned a minute ago that I'm one of the lucky ones because I could use that original Vision Pro with a solo knit strap for literally hours at a time with no discomfort whatsoever, but I know that just isn't the case for most people. So this new dual knit band is Apple's answer. It's a double strap counterbalance system with a clever fit dial that micro adjusts both the back and top portions independently. And the result is less forehead pressure, more real world stability while wearing it. And for the first time, for a lot of people, Apple Vision Pro is just going to feel way less uncomfortable to wear. Now, here is the surprise though. This is one of the major features that comes inside the box of the new M5 Apple Vision Pro, but you can also just buy this band separately and use it with your first generation model for $99. That is great for owners of the original, and it means you can get the same comfort upgrade without having to buy a new device. So if comfort was your biggest issue, Apple may have just solved it. But this right here is the only physical change. But of course, again, this is a new model. Apple didn't just stop right here. The real trick is the new chip that is under the hood. So let's talk about the M5. For those that want to know the specs, you're moving from the M2 on the original model to the M5 here. That's a 3-generation leap in performance. The M5 packs a 10-core CPU, 10-core GPU, hardware ray tracing, a 16-core neural engine, and 153 gigabyte per second unified memory bandwidth. But here's the move that actually matters. Every GPU core on the M5 now has a built-in neural accelerator. This means that the Vision Pro can crunch the heavy math that powers on-device AI models. Things like building lifelike 3D spatial scenes from photos almost instantly, generating depth maps in real time, or just allowing apps to do things like generate interactive animations and explanations right in front of you in your space, all without lag and all processed directly on your device. In daily use, that means spatial photos and scenes load about 50% faster, interactive apps feel smoother, and new AI features from Apple Intelligence or from developers themselves just run. This is one of those upgrades that you don't really feel when looking at a spec sheet, but you do feel it everywhere in the experience. Now, for those wondering, Apple kept that 16 gigabytes of RAM here, so the headline change is bandwidth and display pipeline efficiency, not capacity. Then there's the upgrade that I didn't expect at all, but you will notice it right away if you go from an original Vision Pro to the new one. You see, one of the main benefits of the M5 for the Vision Pro in particular is that it renders 10% more pixels while also increasing the refresh rate to up to 120 hertz when you're looking at the physical world. The net effect here is that the optics just feel smoother and sharper despite using the same displays as the original model. This is purely thanks to the M5. Text and edges snap into focus in a very obvious way, and pass-through is improved too. I feel like it's more subtle, but I've been testing the new Vision Pro while obviously traveling and haven't worn it at home yet where I could do more of an informed comparison. But one thing I will say though, when I'm looking at my real iPhone or Apple Watch while wearing the Vision Pro, there is a huge difference in clarity when compared to the original M2 version. Next, a lot of people are shocked when I tell them that I get a bunch of work done in the Vision Pro. So let's talk about the Mac Virtual Display. Another benefit of the new M5 is that the Mac Virtual Display can finally hit 120 hertz with ultra-wide mode, stretching out to the equivalent of dual 5K monitors side by side. Scrolling is butter. Cursor movement is instant. And again, things just look so much sharper. This is my setup when traveling, which I do a lot. And rather than relying on the display of my smaller MacBook Pro, I could be on a plane or in a hotel room working on a nice, large, ultra-wide while editing videos in Final Cut and keeping my notes and Safari windows and messages all visible and on screen. For remote work, this is legitimately the best portable display I've ever used. Now, if you're thinking, that's cool, but can it last? Apple has an answer for that too. You see, again, thanks to the M5, I know I keep saying this, but that really is the main benefit here. Apple is officially quoting up to 2.5 hours of general use battery time and up to 3 hours for video playback. That's a 25% improvement over the original Vision Pro for general use and a 20% improvement when it comes to video playback. So these are not small numbers. For travel and work sessions, it gives you more flexibility to finish what you started. And for watching movies, it just makes it more comfortable knowing you can get through the vast majority of movies now while having power to spare when you're done. Apple also ships their new 40-watt dynamic power adapter in the box, along with a longer USB-C cable. So this thing can actually go up to 60 watts in bursts. So you're getting a much better charger compared to the original model, which came with the 30-watt power adapter. And again, I know I'm probably an edge case here, but this is great for people who use the Vision Pro for multiple hours at a time. Now, another area where the M5 is going to help here is gaming. And that's thanks to support for things like hardware accelerated ray tracing and mesh shading, two things the original Vision Pro did not have. visionOS 26 also added support for PlayStation VR 2 Sense controllers if you have those. And if you don't, Apple will sell them to you along with a charging stand for $250 starting November 11th. I haven't personally used those with Vision Pro yet. I don't own PSVR 2. So I'm not sure how well these actually work, but hopefully we see support for these controllers come to a bunch of Vision Pro games sooner rather than later, because the hardware can absolutely support desktop class VR games. We've just needed a proper way to actually play them. And we finally have that with the PSVR 2 Sense controller support. All right, stepping back, I use my Apple Vision Pro mainly for giant screen video in cinematic environments and to do work on that Mac virtual display at home and on the go. The M5 model makes both of these meaningfully better. Movies look cleaner and motion holds together at larger sizes. And the Mac virtual display finally has that fluidity I wanted. Gaming is still ramping up, and I'm cautiously optimistic we'll see more titles lean into proper spatial input with the PSVR 2 Sense soon. If so, we'll be unlocking a whole new use case for the Apple Vision Pro, which was never really there and which would be cool to see. All right, so should you buy the M5 Apple Vision Pro? Well, Apple hasn't fixed the number one barrier to entry here, which is the price. The M5 Vision Pro starts at that same $3,500 as the original model. And if that's not something you're willing to spend, I totally get it. What it did do, though, by releasing another model is lower the price of the used market for the first version. And I've seen the original Vision Pro since the new model was announced, selling for way less than half the cost of a new model. It's also likely a hard sell for people who already do own the original. Getting someone to spend another $3,500 is a lot. But for those people, you should absolutely upgrade to the new dual knit band if you find any discomfort with your current setup. It really does change things, even for someone like me who didn't feel much discomfort at all with the original model. This is a much less expensive way to breathe new life into your Apple Vision Pro experience. But for those who are on the fence or thinking about picking up a Vision Pro, the M5, again, has a ton of quality of life improvements that just make it a better experience overall. Oh, and speaking of breathing new life into the Vision Pro, visionOS 26 brought a ton of new features that make the experience so much better. Widgets that live in your space, upgraded personas, spatial scenes, and a lot more. The new iPad Pro looks a lot like last year's model. Same thin, flat design, same solid feel in the hand, but spend some real time with it and you'll notice the changes run deeper, especially if you push your tablet hard. So here's what's actually new and what quietly surprised me after a week of use. Let's get started with the star of the show, the new Apple M5 chip. The biggest leap is in how it handles AI and graphics. If you're pushing the iPad with heavy creative apps, the CPU is faster, especially on the higher end 1 and 2 terabyte models. Those get a full 10-core GPU. You'll see double-digit multi-core gains in apps that push the device, but the headline number is in the graphics. Pro rendering with hardware-accelerated ray tracing is up to 1.5 times faster than last year's M4 model. And the neural engine is where things get wild. Apple claims up to 3.5 times faster AI performance compared to the M4. Now, that really just means anything that's going to be using the neural engine. But now, every GPU core has its own neural accelerator. That means things like AI-heavy tasks, I'm talking background removal, real-time photo edits, or on-device large language and image generation models, those are all going to be noticeably quicker and can actually run directly on the iPad rather than having to rely on the cloud. So 2 examples that I might typically use. This app is called Craft. I love it. It's one of my favorite note-taking and productivity tools. Craft has built-in AI, and again, it's on the device, not being sent to the cloud. So getting results here is just a lot faster on the M5 model when I ask for information or summaries. Or check this out. If I use Draw Things to create an image, same thing. This is all happening directly on the iPad, not on the cloud. I've got Wi-Fi and cellular turned off here. And as you can see, I can generate a usable image in seconds. This is just really impressive. And with nearly 30% more memory bandwidth now at 153 gigabytes per second, big projects and multitasking keep feeling fast, even with machine learning models running in the background. But all that raw power only matters if the system can keep up, and that's where memory and storage come in. The 256 and 512 gigabyte models now get 12 gigabytes of unified memory. That is a 50% increase in RAM. And if you get the 1 or 2 terabyte models, you're getting 16 gigabytes. That extra headroom means apps rarely need to reload, even if you're jumping between a huge Procreate canvas, a heavy raw photo batch, and a browser with 20 tabs open, or 200 tabs open if you're me. Let's be honest, more like 500. And Apple also doubled the storage speeds this year compared to the M4. So if you work with big video files, ProRes, or just large Adobe Lightroom catalogs, moving data on and off the iPad is genuinely less painful. Now, there are a few more additions Apple made that add speed to the new iPad Pro, including their new N1 chip. The new N1 brings upgraded wireless to the iPad Pro, supporting Wi-Fi 7 on the device for the first time. So if you have a compatible Wi-Fi 7 router, you'll see higher peak wireless speeds and lowered latency, which can make a real difference for big AirDrop transfers, fast iCloud syncing, and just real-time collaboration. It also adds Bluetooth 6 for next-gen audio and smart device support, plus Thread for the first time for improved smart home accessory connectivity. Now, one thing to keep in mind as it pertains to Wi-Fi 7 is limited to 320 megahertz channels, so not every Wi-Fi 7 feature is available, like MLO support, for example. And as always, your real-world speeds are going to depend on your router and network environment. Now, the wireless story is not done just yet. Apple also made upgrades to how wireless connections work on the go as well. If you have a cellular model, they are now packing Apple's C1X chip, which we first saw on the iPhone Air a month ago. This brings up to 50% faster 5G speeds compared to just last year's iPad Pro. So if you're uploading 4K videos or downloading large project files or just streaming video while you're traveling, you are going to feel the difference, especially in crowded areas and like fringe coverage. The new modem is also more power efficient, so you'll get better battery life while staying connected. The iPad Pro is eSIM only, which means you can add and swap plans without dealing with physical SIM cards. And I know some people love that, while others prefer the quickness of just removing a physical SIM card and putting it into a new device without having to worry about dealing with carriers. But that is a limitation or benefit depending on how you see it. Seriously though, cellular connections are fast and responsive and work great on the iPad Pro. When traveling like I am right now, I'll use the iPad as my mobile hotspot for my Mac, and it just works flawlessly. Being able to use this thing no matter where I am, including at these hotels with frustratingly slow Wi-Fi, is a godsend. So much so that I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we'll see Apple finally integrate the C1X or the C2X or whatever C modem that they want into a future MacBook Pro. One new feature that I have not gotten to test personally, just because I haven't been home for the whole week that I've been testing the new iPad Pro, is 120 hertz external display support. That includes adaptive sync for lower latency and less stutter. That's great for things like drawing in Procreate while previewing your canvas on a bigger screen, or even just smoother gaming on a larger display. Oh, and speaking of displays, the iPad displays are unchanged. There's still that fantastic tandem OLED that we got last year. So the glossy display hits you with those inky blacks and rich color, while the nano texture looks different by design. The glass is etched at the nanometer level to scatter ambient light while keeping contrast, so glare drops without turning the screen into a gray haze. If you work under studio lights or outdoors or just anywhere bright, the nano texture version is the one that's going to save your eyes. But if you edit HDR videos and controlled lighting and want the most sparkle, then you're going to want to just go glossy. But I must say, I am a nano texture convert when it comes to the iPad. Battery life doesn't seem to have changed. It's still all day in real world use, and Apple has historically targeted 10 hours of battery life for iPads just for a long time now. But this is the first iPad Pro to support fast charging. So when using a 60-watt adapter or something like Apple's new 40-watt dynamic charger, I regularly went from a completely dead iPad to about 50% battery in under half an hour. That is super convenient for the iPad in particular because the battery life, even at half full, is going to last you almost an entire day. Now, if you're choosing between sizes, the 11 inch is going to be the sweet spot for portability. This is the iPad to get if you want to hold it in your hand most of the time, almost like a digital clipboard. 13-inch is still usable handheld, but in my opinion, this one is better in a keyboard case just due to the size. You get a laptop class canvas for work, gaming, and watching content. Also, remember what I said earlier. You get 12 gigs of RAM on the 256 and 512 gigabyte models and 16 gigs on the 1 and 2 terabyte versions. If you're asking, is this the iPad that's going to replace my laptop? The answer remains the same. It depends on your apps and your workflow. But compared to last gen, the M5 iPad Pro moves the needle in ways you will feel immediately. Faster AI processing, more RAM where you need it, twice as fast storage, faster wireless if you have a Wi-Fi 7 network, faster cellular when on the go, 120 Hz external display support, and finally, fast charging. The result is a tablet that just gives you back your time, which I can definitely appreciate. If you've been waiting for an iPad Pro that feels meaningfully smarter, this is it. Of course, the other side of the story is iPadOS 26, which brings several big new features to the iPad like multiple windows, the new liquid glass design, and deep Apple Intelligence features for translation, automation, and on-device AI.
The Apple Watch might be the most ridiculous piece of engineering that most people just take for granted. Inside this little square on your wrist are radios for things like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, NFC, GPS, cellular, and even satellites, all crammed into a metal shell that is pressed against a bag of salt water, that being you. On paper, that should fail. Apple invited me into the labs where they try to make that setup actually work in the real world. And if you wear any Apple Watch, what happens in these rooms is the reason you can trust it when things go wrong. They built an entire set of sci-fi-esque rooms to fight physics. Silent RF chambers that erase the outside world, human test rigs that map how different bodies absorb the signal, and a massive dome that pretends to be the sky so they can test satellites without leaving the building. I'm going to show you what happens in these rooms, and once you see it, the watch on your wrist is gonna feel a lot more like a tiny miracle. Now, to understand why these labs exist in the first place, you have to think about what the Apple Watch actually is. It's not just one single watch at all, but an entire stack of radios and antennas. Bluetooth for AirPods, Wi-Fi for internet connectivity, NFC for Apple Pay, GPS for maps, 5G on the cellular models, and now there's even satellite connectivity on the Ultra 3. All inside a metal case pressed against your skin. These labs are where they pause that chaos, recreate the worst case scenarios like deep canyons or bad weather and weird wrist angles, and tune the hardware and software until the watch survives them. The first lab they brought me to is their radio anechoic chamber. This is kind of like a small vault where every surface is covered in blue foam spikes. There's no Wi-Fi, no cell towers, nothing's getting in. And in the middle, Apple sets up Apple Watches on test fixtures while a ring of antennas around the room feeds into test gear that shows dips and peaks across different frequencies. Now, looking at these tests, the engineers pointed out a deep notch and explained that when you actually wear the device, your body literally reshapes these curves because it absorbs part of the signal. And obviously, everybody's body is different. This is where they tune the core antenna system for the whole lineup. The case, the screen, even the cutout around the digital crown double as an antenna. If you move a single part, even a screw, that graph is going to change. Cleaner curves here mean the watch can hold a connection with less power, and that's where a lot of the invisible upgrades this year are hiding. You see, a lot of the updates like better 5G behavior and satellite on the Ultra 3 start with decisions made in this room about how the antennas share the load. But as soon as you strap the watch onto a real person, all that perfect math breaks. So Apple built room number 2. Now this is a bigger, still spiky chamber built for humans. There's a rotating chair in the middle with sensors pointed at it from every angle. They put real people in there with watches on different wrists, bands, and body types, arm up, arm down, sitting up, slouching, you get it. As the chair spins, they watch how the signal strength changes depending on where your wrist is pointed and how much of the watch is buried against your skin. Your body is basically, like I said earlier, a slightly salty water balloon, and RF energy simply disappears into that. Now, the graphs from this room look way uglier. This is where they learn things like when someone's using their watch in this position and they're on a call, which antenna should we favor? When do we hang on to a weak cell tower versus quietly handing off to Wi-Fi or to your phone? And on the Ultra, the same data helps decide when it's worth waking up the more power-hungry satellite and dual frequency GPS radios. But even these two rooms can't test the strangest things these new watches can do, which is talking to satellites. And for that, we have to go underground. You see, just entering this last room, you can tell it is the most dramatic. It's a huge underground GNSS chamber, which is basically a fake sky in a basement. All around the dome, there are rings of antennas that can pretend to be GPS and other navigation satellites. And in the center, there's a 3-axis robot arm holding an Apple Watch. Engineers load real satellite data so the room can simulate any location on Earth at any time of day. Now, during my demo, which took place in California at Apple Park, they had the watch convinced it was in the Denali National Park in Alaska. And this is where they test the scary scenarios. Emergency SOS via satellite on Ultra 3. Location accuracy when you're trail running through a canyon. Even how long it takes a weak GPS signal to lock when the sky is only partially visible. Your location has to be extremely accurate for these features to work, so they build maps of which wrist angles and sky conditions still let the antenna hear the faintest signal. That's where the little tilt your wrist this way so the satellite can see you helper animation comes from. It's based on thousands of tests done in this room. This fake sky chamber is a huge part of why you can trust the Ultra 3 as an emergency tool and not just a spec bump. So everything here applies to the full Apple Watch lineup. The Ultra gets the flashy satellite SOS and beefiest GPS, but Series 11 and even SE3 ride on the same RF design work and the same torture tests. They all go through that same RF chamber, and they all get modeled as part of that orchestra of radios. A lot of updates are invisible. You won't see a bullet point that says better handoff between antennas when your arm is behind your head, but you might notice fewer drop calls at the gym or smoother streaming on a hike where last year your watch would have given up. That's rooms 1 and 2 quietly accomplishing their missions. And this is why the SE even exists. In the labs, there is no budget watch, only does it meet the bar or not. Same GNSS tests, same body in the loop experiments. The SE is the value trim on top of this infrastructure. If all you care about is notifications, fitness tracking, and safety features like fall detection without paying ultra money, you're still getting the benefit of all this over engineering. Now, walking out of these labs, my main takeaway wasn't, wow, cool anechoic chambers, even though they are pretty cool. Instead, it's that the Apple Watch isn't really a watch at all. It's a survival grade communication device that happens to tell time. If it ever has to call for help from the side of a road with no cell service or get your location right when you're lost on a trail, that moment should feel unimpressive. It should just work. And the reason it works is because somewhere under Apple Park, engineers spent months inside echoless caves, spinning in chairs, breaking prototypes, and staring at squiggly lines. After seeing these labs up close, I'm way more interested in the stuff you'll never see listed. How they hang on to a signal and how they behave when things go wrong. It's a reminder that the tech that's going on inside the tech we use every day is fascinating behind the scenes. Now, if you want to see how this year's Apple Watches perform and which one you might want to pick up, I did do a video covering the Ultra 3, SE3, and Apple Watch Series 11, which you can watch right here. Thanks for watching as always, guys. I appreciate your support. I'm Andrew Edwards, and I will catch you in the next video.